Hello, everyone, and welcome to your live severe weather coverage, starting now with the news being weather. We're starting with two tornado warnings here in Arkansas, one approaching the Little Rock metro area and one approaching Arkadelphia at this time. So we have two tornado warnings in place associated with the line of storms, and then more thunderstorms here forming to the south there in Mississippi and Louisiana, and those will be moving into our moderate risk region over time. I also have a team with me today comprised of Elliot,
Hello.
Kay, and Jake. So I hope all of you are doing well. Thank you so much for joining me. And just to the team so far, this is a rather significant day when it comes to severe weather. If you had a message for the viewers right now, what would it be?
I would just say always keep on guard, even though this is looking on radar like a linear system. There are likely to be some embedded tornadoes in it, and maybe some even isolated tornadoes out ahead of the system. So you never know if there could be something that's rain wrapped. So always heed any watches or warnings that may be received for your area. That's my
To,
main takeaway.
to add on to that, yes, QLCS tornadoes are like my least favorite tornadoes because they can be hidden. They're kind of like sneaky, They kind of just come in out of nowhere. They kind of come in and kind of die. So I mean, those are the tornadoes you got to watch out for. They're like as pronounced.
Yeah, definitely.
Kay, your thoughts?
We will see if the event performs as expected or underperforms in short order. We're supposed to be having supercells kicking off about now, but there's not a lot going on this precise moment. If we don't see anything within the next 2 hours, then I would suggest the event's underperforming, but way too soon to tell. We do have to wait those 2 hours. Plenty of people have called events early, turned around, and then while their backs turned, had tornadoes go past them, so we'll watch and see.
For sure. Now that we've talked about that, I do want to jump right into it. We have that tornado warning there that's going to be here in place until 5:30 p.m. for northwestern Grant, southeastern Saline, and northeastern Hot Spring counties in Arkansas for a radar-indicated tornado. This thing is right over Traskwood right now, and it's heading towards the southern Little Rock metro, and this thing looks kind of robust on radar right now. It's looked somewhat robust here for a little while now, so real kind of hook there, real kind of inflow. This looks like it could be of concern there. Again, that's near Benton, Arkansas. It's right over around Traskwood right now, Toll, Haskell, those areas, heading towards Bryant. It's heading south of I-30 right now. It looks to ride south of I-30 all the way north, and again, could go there towards the Little Rock metro. So if I'm in Little Rock, especially the southern side, I'd have my guard up, as there is a tornado-warned storm right now that is heading in your general direction. But yeah, if you're within that warning right now, you need to be in your safe place regardless. Little Rock not within a tornado warning right now, but if you are within that tornado warning, in those areas of Grant, Saline, or Hot Spring counties in Arkansas, you need to be in your safe place. That's lowest level sturdy building, interior room. And yeah, I mean, that's what I have to say with this so far. It doesn't look overly strong, but that doesn't mean it won't be. Again, conditions are very volatile today. This storm is occurring within that level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk. So the conditions there are going to be quite good. Moving a bit south, we do have another storm here capable of producing a tornado towards and near Arkadelphia. It's not over it, though. But this tornado warning is in place until 5:15 for east central Clark County, with a tornado and quarter-sized hail being the primary hazards for that. So, again, if you are in central Clark County, that includes Gum Springs in Clark County, Richwoods, and Curtis, you need to be in your safe place right now. And again, that's going to be the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. That is going to be imperative there. And a rather tight couplet here continues to make its presence known. So we'll see what happens here with the couplet to the north there near Benton, but the southerly storm doesn't look that good on radar, although it's in a radar hole, so it's somewhat difficult to see what exactly is going on there.
Yeah, it does seem to be more of like a linear velocity shift in that southern tornado warning storm at the moment, based on what we're seeing on velocity. However, there is sort of a weak couplet, and I think that's why they still do have it warned.
I'd be inclined to agree. So we can see what exactly ends up happening there specifically, but I can actually click on the Little Rock radar here and just get an idea of what's going on. That tornado warning was just updated. So let's talk about it here. Tornado warning in Hot Spring County has been canceled. So if you're in Hot Spring County, you're now in the clear here. However, this remains in effect until 5:30 for northwestern Grant and southeastern Saline counties. This is for a radar-indicated tornado. So if you're in Benton, Bryant, Haskell, Traskwood, Toll, Barrett, or Shaw, get to your safe place right now, as a potential tornado could be occurring at this time. So we want to make sure that you're in that safe place as this tornado-warned storm continues its march across the state of Arkansas at this time. This quite now robust linear segment, to say the very least.
Yeah, definitely. And there are quite a few flash flooding warnings as well, so we should be on the lookout for that in a lot of the areas that are sort of more to the north, including the Little Rock Metro and a lot of the areas west of that in northern Arkansas. So if you are in one of those areas, do keep an eye on flash flood warnings, and yeah, just maybe keep a weather radio on if you have one, and yeah.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. Nothing beyond just the standard flash flood warning for now, but lots of flash flood warnings are currently in place. So that does need to continue to be considered with time there. Moderate risk of excessive rainfall is currently in place, and we can actually go over that here. We'll actually go to the Weather Prediction Center's website here to get that excessive rainfall outlook up. But that moderate risk is in place today. That level 3 out of 4 stretching all the way from around the Little Rock area there up north into the Missouri Boot Heel, near Memphis, Tennessee, stretching into Paducah, Kentucky, Evansville, Louisville, those general areas. And we even have marginal risks stretching up to near Philadelphia and all the way south near Dallas, Fort Worth, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. So widespread flooding threat also in place today. Again, that moderate risk remains in place, stretching all the way from around Little Rock, Hot Springs, Arkadelphia, up north all the way to around Louisville. So that's what we're looking at right now in terms of that. That's a rather widespread moderate risk of excessive rainfall. And then again, of course, we also have that moderate risk of severe thunderstorms in place, courtesy of the Storm Prediction Center, and that is driven by tornadoes almost exclusively, with wind being the second highest threat at an enhanced risk, and hail there at a slight risk today. So rather substantial stuff going on there, to say the very least, and a new tornado watch looks to be likely as well within the general area here, stretching all the way from around Alexandria, Louisiana, to near Little Rock, Cleveland, Cleveland there in Mississippi, Greenville, Greenwood, Jackson, Mississippi could be within that as well. And again, that tornado watch is likely to come out here relatively soon. They explicitly mentioned several tornadoes, some strong to intense, being a possibility. Although there's no mention of a particularly dangerous situation wording being used, so we'll see if they do end up using that wording or not. However, at the moment, they're not. There is a tornado watch currently in place already, though. This is Tornado Watch 75, and this is in place until 7 p.m. tonight, and you can see that there rather clearly on this display. So that includes places like Arkadelphia, Texarkana, Shreveport, Nacogdoches, both of them apparently. Those are two different cities. Nacogdoches in Texas, I believe, is how it's pronounced, and Natchitoches there in Louisiana. If I've mispronounced either of those, feel free to correct me. But those are
Natchitoches.
Natchitoches? Which one?
Yeah,
Because
the one that's spelt close, the one that begins with an N.
they
Who
both
knew
begin
that
with
a
an
British
N.
person would just outdo an American person like that? That's hilarious.
It's quite
The
funny.
place northwest of Montgomery.
Okay, noted.
I don't know how they managed to spell it that way and pronounce it like that, but locals told me it was that way.
Well, the customer is always right. That's something that I've learned. As we continue to take a look at this, again, that tornado watch currently in place there until 7 p.m., but we have another one that's likely going to replace it here in rather short order, moving into our moderate risk area. And we'll notice there those more individualized storms there near Alexandria, near Brookhaven there in Mississippi. And I would like to check in on that tornado warning storm there heading towards Little Rock. It's the only one we have now. You'll notice there near the Tony. Yeah, that's starting to look pretty concerning. I don't know about the rest of you and what you're seeing on radar, but it's rather substantial there, to say the very least.
It's been a hook echo for a while now. Or at least the typical signal that you get in reflectivity in a QRCS system.
I wouldn't say it's quite classic, but at least you can see the hook echo. Yeah, I mean, if it's not already down, then it's ready to produce something at any time.
It was classic earlier. It's slightly less classic now. There is an embedded supercell there. It does have a clear rotation signature. It may be producing a weak tornado that isn't strong enough to show up on the radar tornado debris product. Nothing besides noise on that at the moment.
Yeah,
But either way, y'all should be in your tornado shelters. It doesn't matter about the technicalities of seeing a debris signature. If you're in the polygon, you know what the wise James Band says: respect the polygon. If y'all are in the polygon, please take your tornado precautions. That involves being in an underground shelter, such as a basement, preferably in the most interior part of the basement. Cover your head, cover your neck and head. If you don't have a basement, go into the most interior room of your building that you're currently in, such as a closet, a bathroom if you got one. If you are in a mobile home, you do not want to be in a mobile home. Try to get out of that mobile home and move to a more substantial place to shelter. So I just want to move that back on to Thomas.
Yeah, totally fair. We're going to continue to watch things as this unfolds. Again, that tornado warning there that is heading in the general direction of the Little Rock area. And again, that's going to include the until 5:30 western Grant and southeastern Saline counties. And that's going to include places like Benton, Bryant, Haskell, Traskwood, Toll, Bexate, and Shaw. So if you're in any of those areas, please get to your tornado safe place right now. Again, that's lowest level sturdy building interior room. I would like to take things south. We have this rather substantial line of storms there across the Louisiana Arkansas border here, and that is primarily producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail. Should be noted these storms are moving at like 65 to 70 miles per hour, but the warning has 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. If your storm motions are that fast, I'd suspect that the winds could be higher than that. Regardless, though, again, just that substantial Boeing segment there, that's really showing that wind threat that the Storm Prediction Center was talking about materializing. And I'd like to move even farther south so we can investigate some of these cells that we're concerned about here in the future becoming our tornado producers. And yeah, you'll notice there we have that kind of bean shape there north of Alexandria. We have another cell that's kind of hooking around there near LeCompte, near Oakdale, Orblin, Reeves. We have a variety storms that look to be firing along this this kind of band, this line here. We'll see if they can manage to stay individual or if these end up merging together. But especially that storm there north of Alexandria, that's kind of the storm to watch right now. At least in my opinion, it looks like a bit of a danger noodle, a danger bean that could become a more substantial storm.
Excuse me. It's certainly a young supercell by the barest of definitions. It's very long and thin, which indicates it's sheared. If it gets a bit more energy, it might be able to sort itself out. We're expecting some of the storms to get going, but maybe the environment isn't quite right for these ones, at least for now.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to see, but regardless, that's still something we're going to need to watch as storms are beginning to fire down here. These are kind of going to be our areas of concern. As we head into Mississippi, we do have those storms there to the south as well. And a new tornado warning looks like has just been issued. So we're going to talk about that. That is an extension to the previous one. We do have quite the mesocyclone here near Brookhaven, actually, in Mississippi, with what looks like a somewhat discrete storm. So that could be tornado warned here soon in Mississippi. That looks like it could be rather substantial as well. But let's move back here to the north to that brand new tornado warning that's just been issued here. And that does include the southern Little Rock Metro. So please make sure that you're being weather aware with this and make sure you're being smart about this. That's for northeastern Grant, southeastern Salina, and south central Powski counties until 6 p.m. Central Time. And so if you're in the following locations, it's time to get to that tornado safe place. Lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. If you're in Little Rock, if you're in Shannon Hills, if you're in Wrightsville, East End, Sweet Home, Ironton, Bauxite, Hensley, Sardies, Higgins, Shaw, here, I gotta see this a bit better. Vimy Ridge, Woodson, Parker's Iron Springs, College Station, any of those areas, it is time to get to that tornado safe place right now. And with that, we have a brand new tornado watch that's just come out courtesy of the Storm Prediction Center. This is going to be Tornado Watch 76, and we will get the more information right now. So this is a tornado watch for portions of eastern Arkansas, northeastern Louisiana, central northern Mississippi, and western Tennessee, effective from now until midnight. The primary threats include several tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes likely. So they are expecting at least a couple intense tornadoes to occur within this watch area, so that's concerning. They're expecting widespread damaging wind gusts with isolated significant gusts to 75 miles per hour likely. They're expecting large hail events up to 1.5 inches in diameter possible as well. Their major thing is that they're seeing a squall line maturing from Arkansas, heading north night with swaths of damaging winds up to 75 miles per hour and tornadoes and embedded circulations. Further south, they're expecting semi-discrete supercells to occur ahead of the squall line, and that's going to be where a few strong to intense tornadoes will be possible with any persistent supercells. So that's what we're seeing right there. So again, nothing particularly surprising there. 90% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, 70% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes, 80% chance of 10 or more wind events, 70% chance of 1 or more strong wind events, 40% chance of 10 or more hail events, and a 10% chance of 1 or more 2-inch hail events, with a greater than 95% chance of 6 or more combined hail and severe events occurring. So that tornado watch is somewhat strongly worded there. Not a particularly dangerous situation, it should be noted, courtesy of the Storm Prediction Center. However, they do note that a couple of intense tornadoes are likely, and again, they used the word likely there. So it looks like they're expecting some intense tornadoes with this, which isn't surprising to me. I don't think it's surprising to any of you either. I mean, we've been anticipating this event to be intense here for a few days now, so I'm not shocked. We'll just have to see how exactly this does end up unfolding, but we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, absolutely. It was either this or a PDS watch. It wasn't going to be any lower than the odds they've given. The fact they haven't gone with the PDS watch indicates that there's some uncertainty in how widespread the situation will be. It seems very likely that we will have a few strong tornadoes, but whether they're focused in one storm or whether they're spread out over a large area makes a big difference to how those probabilities are for the watch. And they can't say with certainty that there's a PDS level threat all the way up to Memphis. So they've gone just below PDS threshold. Absolutely makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. Very large watch area here, and again, that lasts until midnight, so this is going to be a long duration event.
And there will be an extension into central Tennessee and northern Alabama at some point.
Yeah, that seems probable as well. And we do have that supercell there in Mississippi. It's still going, still chugging away. It's not really within the best conditions at the moment. However, it's in solid conditions. It's not like they're
just within
bad.
the PDS. Well, not sorry. It's just within the tornado watch.
Yeah. But I mean that cell there. I mean it's got an environment with about 1,000 to 1,500 cape, which is rock solid.
It's got around 300 surface to 3 storm relative felicity.
Yeah, so I mean that's a solid environment. So this is a cell to watch for sure. This could definitely drop something here in the near future.
Or in the longer term, it's moving fairly northwards at the moment, and as long as it maintains that normal motion, it might actually get into stronger shear. And at that point, basically, we have to keep watching it, and if it starts moving more to the right, that's when dangerous things are happening, because storms move to the right often produce tornadoes.
Yeah.
That's called deviant motion, for anyone not in the know.
That's the way it's looking right now. To the team, do we have any additional comments, thoughts, anything like that? We still have that tornado-warned storm there. I'm heading into the southern Little Rock metro right now. Again, if you're in southern Little Rock, you need to be in your safe place right now. This tornado-warned storm there, it's close to East End right now. It's about to cross over, if it hasn't already crossed over East End, and it's going to be heading in the general direction of places like Woodston, Wrightsville, Hensley. So if you're in that general area there in Arkansas, you need to be watching this closely. Again, that's for Grant, Saline, and Powski counties. Again, that tornado is likely located near East End right now, if there is one on the ground. So
it looks like it might have cycled. The velocity couplet went away, and then a new one's come back in a slightly different place a few frames later.
Yeah. Regardless, you can see kind of that rain mass ahead of it, so I don't expect this will last for too much longer. But yeah, this could definitely remain an issue here for at least a little bit.
Well, look at the stream of showers coming into the south side of that. It's got a chain of merges. Maybe once it finishes that chain, it will do something.
Maybe. We'll have to see. It depends on if that stream of showers is going to end.
Well, the good news is it's gone south of the main Little Rock metro area, and for Little Rock, once this current band of thunderstorms moves through, it's over for your area, and it's parts east and south of Little Rock that have a much longer evening ahead of them.
Yes. Yeah, no, if you're in Little Rock, this is going to be ending for you here relatively shortly when it comes to the severe weather threat. Now, when it comes to the flooding threat, that's absolutely not the case, unfortunately. Your flooding threat's going to remain here for quite a while yet, and we can actually model this out a little bit. Just to kind of give you an idea of what this is going to end up looking like. So this is the high-resolution rapid refresh model that we'll be looking at here. to give you an idea of what to look for. This is 2 p.m. This is around 6 p.m. So you can see that line of storms moving through. It's about what we're expecting. That's kind of what's happening right now. 7 p.m. By that point, you'll notice there that these storms have mostly moved through. So you're pretty much done with the severe weather threat. And then, yeah, it actually does look like your threat for rain, generally speaking, does go away pretty much after that. So not much more in terms of rain. That was yesterday. But yeah, no, that does actually move out of the way by the end of that. So that was my bad. Yeah, so after this, you are pretty much done with all hazards after this line moves through. At least regarding
Little
flash
Rock
flooding.
is currently under a flash flood warning.
Yes, they are. And that's going to remain in place for a little while yet. Looks like that remains until 7:50 p.m.
And of course, it could be extended if flooding is still ongoing.
Yes.
Well, from my perspective, this has been a slower start than was shown on the HRRR, which, if anyone has been following previously, will know that's been the most aggressive model. It produced a very potent setup, which the Storm Prediction Center earlier today described. I'll get their specific words so that I don't put anything into their mouths. That'll just be a couple of seconds. Today's outlooks. And the first outlook from today, they looked at the models in detail, and they said the HRRR was the most aggressive, which acts as a result of what it did with the storms. The HRRR would produce numerous strong tornadoes with the potential for several intense tornadoes. However, they said that other models were less aggressive, and we would need to wait and see how things played out. As you can tell by the fact a high risk is not in place, the HRRR solution has not been deemed as the most likely scenario. And given that the HRRR solution had multiple supercells ongoing at this point, we have a relatively benign supercell in Mississippi and none in Louisiana, besides those two very, very young ones. Very glad to see the HRRR hasn't come to fruition so far. If we stay with lower end storms and only one or two of them manage to produce shorter lived tornadoes, that would be an ideal outcome for this event. We're not going to get through with 0 tornadoes. There are going to be tornadoes in places. There were 2 early this morning at around 5 a.m. in Texas that produced 100-mile-an-hour winds with the morning storms. But for this event today, it's still uncertain whether we're going to see a massive outbreak or a more run-of-the-mill one for big spring outbreaks in the Deep South. And you get them every year. Some years they're insane, like 1974 or 2011. Other years you don't really get a big one at all, maybe a couple of EF3s on 1 or 2 days. It could be one of those. We might only see tornadoes rated EF2. That happened on a high-risk day in 2011. Sorry, no, 2021. But yeah, if nothing happens in the next 2 hours, tornado-wise, then something has gone wrong with the environment, and we can hope that it won't fix itself in the rest of the event. But still, we have to wait those 2 hours, as I said previously.
Totally fair. One of our team members, Rishiko, is now with us. So, Rishi, I know you've been monitoring this throughout the day today. What are your current thoughts on this? We have a severe warned supercell now there in Mississippi, that supercell becoming more robust. But just overall, when it comes to the event as a whole, what are your thoughts right now?
So overall, I'd say everything is definitely under pacing is the word I would use. It's definitely advancing a lot more slowly than I initially thought it would, which is always a very good thing. But the potential is still there. I mean, obviously we have this really weird cell that I never saw on models south of Jackson, which is Tor possible, severe warned now, by the way. I know you mentioned it just a moment ago, but do want to point out it does have the trade a possible tag on it. But regarding just how everything is evolving, I'm definitely not too enthused about the gap between where the where the current severe warnings are in the Arkansas Louisiana border region, and where the supercell in Jackson is. There's a very good gap there where a lot of activity could start to pop up. There's a couple little bands there where there's a bit of showers just popping up. Any of those can start to really mature into their own full-blown cells. So the environment's still there, the potential's still there. We just have to see what ends up actually happening over the course of the next few hours, as Kay was mentioning earlier.
It's absolutely the case. Yeah, we'll see what's going on here. Again, though, it looks like we have those two major areas of interest right now when it comes to our discrete storms. We have the area there in Mississippi where we have that discrete storm that's become severe, and then we also have those storms in the confluence band firing there in Louisiana as well. Those could also be of concern. So we'll see what ends up happening there, but this event is by no means over yet. Despite the lack of tornadoes thus far, that does not mean that tornadoes won't occur. So we're going to continue to watch this closely with time, but regardless, a significant flash flooding risk also exists with these storms, and we're going to continue to watch as these storms do move through. It does look like that there is a cell now south of Alexandria. The one to the north looks like it's a bit stretched, but there's one south of there that's starting to look quite robust to me, south of Alexandria, that could be of concern here, especially if it does, as it appears has happened. It does look like a split is currently ongoing right now at that cell. So we'll see if we end up getting anything out of that. But this is in a very favorable environment for tornadoes right now. So this could really get going here relatively soon. If I'm in Alexandria, there's no sign of rotation on this now, but there could be soon. So I'd be keeping my guard up if I'm in Alexandria, and especially points north of Alexandria. I'd also be keeping my guard up if I'm around and especially east of Jackson right now, as that supercell continues to move across the region as well.
So, Thomas, I do have a couple of updates for you. One of them is on the small scale, then there are two more grander scale updates here. One of them, so the small scale one, is that our tornado warned storm south of Little Rock has been given a severe warning with no tornado possible. So it has been downgraded, it looks like, once it moves out of that polygon. However, on the grander scheme of things, there have been two new mesoscale discussions output, one of them for Tennessee and Arkansas, that region, as with that Boeing segment there. And another one literally just popped up on my side of things for Southern Louisiana. That one is a watch issuance 40% with citing the potential for a couple of supercells possible. The only reason why the percentage is so low is because they're not sure about the duration and magnitude of the threat. But the mesoscale discussion up in the Arkansas, Tennessee, even Missouri boot heel region, they are saying that Boeing segment there has been kind of fluctuating recently, but it is continuing to move forward and stay steady in strength, if not intensify. It should be in the greater Memphis area around 7 to 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So make sure that if you are in the area, you have about 2 hours to really prepare before the storm really hits you if you're in Memphis, which is plenty of time to get ready, but definitely don't take it lightly as it moves into your area.
For sure, and that is probably going to continue to move through with time after that. If we actually take a look at this here, I do want to get the Storm Prediction Center outlook up. If you're in Memphis right now, you are right on the edge of that enhanced and moderate risk for tornadoes, and that's not a mistake. Even though they aren't expecting much in terms of discrete cells up here, they're expecting the conditions to be favorable enough for tornadoes, especially with wind shear, that you could still get a stronger one with that segment. So the wind threat for you is very real. You'll notice there that you are within that hatched region for significant winds, that being 75 miles per hour or higher with that Boeing segment. And that's also a level 3 out of 5 just in terms of pure probability. And then when it comes to your significant tornado threat, you're also well within that as well. So definitely something to watch for sure today. So please make sure that you're remaining weather aware if in Memphis, as this is going to be a big deal for you as it moves on through. Big tornadoes possible, but the big thing right now looks to be strong winds as the environment here continues to improve, and especially as the sun sets, we're really going to start to see that low-level jet ramp up there as well. And something else of note there, it does look like we do have some showers forming a bit ahead of this line. We'll see if any of those can get particularly strong. I don't think that we have too much in terms of lift there, in terms of convective available potential energy. We really don't. But we'll see what those storms can do as time goes on there. But still, certainly a concern, something to watch for sure. And that storm near Jackson there, that storm south of Jackson there near Wesson, things like that, looks like it could be beginning to undergo some merging. So while it's probably not going to produce a tornado or anything right now, this most certainly could become a dangerous cell to watch throughout the evening as we head later into the evening. If anyone has any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask. Ryan Jones saying he's keeping an eye on that discrete cell in Mississippi. We're keeping an eye on it too. We definitely see that as being a point of concern. And again, that cell near Alexandria now also looks like it could become a point of concern with time. So we have two big areas that we're watching right now for the potential of stronger tornadoes as we head into the late evening hours in terms of discrete cells. And then again there to the north in Arkansas, north of Little Rock especially there, with that severe storm there heading towards Jonesboro and eventually Memphis. We're also watching for the possibility of strong winds and some tornadoes there as well. So a lot to watch. Rando Tech Info saying thanks for keeping us informed. We're happy to do it. We hope the information's been useful to you. If anyone has any comments, questions, concerns, anything like that, please ask them. If you know anyone within this risk area, share this stream with them so that way they can get the information they need in order to stay on top of this as it moves through, because today is the real deal. To the team, do we have any additional thoughts, comments?
Now might be a reasonable time to go through timings for all of the risk area as we have a relative lull.
That's totally fair. We can get that going right now. So I'll actually get a weather model pulled up here. So this is the high resolution rapid refresh model that I'm pulling up here. And this will give us a good idea of what to look at as time goes on. So this is going to be at around 6 p.m. Now this has kind of amplified storms. They aren't going to be anywhere near as strong in terms of the radar returns as this is showing. This is over exaggerating it a bit, but it gives you an idea of where the storms are and what to expect. So and the high resolution rapid refresh is also being a bit aggressive with the supercells, so that's something to note as well. But this just gives you an idea of where storms are expected to be. It shows that supercell we have now being past Alexandria by 6 o'clock. If you're in Little Rock, this line is still impacting you to some degree at 6, but not hugely. And as we move through the moderate risk area, we can continue to take a look at things, But anyone within these risk areas really needs to be watching this. And Memphis, you're going to really start to see this move in around 7 o'clock. Around 8 o'clock is when things get particularly bad. If you're in Memphis, this is hitting you. If you're in Jackson, this is hitting you at this time. Greenville, Mississippi, Clarksdale. And then we have these storms stretching all the way back well into Texas there near Jasper, near DeBoll. Places like that as well, as new storms begin to fire behind the current line. And then there we'll see Little Rock pretty much in the clear by this point, 9 p.m. Memphis, you're still well within this. Places there in Kentucky, Murray, Mayfield, Bowling Green. This is when you need to start watching things, especially for the wind threat. This is going to be a big-time wind threat for you. I know Kentucky, people in Kentucky, you hear that severe weather threat and you might be getting a bit worried after what happened a couple of years ago. Nope, this is not going to be anything like that for you. This is going to be mainly a wind threat, maybe a spin-up tornado or two, but it's going to be nothing like what you guys experienced a couple years ago. As we continue to move through here, Jackson still needing to watch there at 10 p.m. Memphis, you're going to be in the clear by around 11 o'clock. And Jackson, again, you're still needing to watch out at this point. Tupelo, this is moving through you. If you're in Tupelo, you need to start watching around 9 p.m. And around 11 p.m., this really begins to move through. Memphis in the clear. Nashville getting hit by 11 p.m. And as we head into midnight, Bowling Green, Nashville, Louisville, areas like that, stretching all the way south to Huntsville, Starkville, Tupelo, Jackson, Alexandria. You still need to be on the lookout there, but you're in the clear by midnight if you're in Little Rock, Greenville, Memphis, etc. And then as we continue to move through the evening, by 1, 2 a.m., you're in the clear in Nashville. Jackson and Alexandria, you finally are going to be in the clear around 2 a.m. Birmingham, you need to start watching this around midnight, and this is going to continue to move through your area all the way through around 3, 4 a.m. in the morning. And then as we head into our more marginal risk areas, Montgomery, Atlanta, you need to start watching around and even a bit before that time, 3, 4 a.m. And then this will move through and really begin to fizzle out as we head towards 7 a.m. the next day, with you guys being in the clear at around 7 a.m. So that's the timing there, broken down for this severe weather threat. As we head through the overnight hours, the biggest tornado threat is from right about now until I'd say around midnight. So from now to midnight, that's when our big time tornadoes are a possibility, especially on the southern end of our moderate risk. I think that if confidence were higher and they did end up issuing that high risk, it would be on the southern end of the moderate. Personally, from around Monroe to Greenville to Yazoo City. However, again, that risk wasn't issued because of confidence, low confidence. And that's fair enough. We aren't really 100% sure if these storms are going to manage to really get going here, but if they do, again, that's kind of that big risk area, and I think we're kind of in prime conditions now. And again, if you're in Jackson, you're going to be getting hammered here for hours before you're going to be out of watching this. So that's what we're looking at in terms of timing. If anyone has any questions, comments, concerns, please leave them in the chat. And to the team, do you have any additional things to add when it comes to timing, what to look for with these storms, anything like that?
I just would like to reiterate what I basically said earlier, in which basically a lot of these tornadoes, you could see some rain wrap vortices, especially as we head into later into the evening. And so if you're in a tornado warning storm, you are going to want to be in your safe space no matter what, because a lot of the time you won't be able to see the tornado before it hits you.
Don't try to chase these things. Do not try to go out and try to take a photo of this, like a potential tornado, because a lot of these KLCS tornadoes can be rain wrapped, and you're just going to see a big wall of rain, and then you're just going to see tornado. So whenever that tornado warning is issued, get in your safe spot.
Agreed there for sure. That cell there, south of Jackson, they're heading towards places like Maidenhall and places like that, is starting to look a bit more well-defined and structured. So this is starting to look like it could be of concern. As we move back towards Alexandria, we'll see how that cell's looking as well. But I'm starting to become a bit concerned with that cell there in southern Mississippi. I don't know about the rest of you guys on the team, but that looks like it is beginning to improve as time goes on there for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and it's definitely. I mean, the thing that worries me the most is just how isolated it is. There's barely anything else around it. Everything else that's anywhere nearby is just a shower. So if it wants to get its act together, or if it does get its act together, it can very easily go the distance. And unfortunately, I'm not. There is something else that I do want to point out, but maybe one of you can actually take the helm on analyzing. But and I don't know if you did this already. I joined in a little late, but there was a special sounding released by Jackson for 21Z, showing that the lapse rates are around 8. Although there is still what appears to be a bit of an inversion on the sounding, which is probably good, but the fact that the storm still went up so close to where that sounding was taken isn't really a good sign. So, but like I said, I'm not really qualified to go into detail on that. If one of you can take the helm on that, that'd be pretty good to hear.
Yeah, so we'll get that sounding pulled up. We'll take a deeper dive into that real quick. Yeah, let's get that pulled up now. Observed soundings, 21 UTC there in Jackson. There it is. So, a few things of note there. Yeah, I mean, our surface lapse rates are 7.7, so that looks really good. Our lift is pretty good there as well, with our surface-based cape there, over 1,000. Cap is eroding with time. Our shear profile doesn't look very good. That's probably going to kick in with time as we enter the overnight hours. But as of now, that's not looking fantastic. So that's something to note there for sure. But yeah, I mean, this is going to improve the shear for sure, and this is looking kind of like a loaded gun to me. So yeah, it's pretty substantial. That's not good news, to say the very least. When it comes to vertical profiles for tornadoes, it's not what you like to see. And I'm just taking a look at the conditions for that storm in Mississippi. More than enough energy in the atmosphere. Yeah, significant tornado parameters around a 1 to 2. We have surface to 1 helicity around 150, 200. Effective helicity of about 300, 200, 300. So it's in a solid environment. It's not in anything overly crazy, but it's in a solid enough environment that it could certainly start getting its act together soon. And it does look like it does have some substantial inflow now surging into it as it moves into Rockport. So we'll see what this can manage to do. But this is definitely concerning, as it does remain discrete. And if it's not in favorable conditions now, those conditions will improve as time goes on over the area where that cell is. I'd like to note Jonesboro, Arkansas is within a severe thunderstorm warning at this time. So if you're in Jonesboro, it's time to be taking your severe weather precautions. There's a severe thunderstorm warning in place for you until 6:30 p.m. As those points south, that's for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, nickel-sized hail. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on for sure as this does continue to move forward. This isn't anything out of the ordinary for you. You are within that enhanced risk, I believe, for severe thunderstorms. We can actually double check that. Yes, you are within the enhanced risk. However, this doesn't look like it's going to be overly substantial for you. Nothing out of the ordinary, at least for springtime. It's still going to be somewhat potent, though, so make sure that you're taking those severe weather precautions. That means that you want to be staying away from windows. You don't want to use metal appliances. Turn off your electronics if you can. Things like that. That's good ideas to keep yourself safe during this severe weather event.
The National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center posted a tweet a few minutes ago talking about the tornado watch, and they repeated that several tornadoes, with a couple of intense tornadoes being likely, are expected, as well as widespread damaging winds and scattered large hail being possible. So a couple of intense tornadoes are likely means 1 or 2, maybe 3 EF3 plus tornadoes is considered likely. Now, any forecast can fail, any forecast can be wrong, especially with severe weather. Very difficult to get it right. But the expectation is that we'll see at least 1 EF3 tornado somewhere tonight. If you're anywhere in the 10% enhanced or higher region, it could be you. It's unlikely to be in the slight risk or marginal risk regions, but we've seen violent tornadoes occur in those regions in just the past couple of years. One happened on this day, tomorrow, 2 years ago, and in 2021 we had a violent tornado in Georgia that was outside of the significant tornado risk. So just because you're not in the enhanced risk today doesn't mean that you're safe from strong and damaging tornadoes. One is likely to happen somewhere within that risk region, most likely in the moderate risk, still definitely possible in the enhanced risk, less likely that's not impossible critically in the 5% and 2% tornado regions. As we go later into the evening, people will start going to bed, and if the line hasn't passed you, you need to have a way to receive warnings that will wake you up. Tornadoes are much deadlier when they occur overnight because people don't wake up in time or don't wake up with enough time to get to their safe place, especially for people who live in mobile homes and have to go outside to get to a place of shelter, like a community shelter or a nearby sturdy building. It can take you 5-10 minutes to get your shoes on, get the family gathered, and get to that safe place. If you don't wake up in time when the warning is issued, you don't have those 10 minutes to get to a safe place, especially since as we get later into the night, the threat will increasingly become linear, which means we will swap from these big storms with lots of advance warning to quicker spin-ups, tornadoes that appear suddenly with not much time, then they can go from nothing on radar to tucked on the ground in the space of 5 minutes. So you really need to be as ready as possible. Now, I'm not saying you should go to bed with your shoes on, fully dressed with your coat as a blanket. That would be a bit extreme. But you need to have a way that will wake you up if a tornado warning is issued in the night. It's not worth risking your life over.
Certainly agree with you there. Do want to give some updates here. We do now have a substantiated hook echo with that supercell there in Mississippi, and definite radar indicated rotation also becoming present with that. That's strengthening with time. And this is a pretty discrete cell in decent conditions. It's not in anything off the charts. However, it does seem to be taking advantage of them and is beginning to organize rather quickly now. This looks like a much more robust supercell than it did just a little while ago. It looks like it's undergoing what would be known as a favorable merger at this time, with a pretty open inflow, at least for the next little while. So we'll have to monitor that closely, but that could most certainly drop something within the next little while. That's something we're going to need to watch. To the rest of the team, do you have any thoughts about this cell?
I don't have any thoughts on this cell, but I do have some thoughts from a member of the weather community, Jeff Snyder, has said that there is a potential organizing supercell with the band on the Louisiana-Arkansas border, which is upstream of where a research project has set up. For anyone who knows, Perils is currently set up, I would assume, along the Mississippi River, north of the Arkansas-Louisiana border. And this supercell is moving towards their location. Obviously, it's not the most densely populated part of the United States, but there are a couple of communities out here. And unfortunately, the radar isn't too good, so we're not going to have much idea of what's going on.
They
but
will,
it does
though.
seem like there is a developing supercell that's moving towards the Arkansas-Louisiana state line at this time. Just east of Marion, Louisiana,
Yep.
and it'll be moving very near to Crossett, Arkansas, Hamburg, Montrose, Portland, Parkdale, Wilmot, Fountain Hill. All those locations are in a severe thunderstorm warning this time, which does not have a tornado possible tag at the moment, and it's for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and 3/4-inch hail, which is penny size. But this storm is gradually organizing, and it could suddenly produce a tornado, and we would not have a great idea because it's so far from the radar sites. So if you're in that severe thunderstorm warning, I would definitely not be outside. If you're particularly on the Arkansas side of that warning, I would take it more seriously than your typical thunderstorm. Be aware that it could be strengthening and be ready to take more serious action if a tornado warning is issued. That also includes people along the Mississippi on the Arkansas side. Along the Mississippi River on the Arkansas side. Anywhere east of Monticello, Arkansas, including Winchester, Reed, McGee, Dermott, Jerome, Lake Village. Eudora should be south of it, and this will likely be moving into Mississippi in around an hour's time, somewhere between Greenville and Clarksdale. So just have it on your radar. Cleveland, Clarksdale, Greenville. A storm is moving towards your location. It could strengthen, but at the moment it's just producing some strong winds and hail.
Yeah, and we can see that there is some mid to upper level rotation with this storm. Now, the lowest radar beam that I can get here is about 8,000 feet in the air, so it's quite high up, unfortunately, but we do have a good idea of the fact that this does have some rotation on it. The storm does have some spin to it, but again, we're too far away to really get a good idea of what's going on here, so we're going to have to rely on chasers and hope that storm chasers as well as other sources can give us a good idea of what to expect as we continue to look at what's currently going on. That supercell near Jackson continues to organize with time, so I'm going to continue to keep an eye on that. We'll move back to that. And a tornado warning has just gone into place here, so we're going to take a look at that right now. This is associated with a storm along the line there in Arkansas. So this is for Cleveland, Grant, Dallas, and Jefferson counties in the state of Arkansas until 6:30 p.m. for radar indicated rotation associated with a possible tornado on this line. So if you're in Pine Bluff, Rinson, Whitehall, Cathedral, Lamont, Toledo, Herndon, Sulphur Springs, Princeton, Ferndale, Faith, Bunn, Calmer, Staves, Grapevine, Ivan, Mount Zion, Hardin, Ramsey, or Randall, you need to be getting to your tornado safe place right now. That's the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. Again, that is a new tornado warning that's just gone into effect there. Rather large polygon there in the state of Arkansas for a potential tornado heading in the general direction of Pine Bluff. So we're getting the radar pulled up for you right now so we can do some deeper analysis on this. But to the team, do any of you have the radar pulled up, and do you have any thoughts in particular regarding this storm and the current structure that it has?
The one heading for Pine Bluff?
Yes. It's tornado warned. It's the only one on the board right now.
So I do have it pulled up already on my end here. There is definitely a mesocyclone on it. There's no doubt about that. It's not anything terribly impressive in terms of tornadic systems. It absolutely could. I definitely do think that the National Weather Service out of Little Rock did have the correct call to give this a tornado warning. It definitely gave everybody a lot of heads up here. It is in the line, however, so it can spin up as quickly as it wants. It can spin down as quickly as it wants. It can do whatever it wants right now. We just have to watch it and make sure that it doesn't do anything too crazy in the next few minutes here.
Yeah, so we're going to continue to monitor that and keep a very close eye on it with time. And again, this is south of Carthage near Princeton right now, heading in the general direction of places Bunn, areas like that. So this storm currently, according to the Weather Service, is moving pretty quick here at about 55 miles per hour. So if I time this out for you, if you're in Bunn, this thing's going to be on top of you in about 4 minutes. So you need to be getting to your safe place right now. White Oak Bluff, you have about 16 minutes before this gets to you. And then as we continue to move through here, Staves, this will be in your area in about 17 minutes. With Kendron, you're going to be getting hit here in about 26 minutes. Roan in about 27. Mount Zion in about 27. Faith in 29. And Sulphur Springs, Randall, and Sorrels, you're going to be getting hit by this in about half an hour. So some of you guys have some time, but still, I wouldn't be taking this lightly. I'd be getting to my safe place here as quickly as I can given the current circumstances, especially given the conditions of today. This is within that moderate risk area, so this is within that area that we do anticipate will have some of the better conditions for tornadic thunderstorms, and this storm, again, is going to be more than capable of producing that very strong inflow or air heading into the storm that'll be capable of giving it the energy it needs in order to continue its movement as a embedded supercell. So we'll see how long it lasts, and we'll see what those conditions look like. And I don't like the look of that supercell down in Mississippi. That thing is rapidly organizing. It has quite the hook now. So if anyone on the team wants to go down there and take a look at that, it's spinning now. Definitely has a mesocyclone on it, and it has quite the hook. So we'll see what that can do, but that's organizing rather rapidly. I don't like it at all.
I definitely don't like it either.
No. Good news is the storms there in Louisiana that we've been talking about, those aren't really organizing all that much, it doesn't look like. So that's the good news. Although that northern cell there, it's still kind of stretched, but it has some robust reflectivity returns, which indicates that it could, keyword could, organize with time as we head later into the evening. But we have a bunch of storms bunched up pretty close to each other here, none of them getting overly strong. We'll see if that changes with time as these head into the moderate risk area. But as of now, things aren't looking so bad at all. And again, a primary concern right now, at least my primary concern, is with that storm there in Mississippi. But that tornado warned storm there heading in the general direction of Pine Bluff is also improving in terms of what it's looking like. The velocity signature isn't looking quite as good, but the reflectivity has improved. So while it might not drop something immediately, I'm assuming it hasn't already, it might later. I suspect this could end up cycling a few times. So we'll see what this ends up doing. But we definitely have a few areas to watch here for sure.
I mean, just out of personal opinion here, I would be hard pressed to say that the National Weather Service out of Jackson should will let the severe thunderstorm warning expire on this cell as it's passing by Georgetown. I would honestly recommend those in Braxton, Delow, Mendenhall. I would even Puckett. I'd honestly recommend you guys start getting your preparations ready now. The storm could very easily do something that we don't want it to do. It is very isolated. There's nothing around it. It'll be very easy for it to do something that will put you in jeopardy. I'll say that. So, like I said, Braxton, Delow, Mendenhall, Puckett, I would suggest getting ready to move to shelter in short order here, especially with this latest frame.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's rapidly organizing. The velocity is also rapidly improving. Yeah, that's not good at all. So we'll see here. The cell is not in the greatest conditions, but those are only going to improve with time. But this is kind of what we were worried about, was a cell kind of like the one there on the southern end of the risk. And if we recall, there was a very similar risk area to this on March 25th of 2021. And we had a cell on the southern end outside of that outside of the high risk and the moderate risk heading into Alabama that produced significant tornadoes. This could be a similar kind of thing here. The setup is similar. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but if I'm down there, I'm watching out for sure. A special weather statement was just issued on the supercell saying the following. Strong winds are possible, and this thing, it looks like they don't really even have specific hazards. Wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour and penny-sized hail, being what they have on this thing right now. But I would not be shocked to see this begin to organize rather rapidly into something more concern. We'll talk more about that and get a radar presentation on it here soon. Let's talk about the tornado warned storm up here in Arkansas. This storm, heading again in the general direction of Pine Bluff. This is a tornado warning in place for Cleveland, Grant, Dallas, and Jefferson counties until 6:30 p.m. tonight. We have there a storm near Fortis moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So if you're in the following areas, you need to get to that safe place: Pine Bluff, Ridson, Whitehall, Carthage, Lamont, Toledo, Carrollton, Sulphur Springs, Princeton, Farrendale, Faith, Bunn, Commerce, Staves, Grapevine, Ivan, Mount Zion, Hardin, Ramsey, and Randall. So if you're in any of those areas here, please make sure that you're getting to that tornado safe place right now as this storm does move in your general direction. It doesn't look like anything overly significant at the moment. However, it does look like it is strengthening a bit with time. It does look like it is maintaining that rotational signature. And with that, again, the conditions today are very favorable for tornadoes. This storm is within that moderate risk region, so it's the highest risk we have today for tornadoes. And so I'd be taking that rather seriously. And still, just on another screen here, I'm monitoring that storm in Mississippi. That thing looks really good right now. So we'll see if that can continue to look as good as it is. But that's definitely of concern to me. But again, our primary focus on the tornado warned storm heading in the general direction of Pine Bluff at this time. Again, it's south of Carthage, and this thing is crossing Route 167 here shortly. Before it is going to head in the general direction again of Whitehall, Pine Bluff, areas like that, as it does move towards Interstate 530.
It does appear that there has been yet another mesoscale discussion put out literally within the last few seconds here. So I don't have any sort of text detail on it, but it is involving this supercell in Mississippi. Just figured I'd let you know that.
Yeah, locally favorable corridor for supercell maturation in the next couple hours regarding that cell. That's what they have right now. I'll get that graphic up on the screen for us so that we can see it. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. This is what they're saying right now. So basically, they're expecting this cell is going to last for a while here, which is not good news, because at least if you're there in that near Braxton, Mendall, Puckett, you need to be getting ready for this, because this is getting into a more and more favorable corridor of conditions. It's starting to have that more right motion. It has that obvious inflow notch. I would not be shocked to see this start to drop a tornado here relatively soon, and unfortunately, I would not be shocked to see it be a stronger one as well. So if you're over in that general area, it's time to start considering what to do if you're in a tornado warning here, as there could be one for you here in very short order. So that's what we're looking at right now. But that cell there in Mississippi is definitely of concern, and there is a tight, not strong, but tight couplet now near Union, heading in the general direction again of Gum Springs, Braxton, Mendel, those areas. So let's make sure that we're getting to that tornado safe place. We can check on our tornado warned storm here to the north, south of Little Rock, heading towards Pine Bluff. There's some rotation there south of Bunn. So if you're south of Bunn right now, you're staying in your safe place. If you're near Princeton, Ramsey, you're probably okay at this point. I'd remain in my safe place until the storms have passed completely. But at this point, I think you're probably safe. Strong winds there to the north there, to the east of Little Rock, heading into Jonesboro right now. But again, that is of concern for sure. And then that supercell K that you mentioned a little while ago, it's been developing in that radar hole. That is now severe thunderstorm warned, and you cannot see much out of it at all from any of the radars, unfortunately. So we're going to have to hope that this doesn't drop anything overly significant, but 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with that as it moves through the moderate risk region. I know that that Pearls project is over there, and they have their Doppler on wheels deployed, so hopefully that information's getting to the Weather Service, so if anything is happening there, we do know about it. Or at least the Weather Service does, and they can issue their warnings accordingly.
Yeah, I do. So, oh boy. All right. So, the supercell in Mississippi is definitely the one that I am watching the most closely at this point for obvious reasons. It is starting to we do have a definite couplet forming within the hook echo. Nothing yet on CC signature 2 and to write home about, but there definitely is something to look for, and I do believe it just got tornado warned, and for good reason. I don't think there's anything on the ground yet, or if there is, it's just barely touching down. But I really don't think that there's anything too much to worry about at this time. That being said, it is tornado warned.
Yes,
so
it is.
Mendenhall, Braxton, Delow, anywhere to the northeast of the cell, you folks need to get into shelter now. This is an isolated supercell. Is capable of dropping a potentially strong tornado if it decides to. So definitely heed this warning seriously. You are in one of the more dangerous situations at this point. In this point in time. So please make sure you're moving to shelter now.
Yeah, that's for sure. And we're going to continue to monitor this with time. But yeah, that's a new tornado warning that's just gone into effect. We're going to go over it right now. So this is what's currently going on. Tornado warning for Rankin, Simpson, and Smith counties until 7:15 p.m. there in Mississippi for a robust supercell. Now, this could escalate very quickly. So even if there isn't a tornado on the ground right now, you need to be treating this as if there is, because there could be at any moment. The radar looks quite good, the cell looks quite impressive, and that couplet just continues to get stronger with every frame. So we need to be watching this very closely as this isolated supercell continues its march there to the northeast. So let's talk about this now. This is until 7:15 p.m. So if you're in Panola, this is going to be hitting you in about 2 minutes. You need to be in your safe place down there right now. If you're in Mendal or Painey Woods, this is going to be hitting you at around 6:25. So you need to be getting to your safe place now. I don't care that it's 10 minutes out. This could escalate very quickly. This could be one of those bigger tornadoes in no time that we've been talking about happening today. If you're in Caddo or Martinville, this is going to be hitting you around 6:35. If you're in Johns, this will hit you around 6:40. White Oak around 6:45, and Burns around 6:55. With other locations including Polkville, Delow, Braxton, and Puckett being within the region where this storm could continue to mature. And yeah, that couplet just continues to improve with time here. So while the latest reflectivity scan doesn't look quite as good as the previous one to me, looks a little more ragged, I'd still be watching this closely. This looks to be rather dangerous, to say the very least, as it continues its march to the northeast. So please make sure that you're watching this closely. This thing's going to be heading towards State Route 49, and then riding the intersection between State Route 49 and 13, then riding along 13 near Puckett. So I'm in Polkville. So again, that safe place, it's going to be the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. It's a bathroom or a closet, something like that as well. Just make sure that, again, you're in that safe place. That's going to be very important throughout this. Let's talk about that tornado warning back up to the north here. This is the tornado warning that's in effect for northern Cleveland, southeastern Grant, and east central Dallas and southwestern Jefferson counties. This one up in Arkansas. And this tornado warning is in place until 6:30 p.m. So that's the one there in Arkansas, heading in the general direction of Pine Bluff. Don't want to forget about you guys up there. This doesn't look particularly organized, but still something to watch for sure. The rotation doesn't look overly strong to me, though. So continue to stay in your safe place. This is within that moderate risk area. But again, I think our primary concern right now has to be with that cell there down in the Jackson area as that continues to evolve. And that is a good looking storm if I've ever seen one. That is starting to look really good. So
the only saving grace with this storm is that it is rather close to a radar, unlike the other storms that are forming up in the Arklamis area. So at least in that way, the storm is in a decent position. That's not to say that the people in the path of the storm should not take this any less seriously. It just means that for weather tracking purposes, it's a bit easier than some of these other storms. But regardless, this is still a pretty volatile situation. It's definitely one that you shouldn't take lightly. But at this point, we don't have a tornado confirmed on the ground yet, and I'm not seeing any evidence of one either. So at least in that regard, this storm is doing okay. But still, Mendenhall, Delow, you folks look to be the ones closest to the, I guess, the sites of this tornadic supercell. So definitely make sure you're moving to shelter now if you haven't started already.
Yeah, for sure. And again, this just continues to improve with time for tornadoes. I was just reading that mesoscale discussion we talked about a little bit ago, just to see if I could get some additional insights. And yeah, I mean, this thing's starting to look gnarly. This thing's starting to look particularly gnarly. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on that, as well as that cell to the north near Pine Bluff. Again, if you're south of Little Rock there near Pine Bluff, you have that radar embedded tornado being a real possibility there. So be sure to be keeping an eye on that. But again, our biggest concern right now is with the storm south of Jackson, heading towards Mendel, Puckett, Polkville, areas like that. Again, that's a tornado warning currently in place for those particular areas, as a substantial supercell all by itself continues to mature down here. And I mean, this thing's all by its lonesome, which is not good. So we'll see if it continues to be all by itself like this. But regardless of that, not good news. I don't know how everyone else is feeling, but definitely concerning to me.
It's been developing slowly, but it keeps developing. And it's currently very close to the radar site. It's only 25 miles south of Brandon, which is where the Jackson, Mississippi radar site is located. It's going to end up passing about 20 miles to the southeast of the radar site, maybe even closer, which means we'll be scanning the storm less than 1,000 feet or just a couple hundred meters off the ground. So if a tornado does develop, it will be captured in incredible detail by the radar. Of course, it could just remain tantalizingly close for the next hour and then produce a tornado once it's away from the radar again. However, it seems more likely than not that it'll do something in the near future, given how it's developed so far. It might not develop before it gets to Delo and Mendenhall, but certainly Puckett, I would be paying particular attention to this storm. Of course, anyone in the polygon should be in a safe place or moving to a safe place as soon as possible.
Agreed. I would like to quickly move off topic. Forecaster Evan Bentley at the Storm Prediction Center just posted something on Twitter that is of concern. Those cells that we were tracking in Louisiana, he has said that those are going to become a big problem after 0Z, so that's 7 p.m., as they continue to intensify and move northeast. He said they should remove discrete given the region and the favorable environment with kinematics improving. So he's expecting that these are going to be a big time issue, and we could have widespread tornadoes occurring from discrete supercells there in Louisiana as this moves northward. So that's not good news to hear from Storm Prediction Center forecaster Evan Bentley.
Certainly not. But that's still at least an hour before we see something out of them. Unfortunately, we're being away from radar, so we have no idea what they look like at the moment.
No, we don't, unfortunately. I do want to move back north just for a second to that tornado warning there near Pine Bluff. I don't want to leave anyone behind here as we continue to cover this situation. But yeah, as we move back north, here's what we got. We have a tornado warning storm there nearing Pine Bluff. This tornado warning remains in place until 6:30, I believe. Yes, until 6:30 for Pine Bluff, Remsen, Whitehall, Lamont, Toledo, Carrollton, Sulphur Springs, Faith, Bunn, Collimer, Stavis, Mount Zenon, Randall, and Ivan. So again, if you're there in Arkansas, you need to be getting to that tornado safe place right now as this continues to move. in your general direction. Now I do want to move on back to that storm there, south of Jackson, because that's the big concern right now. It does not look like it's really getting its act together with the velocities right now. However, that could change at any time. So if I'm in Maidenhall, Braxton, Puckett, Gunn, any of those areas, I'd be considering getting to my safe place right now. This thing's no joke, and it's moving at 35 miles per hour, which isn't particularly fast, but it's also not particularly slow either, so I'd be keeping an eye on things, to say the very least, as the storm continues its march up to the north here. So if I'm in Delow, this is going to be around you here in about 5 minutes. So you need to be getting to your safe place right now as this heads towards you. It's the same general story for Mendel. If you're in Everett, you have a bit more time. It's about 14 minutes away. Puckett, about 22 minutes. Mahan, around 26. Gunn, in 28. Daniel, in 30. Generally speaking. And some good news, the appearance of the storm doesn't look quite as good in terms of a immediate tornado threat. However, the inflow to the south does look to be strengthening here rather quickly, which means that this thing could drop something at any minute, I think, although I don't think it's currently dropping something right now. So we'll see what continues to happen here. But again, if there is a tornado on the ground, it's going to be located now near Mendel, near Merritt, near Delow, and it's going to be crossing near the State Route 49 and Route and Highway 13 areas here shortly. So State Route 49 and Highway 13, it's going to be crossing that point here in relatively short order.
It does look a bit messier right now. It's possibly cycling. What happens with, can happen rather, with supercells is they will produce a first mesocyclone, and it won't quite be enough, and then it will cycle, and because of the effects of the first mesocyclone, the environment is slightly more favorable for a tornado, and then the second one produces. Sometimes it needs a third one, or a fourth one, or a fifth one. But if the environment is favorable for tornadoes, usually it gets it done sooner or later. It is entirely possible that it's slightly too far southeast. It is barely tracking along the far southeastern edge of the enhanced risk. It's outside the moderate risk, barely tracking along the enhanced risk. So the environment isn't as potent as farther west. So this is an early storm as well, so the low-level jet isn't as strong as it will be later on. So there's less shear to work with than if it were here, say, 2 hours from now. But it definitely has the potential to produce a strong tornado. Not just a weak tornado, it could be a strong tornado quite easily in the next hour or so. A tornado warning extension will probably be issued unless this suffers a catastrophic collapse in the next half an hour. I don't expect it to catastrophically collapse, because it still looks very good, despite the messier presentation in the last few minutes.
And I think it'll continue to look quite good with time here. Especially because it looks like conditions are slightly better than what they were forecasted to be.
I believe we've had a new tornado warning issued for eastern Arkansas.
Okay, let's take a look at that here real quick. Eastern Arkansas, new tornado warning. Let's see. Yes, there's a new tornado warning there in place to the north of the previous one. It does look like that one there for the storm nearing Pine Bluff has expired, which is definitely good news. And the new tornado warning is in effect for Prairie, Monroe, and Arkansas counties in Arkansas. That is going to be for places such as Sugart, Brickley, Clarendon, Holly Grove, Alum, Roll, Alfrey, Allendale, Dobbs Landing, Peppers Landing, Sugart Municipal Airport, Blackton, Aberdeen, Slovak, Monroe, Kevel, Duncan, and Louisiana Purchase State Park. So if you're in any of those areas, you need to get to the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room right about now, as this storm does continue. This line of storms continues to move through. As again, this is within that moderate risk region, so that means that the tornado parameter space is pretty high here. We haven't seen much happen yet. However, that could change with time. That's why we're on the air here, as we continue to watch this. And I'm not seeing much in terms of rotation right now. However, that could change at any moment. So, folks at the...
It is worth noting that we likely have two discrete supercells ongoing at the time. But one of them is in the middle of one of the largest radar holes in the country over southeastern Arkansas. And it looks really good from 100 miles away.
It does look quite impressive. The severe thunderstorm warning currently in place for that has 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. No mention of the possibility of a tornado with it at this time. However, that's not good news that we have those discrete supercells. And then again, we do have those storms there that Evan Bentley was talking about in Louisiana. It'll probably strengthen with time as well. So we have a lot to talk about here. But we're going to continue to watch. I think the big storm to watch, and I think we'd all agree, is that discrete supercell there in Mississippi at this time. It looks like it's really trying to get its act together right now. We'll see if it can drop a tornado over the next little while. I'm going to go here for just a little bit. I'll be back here in relatively short order. But while I'm gone, I'll let the team take over for just a little bit while I have a wider view, and I will be back shortly.
Certainly. All right. So, as previously mentioned, we have two tornado warnings, one for the line, which is now east of Little Rock, and the other with that fully discrete supercell that is moving through portions of southeast Jackson metro area. It is currently passing over Mendenhall. A tornado does not appear to be in progress. However, there could possibly be a brief spin-up that we're not aware of. In the short term, it has the potential to produce a strong tornado as it moves near Puckett, Polkville, and Raleigh in central Mississippi. There are developing supercells in Louisiana. None of them are at severe limits at this time. There are no warnings in the state of Louisiana at this time. However, storms are expected to move to the northeast into increasingly favorable conditions. Nearest radar is 100 miles away, viewing it 10,000 feet above the ground. That's currently moving towards Portland and Montrose in southeastern Arkansas. It is possible that this could be producing a tornado. There is a huge amount of lightning with it. However, it is so far from the radar that we have no idea without a spotter report. It is under a severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, so hopefully no one is outside with that size of hail coming out of the sky. Certainly hurts if it hits you, I can tell you from experience. And all that lightning, of course. Farther north, we have several severe thunderstorm warnings for the line. One for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail, and the other one has just expired while I've been talking about them. Behind this line of storms, we have a series of flash flood warnings from Danville and Russellville in western Arkansas, all the way through the Little Rock Metro. These are continuing to be issued as the line progresses towards Memphis, and Memphis will probably end up under a flash flood warning at some point when the line gets to it. There are reports of flash flooding starting to come in. There are substantial dangers to floodwaters, particularly if you drive into them and they are flowing. Stationary floodwaters are less dangerous, but you could still get a tire popped. If you're on foot, you could step on something sharp that you can't see under the water. It's best to avoid entering floodwaters full stop. If you have to go into floodwater and it's still, there's no current at all and you're certain, then carefully you can move through it, but only if you have to. Still advisable to stay put and wait for it to recede. But do not enter moving floodwater at all. It may be deceiving. The water on the surface often moves slower than the water underneath, and just a few inches can sweep a person off their feet. A foot of floodwater, which isn't that much, can lift an SUV and carry it away. There were some rescues that had to be carried out a couple days ago, where an SUV had been carried off a road and into a creek. I think that was in Utah, California, but the same thing happens all across the United States, and people lose their lives every year because they drive into floodwaters and they assume their big car is all right, and it gets picked up by not that much water, carried off the road, and once you're in the riverbed, it gets bad fast. So stay away from moving floodwater at all costs. The saying that saves lives is turn around, don't drown. But back onto the main story tonight. Oh, while I've been talking about the flood threat, a tornado warning has been issued for that supercell I was talking about. A tornado warning is now in effect for southeastern Arkansas, including Portland, Montrose, Jerome, Dermott, and just outside Lake Village, but I'd go to a safe place if I'm in Lake Village as well. Seems like this is an edge of warning area situation, so it probably would have been extended farther to the southeast if at all possible. Maybe not. This is for a radar indicated rotation, so there hasn't been a report. But at 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Snyder, 10 miles east of Hamburg, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. This is a dangerous situation. We have a tornado and quarter-sized hail, that's 1 inch. And people need to be in their safe place now, if you weren't already. So wait, yeah, moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour, that's flying along. That means that this storm, in an hour's time, will be moving into Cleveland, Mississippi. It'll pass north of Greensville. Greenville, Mississippi, in the next 40 minutes. If this produces a tornado, it could deviate to the east and directly impact Greenville. So, you're not in the warning right now, but people in Greenville need to be very wary of the storm, which could move towards them imminently. Now, I'm just going to check in with this storm that's near Jackson, see what it's doing. Okay, hasn't changed much since I last looked at it. It's about the same. It doesn't look as good as it did before. The hook is less defined. The velocity is more scattered. It's a bit messier. It seems like a load of showers have fired up around it and are disrupting it a bit. Its inflow, the air feeding into it, is less clean than before. Slightly contaminated with all those showers. Now, showers feeding into a supercell have been observed to have positive and negative effects in different scenarios. We don't know enough about them to say whether it's going to help or hinder this storm in both the short and long term. It appears short term it's been hindering it, but long term it could make it produce a stronger tornado than it would be possible otherwise. We'll have to wait and see. That storm is moving to the northeast at 35 miles an hour, so half as fast as the storm that's in southeast Arkansas. That shows you the difference in strength of the shear. Very strong shear moving that storm at 60 miles an hour, much lower shear, but still favourable, still plenty favourable enough for a strong tornado with this supercell that is now southeast of Jackson. Finally, that third severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning for the storm east of Little Rock, about halfway between Little Rock and Memphis. There is still a rotation on radar. It's currently over Clarendon and is moving towards Holly Grove in the next few minutes. A warning extension may be issued shortly. Let's see, the severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible for 60 mile an hour wind gust and 1 1/4 inch hail. That is $half size. That's ahead of the tornado warning, so they haven't extended it this time, but they may do it in the future. But currently it's over Clarendon moving towards Holly Grove, and any places between Clarendon and Moreau, east central Arkansas, should be in a safe place. Farther northeast, there is a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile an hour wind gusts for a large area from basically south through east of Jonesboro, Arkansas, up to the Mississippi River. You've got strong winds, very heavy rain, which will be dangerous driving conditions as the line passes. It is moving east at 40 miles an hour. So it seems that this storm in southeast Arkansas is moving faster than the line and moving faster than this supercell near Jackson, which would suggest the strongest shear of the whole storm area at this time is focused over this supercell, which makes the situation all the more concerning. This warning still remains in effect and will remain in effect for the next hour, and will probably be extended. This supercell could go on for a long time. As I said earlier, if it makes it an hour, it'll be near Cleveland, Mississippi. If it manages to make it 2 hours, which would be a very long time, it would be approaching the interstate from Memphis to Jackson. I'm not quite familiar with the numbers. I'll just look that up quickly for you. So in 2 hours' time, this supercell will be approaching I-55 near Batesville. In 1 hour's time, it'll be approaching State Route 49, I believe that is, through Clarksdale. It will be moving, near Cleveland, and moving generally north or near Greenville and Lake Village. It is currently tornado warned. There is not been any confirmation by chasers yet. There are plenty of chasers out there, and more supercells are likely to join this one in the coming hours. Checking back with our friend in Jackson, oh dear, the velocity has improved. This storm may be trying to come back. It might have been disrupted by the initial showers, but now that it's adjusted to the showers feeding into it, it seems to be doing better. Obviously, we'll have to wait long term, but it's about to move over Puckett. Puckett, in the next few minutes, a tornado-warned supercell will be moving directly over your location, and it is gradually improving in presentation once again. I would not be outside if I were in Puckett. I'd be in my safe place. And then this is moving towards Polkville after that. And anyone east of Puckett, east of Polkville. Raleigh, you are outside this warning, but immediately north of Raleigh is where the warning starts. So anyone between Raleigh and Polkville, you need to be in your safe place. The warning has not been extended at this time. Now, there aren't any severe warnings outside of this area from Arkansas and Mississippi. Earlier today, there was a severe thunderstorm warning way out west for some severe hail in Colorado. It was a very small warning, but it was interesting to see. But yeah, nothing outside of Arkansas and Mississippi at this time. We still just have those 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, 4, and the 3 tornado warnings. Interesting that the tornado warning in Mississippi is only for a tornado. It is below severe limits for hail and for wind gusts. That's a very interesting situation. Normally, tornadic supercells are strong enough to be severe warned for hail or wind gusts. So it's unusual to see a storm that isn't severe warned. A fully fledged supercell, that is. You can quite often get tornado warned supercells that are smaller ones, mini supercells, called by some, power showers by other, quite common in the Gulf Coast areas, Alabama, Gulf Coast, Georgia. Normally they occur a bit closer. Well, they don't tend to occur on big days like this. They tend to occur in more marginal environments or right on the coast. It's very unusual to see a storm of this size on a risk day like this behaving a bit like one of those storms. It's just not what you see every day. But still, just because it's not severe warned, it still could produce tornado, and once again that presentation on velocity continues to improve.
To give you kind of a little break from speaking K, because I know you've been going for quite a while here while we're awaiting Thomas's glorious return to the man in the chair position. There has been a new mesoscale discussion released. This is for the dead center of the moderate risk area. or at least the center to southern portions of it. This is for that line that starts with our central tornado warning, the one near Montrose, Jerome, and Lake Village. And it's the line that stretches down south past Monroe down toward Natchez and Alexandria. Current thinking is that an increasingly favorable environment during the next hour or so will allow a few supercell clusters to intensify, which will also correspond to an increase in tornado potential, with, in parentheses, some strong to intense. So
thinking hasn't changed.
It doesn't appear so, but they have at least cited those as direct correlation, I guess, to what's going on.
Right. So
that is in line with what Evan Bentley had said earlier. So, we'll see what happens there.
Yeah. So the storm near Greenville and the storm we were looking at earlier when it was near Alexandria. Unfortunately, it's moved away from radar, but it actually looks better. Even though it's farther from radar, it's showing up as bigger and stronger, which it could be the fact that it's nearer a different radar and it's getting a different view, or it could actually have strengthened. It's really hard to say. I'm following a chaser, Max Olson, who is currently looking at a rather grey and dull sky spitting with rain as he's in the showers around that storm. He's not seeing much. I'll update you, of course, if that changes.
Well, as a bit of good news, the tornado warning that was just east of Little Rock has been allowed to expire. There are still severe thunderstorm warnings in place, however. They do have the tornado possible tag on them, so it is a pretty expansive warning list, so I'm not going to go over each individual city, but it is these two severe thunderstorm warnings are in place for Lee County, Western St. Francis County, and Northwestern Phillips County, as well as for Southern Woodruff, Prairie, Southeastern Lanoke, Monroe, North Central Jefferson, and Northwestern Arkansas counties. So the largest severe thunderstorm warning is going to expire here at the top of the hour. The one out ahead is going to expire at 7:15 Central Daylight Time. Just remember, this is still tornado possible, though, so it is very possible that a tornado could still spin up in that little bow segment. So definitely still take the storm very seriously. It is still capable of also producing some pretty high winds of 60 miles an hour and half-dollar size hail. That is 1.25 inch. Meanwhile, looking around at some of the other action that we have going, I'm annoyed at the tornado warning that's out in the center of the radar dead zone here, but looks like it just got a severe thunderstorm warning put out ahead of it. It is not tornado possible tagged. This is for, let's see, Bolivar County in northwestern Mississippi, issued by the National Weather Service in Jackson. This will be near Scott in about 5 minutes, Benoit around about 6:55, Rosedale about 7, Shelby and Mound Bayou it's around 7:15, all those in Central Daylight Time. This will also pass close to Winstonville, Beulah, Pace, Duncan, and Marigold. So again, that is not tornado possible tagged. However, still I was able to treat it as one, just due to the fact that these storms do look rather good, at least at the elevated levels. Until we get something from a spotter, though, I don't really think that there's going to be too much in terms of a tornado news report from this storm. Further south, looking at the line of showers that is stated to potentially intensify into supercell clusters. Again, they're still rather far away from radar, so I can't really get too much information off of them. The most impressive signature I'm personally seeing is the storm that's currently located near Mangum and Baskin. Down, I believe that is in Louisiana. Yes, it is. It's got a rather weak upper level mesocyclone. It's unclear whether or not it's getting to the surface. It's currently unwarned, but definitely keep an eye on that if you are in Mangum or Baskin. Moving back over to our concerning supercell here. The velocity signature is definitely not terribly good. It definitely is. It definitely has a couplet. Don't get me wrong. It's got a very classic hook structure. Don't get me wrong. It's located over Puckett as at this time, but I'm not seeing any significant indications that it's putting out a tornado. In fact, it looks like the mesocyclone is kind of spreading out again, so I think it might be still having some issues with some shower mergers. But at least at this point, that's still probably the most worrying cell out of everything that we're seeing, just due to the fact that it's still isolated. It's very far ahead of any other of anything else that's really going on. Anything else that's going on around it is just a little shower, maybe a tiny little thunderstorm. But this one's really trying to eat at all the energy around it right now. So I would be really concerned with that. So again, that supercell that we are looking at most intensely was located near Caddo, or near Mendenhall, around 15 minutes ago, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. It has passed by Johns. It will be near White Oak very shortly. It'll be near Burns in about 10 to 12 minutes. It is moving in the direction of Polkville, and it's probably going to pass north of Raleigh. So definitely make sure that if you are in any of those locations, or if you are to the northeast or east-northeast of this storm, that you are seeking shelter. If this tornado warning is extended, the next towns I would suggest moving to shelter in would be Forest, Lake, Newton, and maybe even Hickory, if they decide to extend it that far.
Certainly the case. Thank you so much, Rishi, for taking over there, and thank you to the rest of the team.
Don't worry, yeah. Kay definitely took the helm there. So I can't really thank her enough for all that attention. Yeah. So while you were gone, Thomas, just to give a quick recap, tornado warning east of Little Rock was allowed to expire. The tornado warning near the Arklamis tri-point is probably going to be allowed to expire without being extended as a tornado warning. I'm not seeing much in terms of a tornado possible issued out ahead of it, but obviously our Puckett storm is still chugging along, doing its thing. We'll see if it manages to put down a tornado at any point.
Yeah, certainly. So it looks like we're kind of right on the cusp right now of seeing something big. We're just not quite getting any of these storms to really get going here, which is good news. That's what we want to see. This discrete storm is outside of the area of most favorable conditions. However, I'm seeing some storms there near Yazoo City that are starting to look like they could merge together here soon as they become more robust. If that happens, this is within a very favorable corridor. I believe. I can actually take a look here. Thermos aren't quite as good. However, comes to wind shear looks decent. So yeah, it looks like the conditions there are going to be pretty decent. And then again, those storms in Louisiana, this is kind of one of our bigger concerns here in the long term. And then again, that supercell there kind of looks like it could be starting to bow out here soon. That's also of concern there near Jerome Lake Village there in Arkansas. So that's what we're looking at right now. And we have had an update now to that tornado warning there in Mississippi, significantly smaller now. So Simpson County, you're no longer in that tornado warning in Mississippi. It's only in place for southeastern Rankin and northwestern Smith counties until 7:15 p.m. So we have that discrete cell currently ongoing. However, it is not currently producing anything. We'll see if it can manage to with time here as we head into the future. Although, as you can see, we kind of have this S shape forming here. And if this kind of rear flank winds just kind of punch in enough, this could start to bow out, become more of a bowing segment, a wind threat. We'll see what ends up happening with that. This could maintain a supercellular structure. We'll just have to see what happens with time here. But we do have that other tornado warning there in that radar hole. You can see there our rotation. It's relatively weak. However, it's non-zero. There near Jerome, heading in the general direction of Arkansas City. And those severe thunderstorm warnings are going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny to quarter-sized hail. But again, we do have that discrete storm there near Polkville right now, and then we do have 2 more discrete storms there, one near Greenville, and then again we have that one near Winnsboro that could also be of concern. And again, a Storm Prediction Center forecaster, Evan Bentley, said as much just a little while ago. So we'll see how this ends up going. Especially because the environment is improving with time. We do have a new mesoscale discussion that has gone into place here. I do want to go over that now. And it does look like they do have the new format pretty much locked in here. So let's take a look at this. You can see here in the southern region associated with that cell I was talking about there in Louisiana, that there is a region here where supercells should intensify during the next hour or so with a corresponding increase in tornado potential. So they're saying that a favorable corridor for supercell intensification is evolving over portions of northeastern Louisiana, southeast Arkansas, and with that surface pressure falls and a strong low-level jet stream should be sufficient. So they're expecting a few supercell clusters near the Mississippi River will intensify as they track northeastward into the increasingly favorable environment during the next hour or so. And again, they're explicitly mentioning here that there should be some strong to intense tornadoes with this. So if you're within this general region here, and that's basically along the Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi border there. So that's near Greenville, Cleveland, Greenwood, Yazoo City, Vicksburg. It's time to watch out here. This is kind of your heads up that things are going to probably start to get a bit more serious with time here as these storms do begin to move on through. So this is a big deal. This is the real deal. This needs to be taken seriously as these storms continue their march. So that's what we're looking at right now. We're going to have a new Storm Prediction Center outlook for today here at in about an hour's time as well. So lots to look at there, to say the very least, but that's what we're looking at right now. Any additional thoughts from the team regarding the current setup?
No, just much the same as yourself. That supercell has come back again. It looked better on velocity before. Radar's still chopping and changing. It seems like it's struggling on the edge of the risk. It did well in getting to where it has, but it's not quite got the full environment available to it because it's out on the edge. And at least until the share increases later on as it moves farther north, it may be struggling. But if the storm doesn't go much, if the storm moves generally northeastwards rather than more towards the east, the environment could catch up to it. So we'll have to watch as it moves towards Philadelphia, for example. But yeah, those storms that are now moving towards and will soon be crossing the Mississippi are the real deal. They're the ones we're focusing on for this event. There may have been a tornado somewhere in the wilds of southeast Arkansas that we've no idea about that will come out in the surveys. But there haven't been any reports at this time, of course. There are multiple chasers on the storm in Louisiana. I would assume that once this supercell meets the highway in Mississippi, we will get some eyes on the ground for it. But it's still going to be an hour until it gets to that point, so likely not going to know much for the next hour. I'll try and turn on my points to see if anyone's in the area. Where is it? Spotters, there we are. There are a few people in Lake Village. There are too many people currently punching through the storm, which is dangerous, especially with how poor the radar presentation is. I hope those are delayed location reports rather than live ones, because if this is correct, there is a conga line moving down the road through the middle of this severe tornado warn storm. There are plenty of chasers in the area. Obviously, I can't tell you if they have social media access or even an internet connection at this time. They seem to be in Lake Village. There are a few hanging out farther east, and there are a large number congregating on that supercell in northeastern Louisiana, particularly along I-20, around Delhi, and Tallulah, and Vicksburg. And there are only a couple of chasers out by this supercell in central Mississippi. But yeah, we should have enough people out there to get a photo of a tornado if one happens. Of course, that's assuming that it's visible. Everyone from the area knows that tornadoes in this part of the US tend to be very low to the ground with a lot of rain, and it's very rare to see them, even if they're big ones. I've seen footage of an EF4 from the 2014 high risk event on April 28th, and you could see the storm itself rotating, but you had no idea the tornado was there until you put the footage to radar after the event with the confirmed tornado damage. So yeah, it's dangerous. You do not want to be out there driving anywhere near anything that's tornado warned or anything that could be a tornado, because especially with the radar gaps, you don't know what you're getting into. There could be a tornado on the ground, and if it knocks a tree onto your car, I'm pretty sure someone died from that exact cause from a tornado in Florida just a couple of weeks ago in a marginal 2% risk. This is a lot more dangerous than a marginal 2% risk, so obviously the threat to life is considerably higher. Hopefully people take better precautions on a moderate risk level 4 out of 5 day, but there unfortunately will always be some people that don't heed the warnings. Please don't be one of those people. Please take the necessary actions to protect yourself and those you are responsible for. And if you don't have a way to receive warnings, get away as soon as possible. Ideally, you want to have a way that doesn't depend on an internet connection or power, because if power goes out from the storm approaching, suddenly you don't know if there's a tornado or not. So try and have a way that doesn't depend on mains electricity to get warnings. So that's why it's great to have a NOAA weather radio that's battery powered. That's the ideal solution. If you're relying on a mobile phone, get it fully charged, keep it fully charged. If you have any battery power for recharging your mobile phone, get those charged up, get everything ready, get a torch in case the power goes out. That's very important. And if a storm is moving towards your location, or if you're in northern Mississippi, Tennessee, northern Alabama, when the line of storms moves towards your location, be ready to lose power locally, if not across a large area, because there will be hurricane force wind gusts within some part of this line once it really gets going, unless the forecast is wildly wrong. They cited 80 to 90 mile an hour wind gusts being likely. Hurricane force starts at 75, so be pretty surprising if we didn't get at least one part of the line hitting that threshold at some point. And those winds do regularly produce power outages across the entire United States. So you should be prepared to lose power and need to move to a safe place without power, so have a torch by your bedside if you go to sleep.
All right, we do have a new tornado warning that's just gone into place here. Top of the hour. I do apologize for interrupting, but did want to go over this. This is for northwestern Washington and Boulevard counties until 8 p.m. Central Time. This is associated with that supercell there in the state of Arkansas, moving into Mississippi right now, that we've been talking about. So this will be near Benoit around 7:05, Renova around 7:25, Mount Bayou around 7:30, Shelby around 7:35, with Winstonville, Lua, Pace, Duncan, and Marigold all also within this tornado warning, and this is for a possible tornado and 1 inch in diameter hail. So that discrete supercell there, it's kind of in that radar hole. It's become more of a blob now. This has now become tornado warned yet again, now with an extension on it. Something to note is it does appear that the surface temperatures along the warm sector have underperformed a bit. They overperformed in the morning, but in the afternoon kind of underperformed what a worst case scenario looked like. And that's why we haven't seen as much activity here, is because those low level lapse rates aren't quite as good. That seems like it could be one possible reason for the lack of activity so far. However, that low level jet hasn't really kicked in yet, so we'll see what happens when that happens. That's when I think our biggest concerns are really going to begin.
Yeah, it seems that we got a couple of hours where conditions are decent but not amazing. And then at some point they are going to peak. The MESO analysis from the Storm Prediction Center, when I was looking at it, it suggested 3 to 4 hours will be when the best conditions happen across northern Mississippi, which would be around Grenada, Oxford, Coffeeville, east of Houston, Tupelo, potentially in the crosshairs of that. This line of storms has been moving steadily eastwards, marks the back end of the severe risk. It's currently just exiting Pine Bluff. And in the next hour or two, it should clear Arkansas altogether, and all that will be left is those flood risks.
Yeah.
The supercell ahead of that back end line, as you mentioned, is tornado warned and crossing the Mississippi River at this time. Huge number of small towns along the river within that warning, and stopping just south of Clarksdale at this time.
That's what it looks like right now. And then, yeah, we do have that line of storms there. Not too much severe convection with that, but 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts up and down this line of storms, stretching from near Jonesboro south to near El Dorado. And then again, we do have that more kind of semi-discrete storm with those tornado warnings in place here. It's crossing the Mississippi River. Again, we have what looks like could be this one dominant cell beginning to form here in Louisiana. And then, of course, we do have our supercell there in Mississippi, which now also has a severe thunderstorm warning on it. As it does move northward, and it doesn't look as good as it did for tornado potential a bit ago, but still it does look like a somewhat mature supercell, and it's something we're going to have to continue to watch. But I do think that it's going to start struggling here soon, because it's moving out of the most favorable conditions for its tornado producing endeavors, to say the very least. That severe thunderstorm warning, that does include the possibility of a tornado coupled with 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So this cell isn't done yet. It's still got a ways to go as it moves through Mississippi. But we haven't seen much yet in terms of tornadoes, which is certainly good news.
Absolutely. The worst case scenario was that we would have already had multiple intense tornadoes by this time, with an outbreak of supercells ongoing. We have a couple of supercells, but I certainly wouldn't call it an outbreak of them. And while they are close to producing tornadoes, we have had 0 confirmed tornadoes at this time, besides those 2 from the morning storms that were way out in western Texas. So nothing for this part of the world so far. Hopefully, activity will remain minimal, but peak conditions are still ahead of us. And of course, a lot can change when it transitions from being supercells to being a line of storms with embedded circulations. We could suddenly have a flurry of tornado activity farther east than expected. So don't let your guard down just because it's been quiet out west. Mississippi, Alabama, and central Tennessee, definitely still possible for tornadoes to be threatening you in the coming hours. But for the time being, seems that Louisiana has gotten off pretty scot-free. They had a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings early on, and the storms are just about moving out of Louisiana at this time.
Yeah, so it looks like Louisiana is not really going to have too much to worry about in this moderate risk. And we'll have a new Storm Prediction Center outlook coming out in about 50 minutes time, which we'll be going over right here. If you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature right now, please feel free to ask us. We'll be more than glad to answer them. But we're going to continue to take a look at the system as it continues to move through. And yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be calling this event over yet. We still have some time to go. But yeah, no, certainly. Dangerous situation continues.
That supercell that was tornado warned has been reduced to a severe thunderstorm warning. It has not been extended as a tornado warning.
Yeah.
It is a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, 69-mile wind gust. Hail is below severe limits. And that is for Forest and Lake, Mississippi, along I-20 east of Jackson. Storms continuing to exist, I guess, along I-55 between Jackson and Grenada, Mississippi. They were, according to the models at least, supposed to be supercells, but they're not much more than a band of showers at this time, which is great to see. We don't want the storms to be getting more organized because that increases the chance of tornadoes and strong tornadoes at that. However, we do, of course, have this big supercell attached to a line of storms to the north of it that is gradually moving northeastward into more densely populated areas south of Memphis. As mentioned previously, Benoit, Beulah, Pace, Mound Bayou, Shelby, Duncan, Alligator, Renova, Cleveland, Boyle, and Shaw, all in Mississippi, all in that tornado warning, and the storm is just entering the southwestern edge of that. It's just crossed the Mississippi. With the latest frame, it is now in Mississippi. Everyone in Arkansas, you've still got the back-end storms. You've got some lightning, potentially some flooding, and potentially some gusty winds to deal with. It doesn't seem like there's much hail about with those storms, but in an hour or so, everyone in Arkansas will be in the clear. But just deal with that for the time being. However, the tornado threat has now moved into Mississippi and will remain in Mississippi for a substantial amount of time. These storms may be moving fast to the northeast, but they're not moving east that fast. They're sort of tracking along a line, and that line itself is moving fairly slowly. The storms could still be in Mississippi 5 hours from now. So we really just got to keep paying attention.
Should be noted that that couplet associated with that storm there near Arkansas City, while it is in the upper levels here, we're talking about 9,000 feet in the air, it is starting to improve here rather rapidly on radar. So, I mean, that storm, that's kind of the storm to watch right now, I think. It's in the conditions to produce a significant tornado.
Best radar for it appears to be Jackson at this time.
Yep. But yeah, there we are. We do have some tornado warnings in place, of course. We do have now the that supercell, which is now basically out of our tornado warning. So if you're in northwestern Smith County, you're pretty much in the clear at this point. The cell's out of there. The warning expires in 4 minutes. Stay in your safe place just in case. But I really don't see it. If you're in the severe thunderstorm warning there, that tornado warning was just allowed to expire, so never mind, you are in the clear. But yeah, there's that severe thunderstorm warning for that supercell for southeastern Scott County until 7:45, and again, they're marking that a tornado is possible with that. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it. We would like to note that supercell in Louisiana we've been watching. It is starting to hook around a little bit. And it does look like there's a mesocyclone on radar with that as well. And again, that mesocyclone there near Arkansas City continues to ramp up. So it looks like conditions are overall beginning to improve for these cells. And And it also appears that those showers to the north of our main supercell, it looks like the northern ones. I'm not sure what's going to happen with those, but to the south, it looks like there could be a supercell there just north of Jackson and Ridgeland that could be trying to mature right now. So I do think that we are starting to see things ramp up here a bit, which certainly isn't good news. And I think it most certainly could be an indicator of the improving conditions that these storms are going to be moving into.
It's just the waiting game, unfortunately. There's not a lot to look at. The interesting storm by Jackson is no longer tornado warned and still doesn't look as impressive as it used to. And the other two storms remain in the radar dead zone. And because of how this northern storm is tracking, it will remain in the radar dead zone at the northern tornado warned storm.
Ah, yes.
Or the only one at this point. Because of how it's tracking, if it maintains its current path, in 2 hours' time, it'll be just about visible from the Memphis radar. So we've got 90 minutes remaining in the radar dead zone, unfortunately.
Yeah,
in that time, it could indeed produce a substantial tornado. Hopefully it doesn't.
I'm surprised with the lack of chasers on it.
Well, I think it's just that, well, first of all, it's just crossed the Mississippi River, and you know how hard it is to cross the Mississippi River.
Yes.
Especially when it's not near I-20.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, it is an area with poor radar coverage and not the best roads. And it is a large storm with a lot of winds, potential for hail, and of course, the potential for tornado. So anyone with sense will be giving it a wide berth, which means very few people are close enough to see a tornado, if there is even one going on. And I'm sure none of them have anything interesting to post on social media, so they're just sitting there and waiting, would be my guess.
Yeah. No, you're not going to want to drive directly into that thing, that's for sure. But continuing to watch here some storm spotters as well, is that supercell there near Ypres in Louisiana. That storm does look like it's beginning to mature rather quickly. So, yeah, I think that our conditions are beginning to improve now, and we are starting to see our storms mature, which is not good news. It's not what we want to see. And it also looks like we do have a little shower that's starting to have some higher returns on the southern end of this cluster than it had a little bit ago. And those look like they could be merging, which could, again, initiate another supercell. So this event isn't over yet. There's no reason to call it a bust yet. But yeah, it looks as if lapse rates are underperforming a bit right now. So we'll see what ends up happening there.
Low-level lapse rates. Wow. That explains everything. For low-level lapse rates, I thought they looked a bit on the edge. And they're really low. They were showing up as above 6 on the models, but for these storms, they're below 6 at this time. And for the storm in Louisiana and the storm by Jackson, potentially below 5.5.
Yeah.
Which is really not good.
No.
2 hours from now, they could still be bad. Wow, those are terrible lapse rates. Well, it seems like we found the what's responsible for the event failing, the lapse rates are really low at this time.
Yeah.
Now, as we get later on, lapse rates become less important. And we could certainly see some high shear low cape tornadoes where the winds above ground level are so intense that the storms are able to produce tornadoes despite a poor environment otherwise, in terms of temperatures particularly. But that doesn't always happen, and it could just be a washout. We'll have to wait and see, but this looks very poor and not exactly what we were expecting.
No. New tornado warning has just gone into place here, so I want to go over that real quick. This is in place for central Mississippi County in the state of Arkansas. That's not the least bit confusing. And central Lauderdale County in West Tennessee until 8 p.m. This is for a radar-indicated tornado, and that's going to include places like Birthsville, Ripley, Estella, Latora, Casier, Fort Pillow State Park, Brudette, Fulton, Ashport, Fort Pillow. I love it that there's a place named Fort Pillow. Victoria, Bar, Eastview, Barfield, Driver, O'Donnell Bend, Grider, Tomato, Tuckertown, and Rosa. So if you're in any of those areas, please make sure that you get into that tornado safe place. Again, that's going to be the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room. And yeah, it does look like the lift in those very lowest levels of the atmosphere it's just lacking. So we'll see if these storms can power through it. However, we're moving into peak time right now. So if they're gonna do it, they got to do it soon.
Given those marginal lapse rates, I would be surprised to see an intense tornado out of any of these supercells in the next hour. Maybe later on, they will get better. The tornado potential, that is. But right now, I would actually be looking at this line that's seen sporadic tornado warnings to be the best chance of a tornado, which is saying something. Of course, anywhere with a tornado warning, tornado rain is possible, and even with poor lapse rates, we have seen strong tornadoes before. So it definitely can't be overlooked. Tornado warning needs to be treated very seriously in northwest Mississippi. But particularly along the line with that warning that you just read out, could definitely be a tornado at the moment or in the near future. And there will be other points along that line that start getting more active. And that line is now moving into western Memphis Metro. About to get some strong winds. We have a warning for $half hail, that's 1¼ inches, and 60 mile an hour wind gusts for downtown Memphis and surrounding areas. Warning to the north of that for 60 mile an hour wind gusts with hail below severe limits. And there isn't a warning farther south at this time besides the tornado warned area. And of course, that lone supercell that's now crossed I-20 is crossing I-20 east of Jackson.
For sure. Yeah, my goodness. Yeah, the perimeter space here does not look fantastic. So, yeah, the parameter space definitely doesn't look great. But we'll continue to keep an eye on things. We're going to take a quick break here for a little bit. We'll be back in a few minutes with more live coverage on this severe weather event. Thank you so much for watching. And again, we will be back here relatively soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Advective Weather live stream. We are here to cover the severe weather event that continues to occur here across the southern United States. Some good news. We've diagnosed that it looks as if the severe weather threat is not as high as initially anticipated. However, that does not mean that it is zero, and we're going to remain on the air here for at least the next hour and a half as we continue to look at what exactly is going on. First things first, if you know anyone within the severe weather risk areas today, please be sure to contact them and let them know this is going on. You can also send them to this stream, so that way they have a better idea of what is going on as well. While we were on break, we had a new tornado warning that went into place here. That's what we're going to be going over here right about now. So new tornado warning has gone into place here, crossing the Arkansas-Mississippi border. So this is for central Mississippi County in Arkansas and central Lauderdale County in Tennessee. So Arkansas-Tennessee border, my bad there. But still, the point I think is understood. There's some rotation there, solid rotation. But if you're within that area, you are in a tornado warning until 8 p.m. So it means you need to get to your tornado safe place. That's lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. Is again a tornado warning. Is currently in place here. I also want to go over what else is going on here. We have another tornado warning currently in place here in quite the radar dead zone, unfortunately. But there is a substantial bit of rotation with that we can see here. But this tornado warned storm, this tornado warning is in place for southeastern Bolivar County there in the state of Mississippi. This thing is near Boyle, Ski, Cleveland, all in the state of Mississippi there, as this storm continues to move through with an extension there of a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail stretching into Sunflower and LaFleur counties. But if you're within that area, you need to also be in your tornado safe place right now as the storm does continue its march along within the moderate risk area, straight through the moderate risk area here for severe thunderstorms. It looks like the Storm Prediction Center has absolutely nailed where the storms would be. They just haven't been that intense today. And that's both on the wind and the tornado front, at least as of yet, because it looks like the amount of lift there, especially in the lower levels of the atmosphere, is lacking. So we'll see what happens here. I would like to note that there is a stronger rotation now, a stronger mesocyclone with that supercell in Mississippi we've been tracking. It is getting its acts back together again here as it moves in the general direction of Decatur. I wouldn't be shocked to see a new severe thunderstorm warning extension on that here relatively soon, as that storm again does move in the general direction of Decatur. So that storm's getting its act together. I wouldn't count it out yet. But again, we're just seeing storms not quite getting as strong as initially anticipated. And we also here near Lake Providence have this this line that could become a supercell here, but could also become a line segment of storms. Regardless, this could get more intense with time as well. There is some rotation within that too, there near Pioneer Forest, Lake Providence in the state of Louisiana. So this event is not over. However, it is not... but certainly not what it once was expected to be, at least up to this point. So we'll see what ends up happening with these, but as of now, this is certainly good news. It appears that the event is underperforming to at least some degree. So it's definitely good news for sure. We can actually take a look now. I do want to go over briefly what the rest of the stream is going to look like. So we're going to go over the brand new Storm Prediction Center outlook here that comes out at top of the hour. This is going to give us a good idea of what to expect here over time. So again, with time, we're expecting, as of now, for severe thunderstorms to continue to be a threat well into the overnight hours. However, here it looks as if at the new outlook we'll be able to get a good idea of the Storm Prediction Center's current thought process on whether the event's over, on whether the low-level lapse rates, as we'd call them, the lift in the lowest levels of the atmosphere is too lacking. Because if it is, that pretty much calls it off on the tornado threat, and it also hampers the wind threat. So we'll we'll see what happens there. And then from there, we can give you a good idea of just what the remainder of the night's going to look like, going over the outlook, the current storms, the model data for the remainder of the night, just to give you an idea of things. And then assuming that things go the way we think they're going to go, we're probably going to go off the air here at about 9 o'clock Central Time. So that's the current thought process, the current plan. If you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, or anything specific you'd like us to go over during this time, we'd be happy to do so. Just don't hesitate to ask. As again, we'd be happy to do that. But yeah, if we take a look at current conditions, here's the amount of energy in the atmosphere. I like to show this. This will give us an idea of what's going on. So this is overall in the atmosphere. Now, you want to look at about 1,000 or above in this kind of event, and you're looking pretty good. Over 2,000, you're looking really good. So we have 2,000, 3,000-ish here in that for that Louisiana cell. But we have about 500 to 1,000 here for those Mississippi cells. Those near the 500 area, that's pretty lackluster. That's not going to get you too much on the northern end. On the southern end here, near and over 1,000 area, that's where our supercell that we've been seeing for a while is. And that's rather substantial. That's no joke. So that's more than enough. However, the big problem here, the big thing that's been killing it, has been what's going on at the very lowest levels. So you'll notice here in these red lines, that's our what we call our surface 3-kilometer energy. And this is in the very lowest levels of the atmosphere, and you want to see 100 or above, really, preferably. And we're not even seeing like 50. We're seeing around 25 here with the storms that we're looking at. And that's just lackluster. That's not enough. And our lapse rates, we want to see those around 7, 7.5. We're not even close to that. So these storms just, while their overall environment, like if you chop out the first, just the very lowest level, the first 3 kilometers or so, you're looking great. It's those very lowest levels that just can't quite get their act together for these storms. So fortunately, it looks as if we're seeing some substantial downtrending with this. And I would certainly say that's good news. So definitely what we want to see. This is very good news. I feel like we've kind of been on a string of good luck so far this year when it comes to this.
Well, since January at least.
Yes.
Yeah. We had an awful start to the year with a likely violent tornado that destroyed a mobile home park in Alabama, killing, I believe it was 12 people. That was rated high in the F3 because they couldn't rate the damage in the mobile home park any higher because there was nothing of structure there. It was all just stuff that wasn't fixed in the ground. But to get that rating from mobile homes is quite impressive and difficult to do. But
Yeah.
Since that tornado, the moderate risk verified for wind the day after the moderate risk. And I suppose that it verified for wind on the day of with that hurricane force line through Dallas. But the tornadoes didn't do much. And again, today we have moderate risk for tornadoes, and it seems like wind damage has been a bigger story so far.
Yeah, and I'd even argue the flash flooding has been somewhat big too. So we'll see.
Definitely has.
Looks like this rotation here with this cell near Decatur is trying to tighten up. And these cells are managing to mature some here in Mississippi. So again, it's not over yet. Certainly not over yet. We'll just have to wait and see what exactly ends up happening there. gonna keep checking social media here. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask, and we'll be more than glad to answer that.
That tornado warning remains in effect north of Memphis. It's in effect for the next 18 minutes. Still in effect for the Mississippi River, extreme northeastern Arkansas, and extreme western Tennessee. The front of the circulation has crossed Mississippi, so the region at risk is entirely in Tennessee at this point. Not any locations showing up on radar scope for me. But this line of storms is still capable of producing a tornado. They may extend it farther. That would be towards Dyersburg, maybe Gates and Halls, Friendship, and this is in far west Tennessee once again. The line is moving through Metro Memphis at the lower end of severe 60 mile/hour wind gusts. It would appear that the line of storms has been less intense than expected as well. It was supposed to be a major QLCS with hurricane force wind gusts, and we've not seen anything close to that so far. We've had a few storms hit the low end 60 mile an hour bottom of severe limits, and that's it. We've had a few hail events up to 1.25 inches. Nothing to 2 inches yet.
Yeah. Brand new tornado warnings just gone into place. Just want to briefly mention this. This is for Sunflower County in northwestern Mississippi till 8:45 p.m. for a tornado and quarter-sized hail. So the storm will be around Drew at around 7:50 and around Parchment around 7:55. And again, this is going all the way until 8:45 for the possibility of a tornado. This isn't a radar dead zone, but this is quite the cell. It looks like we have two cells actually here within that radar dead zone that are difficult to tell in terms of what's going on, and they are straight in the middle of that moderate risk there. So difficult to tell what exactly is going on there. But those are straight in the best conditions. Those storms there in the radar hole. So of course they are, but yeah, I mean, I guess that's the way it is. I feel like we have a lot of storms in radar holes, and sometimes those are the storms of the day, and we can't even see them. So
yeah, it's possible that we've had a tornado so far, although I would hope that one of the chasers that's following behind the storm would have reported the storm damage by now. Which reminds me, let's have a look at the storm reports so far. There have been one hail report for the supercell that's crossed the Mississippi River, and 6 wind reports. 3 for this supercell, 1 for the storm at Jackson, 1 in Little Rock, and 1 in Bowling Green, Kentucky. No tornado reports. None of those are significant severe reports.
for sure.
I guess let's have a look at these and see if any of them could possibly be tornado damage.
Yeah.
Today's reports. Okie dokie. Tree down east of Hamburg. That could be a weak tornado from the storm. That could just be downdraft winds.
Yeah.
Reports of 2 trees falling on homes in Benton, central Arkansas. No injuries reported at this time. That's good.
Yeah, for sure.
I believe there was a tornado warning for that location. Benton, south of Little Rock.
Yeah.
Or no, I think the tornado warning expired before the storm got to that point. So that's probably just straight line winds. Yeah, so nothing, not even a wind report that could possibly be a tornado report. I mean, I wouldn't consider a single tree down possible tornado damage. Of course, we'll find out tomorrow if there has been a tornado in Arkansas. There were a few warnings.
Yeah.
But yeah, not much to go on. And the warning for Metro Memphis for severe winds has expired. That means the winds have dropped below severe limits, which means they're probably around 50 miles an hour, which certainly will give you, well, it'll make you aware of the weather if you're outside, but it's less likely to cause risk to personal life than a severe storm. And the other severe warning that was to the north of Metro Memphis has also expired. So now there are no warnings in Arkansas, no warnings in Tennessee, but there is a tornado warning in extreme northeastern Louisiana for the second supercell that's moving into Mississippi at this time,
Yes,
as
there
well
is.
as a further extension of the northern tornado warning supercell.
Yeah, at this time I can go over both of those real quick. The first one here, this is for the tornado warning storm near Lake Providence. This is a tornado warning for for East Carroll Parish and northwestern, and that's in Louisiana, northwestern Issaquah County in west central Mississippi. This is until 8:45 p.m. for a radar-indicated tornado. This will be around Fittler here in about 3 minutes' time. This thing's near Lake Providence, Mayersville, areas like that, heading towards Cary. And it has some robust rotation on it, so it's no joke for sure. We'll continue to monitor that with time. And to the north as well, we have a new tornado warning that's gone into place here north of the current two that we have. This is in place for Tallahatchie County and southeastern Quitman counties in Mississippi until 8:30 p.m. for a tornado and golf ball sized hail. So if you're in Charleston, Webb, Sumner, Paynes, Galladora, DeStall, Swan Lake, Macoma, Tippo, Stover, Leverett, Waverly, Whitehead, Brazil, Albin, or Effie, please make sure that you're getting to your tornado shelter right now, as a dangerous situation is unfolding there. And again, that's what these are both with individualized supercells, and those could get their act together at any time. And this storm here near Lake Providence is really starting to concern me here, as those velocities do start to ramp up, at least in the upper levels. We'll see what it can do, but this is in the corridor of the very best conditions. So if any storm's going to produce some strong tornadoes today, even with those lackluster low-level lapse rates, it's going to be this storm right here. So we're going to keep an eye on that here, and we'll keep you posted on what exactly is going on here as time goes on. We'll also keep you posted on if that new Storm Prediction Center outlook comes out, as I'm sure that a lot of you are also curious about that.
Multiple storm chasers have just gone live and are diving on the tornado warning supercell that's moving towards Myersville and Rolling Fork.
Okay.
Including Reed Timmer. So
Yes.
evidently they're all throwing their luck in and they're charging headfirst into the storm, which is not something you should do. Most of these people have years of experience. Some of them are foolhardy individuals who don't always take the most precaution. And unless you know what you're doing, it's best to observe tornadoes from a distance. Since that isn't something you can do in Mississippi, especially not after sunset, which is where we are at now, sun is setting, or has set, so you won't be able to see anything without lightning flashes. And this is not the time to be learning how to navigate around a supercell at close proximity at night. You want to do that on the plains with high storms, high contrast, wide open flat spaces without trees. That's where you learn. If you haven't storm chased before, don't go near any of these supercells. And even if you have storm chased before, you'll hear many veteran chasers say, don't go to Dixie unless you really know what you're doing. It's the expert level of storm chasing, and plenty of people, myself included, would never chase down here for severe weather. And of course, if you're not intending to get out in a car and try and get that social media photo, which isn't advisable anyway, no matter where you are, it's best to try and stay safe and not put yourself at unnecessary risk. You want to get to safe place, you want to get to shelter. If you're in a tornado warning or near a tornado warning, particularly if you are east or north of a tornado warning, you want to move to your safe place as soon as possible. That safe place should be a sturdy building. It should be an interior room if it has one. You should stay well away from any windows and doors. You should be underground if possible. A basement is the ideal place, or a purpose-built storm shelter. Either work great. You do not want to be in a mobile home, as over 70% of tornado fatalities occur in mobile homes. You do not want to be in a car. You do not want to be sheltering under an overpass. And you do not want to be out in the open. If at all possible, as a last-ditch effort, you should get into a low area, such as a ditch, assuming it's not flooded, and lie face down with your heads on the back of your head to protect yourself from any debris. That is a last-ditch effort. Ideally, you will get to a gas station or a convenience store or a restaurant, pull up outside, go inside, and seek shelter with the people there. And of course, that's if you're caught in a car. If you have time and you're in a mobile home, move to a safe place now if you're ahead of a tornado warning. Before it gets issued for your location, if you know you can go stay with someone who has a better house that's better for sheltering in, and you're, say, just east of the warning, which would be Cary, Rolling Fork, Anguilla for the southern one, and along I-55 from Batesville to Grenada for the northern warning. If you're in a mobile home around there, you have enough time. It's just starting to rain. The conditions will get worse rapidly. But if you know somewhere you can seek shelter a few minutes away and you're in a mobile home, now is the time to move there. Better to be safe than sorry with this northern tornado warning storm.
Agreed. It's intensifying rapidly as well. Just wanted to note
it
on
is
the radar,
to develop.
It's looking very strong, and so is that supercell now that we've been tracking throughout a lot of the day. There's a rather strong couplet beginning to develop there as well. So just wanted to note both of these storms look like they're intensifying quickly.
Ooh.
And that northern tornado warning storm too. Yeah. Looks very strong. The one near Lake Providence, Mayersville. You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I definitely see it.
Yeah, that's big. So if you're near Lake Providence, Mayersville, this is the real deal here. This could be that intense tornado threat that we've been talking about today, beginning to materialize. This is in the corridor, the very very best conditions. So if you're near Ashland, this is just crossed Highway 1. This is heading towards Booth, Larson, and yeah, that's a tight couplet. Just went to the next frame, and that couplet remains quite tight. So I am concerned that this could drop a tornado if it isn't already dropping one. Again, the problem here is that this is about 5,000 feet in the air. So unfortunately, not the greatest look at the storm. However, it's still rather concerning. We can see a bit of a hook here forming. So this could be the beginnings of a longer tracking supercell. And I would not be shocked if this is getting ready to drop a tornado. New tornado warning regarding this cell as well has just been issued here for Humphreys and Sharkey counties in Mississippi until 9 p.m. This is radar indicated for a tornado and quarter-sized hail. This will be near Rolling Fork around 8:05, and Yuma around 8:10, Delta City around 8:15, midnight around 8:25. Midnight is a city, not a time. So the city of midnight around 8:25 p.m. Central Time, and then Belzoni around 8:35. So we've had two confusing things today. Mississippi County in Arkansas, and now midnight being hit around 8:25. Interesting naming conventions, to say the very least. But yes, now we have a bounded weak echo region with that as well. So this is intensifying very quickly. And I would not be surprised if this does drop a tornado here in the very near future. Unfortunately, this does look like it could be that threat that we were fearing was going to materialize earlier today. Let's hope not. Let's hope this dies down, but this is the best looking cell so far. That cell there near Union as well, also looking rather intense right now with a tight couplet from the Jackson radar. Not warned right now, so no tornado warning in place for it at this time. However, again, there is a more intense couplet with that storm, so we'll see what ends up happening with it. It doesn't look like anything overly crazy at the moment. However, that could change with time. We'll keep you posted as time goes on, but a substantial couplet there, and again, our main cell of concern just continues to look rather intense here. So definitely a concerning look to me. And again, we'll see what ends up happening there. Brand new Storm Prediction Center outlook also looks to be coming out here relatively soon. Here we go. I was about to read off something and then I missed it. Let's see here. Storm Prediction Center forecaster Evan Bentley has tweeted that it's taken a bit of time, but our big problem cell is becoming a big problem cell. So he's confident that this cell that we're watching right now, the one with this tornado warning, could become a bigger issue in terms of tornado potential here very shortly. And it looks like it's starting to prove itself right now. So I'm rather concerned about this.
I'm concerned as well.
And that's heading in the general direction of Rolling Fork. And again, that's a robust bounded weak ecoregion now on that thing. Rolling Fork, Anguilla. This is heading towards State Route 61 as it rides here along and near the Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi border, heading into Mississippi again. If you're in Rolling Fork, it's time to get to that safe place right now. This is no joke. This is the real deal. This thing could drop a tornado at any moment if it hasn't already. So if you're in Rolling Fork, Anguilla, Luis, Cary, Mayersville, I don't care where you are. If you're within that warning, we have breaking news here. This is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has just been put into place here by the Weather Service. So that has been upgraded there. The cell with the bounded weak ecoregion, now a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. That is breaking news here as we head into this. So that's a rather big deal. That's something not to take lightly at all. Again, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning's just been put into place. That's in place for northwestern Esquina County until 8:45 p.m. So again, it's a PDS tornado warning. This thing will be around Grace at 8:05 p.m. But again, that is a particularly dangerous situation according to the National Weather Service. So that's something that needs to be taken very, very seriously. Do we have any additional info on that PDS severe storm warning? Or not severe storm warning,
I've got nothing at this time.
And the warning ahead of it has now also been upgraded to PDS. So this is not a mistake. This isn't like what happened a little while ago. This is the real deal. This is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. I apologize about what's going on the screen right now here. I am trying to adjust this properly so that way you can actually see the text scrolling properly on this layout. But yeah, I mean, this is a life-threatening situation now. PDS tornado warning, and oh my goodness gracious. That is some big-time rotation right there, folks. This is a classic tornado signature. We're seeing here on one side winds of around 79, winds of about 60 on the other. So that's going to be about 130 miles per hour, gate-to-gate shear. That's the proper terminology there. But this is likely a strong tornado now on the ground. So let's go over this right now. If you are in northwestern Esquina County, there in the state of Mississippi, you need to be in your safe place right here, right now. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Again, this will be around Grace at 8:05 p.m. with Mayersville also within that warning. Then the other PDS warning here, this is until 9 p.m. for Humphreys and Sherry counties. This is for a large, extremely dangerous tornado located 8 miles west of Rolling Fork, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So this will be near Rolling Park at 8:10. So you got 10 minutes until this moves into your area. And again, that's rather dangerous. We have Nguia, Natia, Yuma, and Panther Burn getting hit around 8:20 p.m. by what is by the National Weather Service known as a large, extremely dangerous tornado. Delta City, you're going to get hit here around 8:30 p.m. Midnight, again, that's the city, getting hit around 8:45 p.m. And Bologna around Belzoni getting hit around 9 p.m., with Silver City, Cary, and Louise being other cities within this particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. So again, it's a considerable damage threat with this. Maximum hail size of 1.75 inches. But again, there it is, and goodness gracious, that couplet just continues to strengthen here with every single scan. We likely have a damaging, dangerous tornado on the ground right now. No correlation coefficient drop just yet, but goodness gracious. This is the real deal, folks. I don't think I can really put it any other way. It's a life-threatening situation. It needs to be treated as such. My goodness, yeah, that's a very, very strong storm. Particularly dangerous situation continues to unfold. I'm just trying to see if we can get any reports, confirmation of a strong tornado, anything of that nature. It doesn't look like we have any confirmation, but that rotational signature, at least for me, is more than enough to say, yeah, we've got a strong tornado likely ongoing right now. So, my goodness, bad news there. Bad news for sure. The supercell there, that's near Union, has been severe thunderstorm warned as well. We're not going to go over that too much. And then up to the north, we have another tornado warning here, including Sumner. So that's for Tallahatchie and southeastern Quitman counties there in Mississippi. But again, our primary area of tracking here is going to be right around here, around Rolling Fork. And that is a very strong rotational signature that continues to move on through. And yeah, we now see a CC drop on this. This is a radar-confirmed tornado. Radar-confirmed tornado now. Unfortunately, my goodness. Yeah, that's bad. So this is no longer just radar indicated. This is radar confirmed. The Weather Service has also just made that upgrade as well. So we're seeing it on our end. They're seeing it on theirs. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is large. This is damaging. This is dangerous. This is heading towards Rolling Fork. If you are in Rolling Fork right now, it's time to get into that safe place. There's no time to waste. This is strong. This is powerful. This could be a long-tracking tornado. It has the environment to do it. So please, 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 if you are in Rolling Fork, it is time to get to that safe place that you've been going over, that you've been preparing for. We've made videos on this. The Weather Service has been messaging this. A variety of places have been messaging this. It's time to execute that severe weather safety plan, lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. That's the only way. This is a large, particularly dangerous tornado. So again, if you're in Rolling Fork, you've got about 5 minutes at most. And again, oh my goodness, this thing is still strengthening. It's even stronger than it was in the last frame. And if you're in Mount Helena, you've got 8 minutes, Nguia 12 minutes, Ritchie 22 minutes, Louise 31 minutes, Midnight, this hits you in 35, Golden Lake in 38, Carter in 42, Silver City in 43 minutes, Lambkin in 43 minutes, and I could keep going and going. But basically, the big city right now that needs to be watching this is Rolling Fork. If you're in Rolling Fork, it's time to go. It's time to get to that safe place. I don't know what else to say about this. Kay, do you have any additional thoughts? This thing's about to pass through Highway 14, and this thing looks like it could directly hit Rolling Fork.
I have just seen a photo of the tornado, and it is a large wedge.
Goodness gracious. Is the photo on Twitter?
It is on Twitter.
Can we pull that up?
It is now a tornado emergency.
Tornado emergency now in place for Rolling Fork. Again, that's a tornado emergency now in place for Rolling Fork. We've just seen that. So here it is. This storm is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. This is a large, confirmed destructive wedge tornado now on the ground.
Thomas, this is a tornado emergency now.
Yep, we just saw that. We just went over that. And we're going to get this picture up. This is from Twitter. We'll credit the person here real quick. This is from Chris Hall. Now, I don't like normally using images from people on Twitter, but this is a big tornado. This is a big situation. I want to show you that wedge tornado so you can see it visually. Courtesy of Chris Hall, here it is. Big time wedge tornado on the ground. This thing looks like it's at least half a mile wide. This tornado has power heading straight into Rolling Fork. If it hasn't directly hit them yet, it's going to shortly. Big time debris ball. Big time tornado heading straight into Rolling Fork right now, and unfortunately, folks, this looks like it's right over Rolling Fork according to the radar. So, tornado emergency in place for Rolling Fork. This is as dangerous as it gets. You're in a life-threatening situation here. There's no other way to put it. This is the time to get to that lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. Again, that's a tornado emergency that's been put into effect for Rolling Fork, courtesy of this supercell. It's really gotten its act together. It is now dropping a long-tracking, large, extremely dangerous, potentially violent tornado on the ground. So, again, that's a tornado emergency. It's currently in effect with a particularly intense wedge tornado currently ongoing on the ground. That's a large, violent tornado likely on the ground right now, unfortunately. So, we were talking about how it looked like this event might underperform. It is certainly not, especially if you're in Rolling Fork. You need to be in that safe place. I cannot stress that enough. Anguilla, you're next. Nita, Yuma, it does not matter where you are. If you're within that tornado emergency, you need to be in that safe place. And again, that's in place until 9 p.m. for Humphreys and Cherry counties, and that's for Rolling Fork and Anguilla. And again, they're talking about this being a particularly dangerous situation with a catastrophic damage threat. So again, Rolling Fork, this is pretty much over you at this point. You need to be in that safe place right here, right now. If you're in Anguilla, you have 5 minutes. You need to go. It's time to go. This thing's right over Rolling Fork now, and my goodness. We'll see when the radar updates here for the screen that you guys can see, but big time tornado emergency here with a large violent tornado, and this thing's right over Rolling Fork. So unfortunately, we'll see what those damage photos look like tomorrow morning, but this is not going to be good. Anguilla, again, you have 5 minutes. Yuma, you have 10 minutes. Delta City, you have 15. Midnight, you have 25. And Belzoni, you have 30 minutes before this hits you. And again, you need to be getting to that safe place right here, right now. This is no joke. This is the real deal. It does not get much worse than this. This is a big time.
And just
big time tornado.
For those who are into numbers, I am just doing very quick off the cuff estimations here. So what I say here, don't take this with a grain of salt, but let's see, gate to gate shear, I'm getting 62 to 75 mile per hour. So that is about 70 miles an hour of VROT, 65 knots. But that is really high up in the atmosphere. This is from the Jackson radar. Debris ball along its widest axis is about 1.5 miles wide, possibly up to 1.75 miles, 2 miles. I'm not seeing any debris getting lofted yet, thankfully, but Jesus, this thing ramped up really quickly. I am definitely praying for those in Rolling Fork, and we have now 60 dBz debris ball after passing Rolling Fork. So this is definitely, we sadly expected something like this to happen going into this. I mean, we had the moderate risk. It looks like it may have gotten downgraded. I just tuned into this just a moment ago, so my apologies if I'm a little late on that. But wow, this is no joke.
No, tornado emergency there for Rolling Fork. Again, that's the real deal there. It does not get worse than this, unfortunately, in terms of the category of tornado warning and the potential magnitude of this tornado. We're going to try and get some radar updates here. It looks like this program is having a somewhat hard time. It should have updated by now. If we can't through that, we can most certainly do it through our NextRad Pro on Weather Studio. Again, that's tornado emergency there currently in place.
While you're getting that,
with this storm.
update on the gate to gate shear, I'm now getting 65 miles per hour to 96. So if that trend is to be believed, this tornado is actually intensifying, if not holding strength as it's passing by Rolling Fork on its way to Anguilla
Yep,
or Anguilla. So
it's moved through
definitely
Rolling Fork now.
treat this as seriously as you possibly can. This is definitely a life-threatening situation. If you are without shelter or you are outside of shelter, you are putting your life in serious jeopardy if you are within Anguilla. So please get yourself to shelter now. This is not a time to wait. This is not a time to prepare. This is a time to take action. Do not wait. The storm is moving your way and it is about to impact your town.
I
Cannot
have
agree
just
more.
seen footage from Texas Storm Chasers, which shows that not only is this a wedge tornado, it also has suction vortices feeding into it, which indicates that it's multi-vortex, but this behavior is only observed in upper end tornadoes.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, and there's a big time debris ball now, even bigger right after this move through Rolling Fork. I think it just directly hit Rolling Fork. The radar certainly indicates that. My goodness. Yeah, this is the real deal here. Giant debris ball there. So we're hoping that everyone's okay in Rolling Fork. And if we get any damage reports out of there, we certainly will show those to you as time goes on. But again, rapidly escalating situation there with that tornado warning. Now a tornado emergency for the tornado that just moved through Rolling Fork. It looks like if you are in Anguilla, this thing is close to you. Now, if you're in Nita-Yuma, it's probably going to go south of you. You're not in the clear, though. You're in that tornado emergency. You need to remain in shelter. But if you're in Nita-Yuma, you're probably going to be okay. It looks like it's going to move south of you. If you're in Rolling Fork, you just got a direct hit. If you're in Anguilla, this thing might move south, but it's going to be close. So you need to be in your safe place. If you're in Luis, this thing's heading in your general direction. But if you're in Midnight Silver City, this thing's heading for you. This thing's heading right for you if it keeps on moving the way it's moving. And unfortunately here, this storm here is in very good conditions to continue to produce a strong to violent tornado over the next few hours here, as the conditions as the cell moves through could last here for the next 2 to 4 hours where the cell currently is. So we'll see what
I do want to point that I'm cherry picking values here a little bit, but I'm getting maximum toward radar readings of 110 miles per hour, and I'm getting maximum away from radar readings of 87. So, so I'm going to be generalizing this and say, assuming that these were next to each other, which they're not actually, they're separated by about a mile. But if they were on top of each other, this would produce a VROT of about 90 to 95 miles per hour, which is approaching, I believe, Category 2 hurricane. I don't know, but regardless, this is a very potent tornado. You need to be really in shelter. It looks to be passing the triple point of highways here that's going into the heart of Anguilla. But regardless, if you are anywhere to the east or northeast of Anguilla, you need to be in shelter immediately. This is a very life-threatening situation, and it is something that you should not trifle with.
Absolutely. So, goodness. Yeah, the current tornado that we have here, I just use actually a website from Tomer Berg, who is a researcher in severe weather, and it looks like the tornado would likely have winds exceeding the EF3, EF4-ish range. So basically what this is saying is this is probably an intense tornado, likely in the EF3-ish range at least. And again, we won't know that until storm surveys come out, but I like to use that because it gives you an idea of how strong it is. And so, plus or minus maybe a category, and who knows, if it doesn't hit the right stuff, it could be rated like an EF0, EF1. But this just gives you an idea that the tornado is strong, and it's equivalent to what we've seen in a lot of EF3 tornadoes in the past. So that's what we're looking at now. It does look like this couplet has weakened slightly, but still remains rather robust. Let's go over now the latest here as this has moved now south of Anguilla, although it is still close enough, you need to be in your safe place if you're there. Rolling Fork, you need to stay in your safe place as training thunderstorms are going to remain over your general area. And then as this continues, let's take a look now at the latest update on this tornado emergency. So the tornado emergency is now for Anguilla and Luis. So if you're in Luis, they are now explicitly mentioning your city is the next one that's in the path of this. So if you're in the path of this, you need to get to your safe place right now. This is, again, a tornado emergency until 9 p.m. for Humphreys and Sherry counties in Mississippi. This is for what they call a deadly tornado, a radar-confirmed tornado, although, again, we have confirmation of a large multi-vortex wedge tornado as of just a few minutes ago. So, my goodness. This is bad. If you're in Delta City, this will be hitting you around 8:20, midnight around 8:30, and mostly around Belzoni around 8:40. So this thing's moving fast. This thing is rather dangerous in that it's moving at about 55 miles per hour, and you can now see that debris getting shot out from the tornado into the main structure of the storm, into the hail core, which is also indicative that this was at least a higher end tornado. It still looks like it's definitely a tornado on the ground. It's weakened a bit, but it still looks pretty upper echelon there on the velocity couplet. So this is likely a long track tornado remaining on the ground here. Again, a tornado emergency remaining in place here for these particular areas. So again, that's a tornado warning, tornado emergency in place. Go on.
We have had a curious development. The SBC has issued a mesoschedule discussion for the northern tornado warning setting an EF3+. So I think they meant to issue it for our tornado emergency cell, but they just misplaced the polygon. So I'm not really sure what happened there, but here's the text. So an intense tornado EF3+ is likely ongoing with a supercell tracking northeastward across western Sharkey County, Mississippi, and this storm should persist for the next 30 to 60 minutes. Latest radar shows an organized cyclonic supercell with it tracking northeastward across western Sharkey County, Mississippi with a VROT above 70 knots and a well-defined tornado debris signature up to 13,000 feet, indicative of an intense tornado given the parameter space with an STP of 4. The downstream environment features a large clockwise curved photograph per DGX. I believe that is Jackson. I'm not sure. Please correct me on that. Around 430 meters square per second square, 0 to 1 kilometer surface relative velocity, or storm relative velocity rather. Amid rich boundary layer moisture, this will support the maintenance of this intense supercell toward the northeast for the next 30 to 60 minutes. So this supercell is likely to continue at the very least for the next half hour, potentially hour. It is likely producing an intense tornado as per the SPC themselves. So please take this seriously. This is no joke.
That's for sure. And new tornado emergency update now. A tornado emergency now for Luis, Midnight, and Silver City. So those are the major areas that they're talking about. So again, Luis, Midnight, Silver City, those are the areas they're explicitly mentioning. And again, this thing's heading straight for Midnight. If you're in Midnight or Silver City in particular, this thing's heading right for you. In Luis, it's going to be a close call. But if you're in Midnight, Silver City, Luis, safe place. Lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. Mobile homes, not going to work. Above grounds are not going to work. You got to be below ground for this one. So make sure you get to that sturdy shelter. Make sure you get below ground. If you don't have a basement, you need to get into that interior room of the house, preferably a bathroom or closet. Pillows, blankets, things like that. Bring them with you. Protect yourself from flying debris as this intense storm continues to move in your general direction and an intense tornado remains. This looks extremely intense and looks nearly off the chart here on the radar as it continues its movement here again straight towards Midnight and Silver City. And again, we still have that very deep tornado debris signature with this. So likely a very strong tornado ongoing, and that debris signature can be detected way up. How high up is that? That's about 41,000 feet in the air. That's very high up.
I'm seeing some potential evidence of this tornado debris signature reaching as high as 34,000.
Yeah.
So
Very
Yeah,
high.
this is a very strong tornado, regardless of how you look at it. Whether you're looking at it via an empirical model, if you're looking at it on the ground, I don't care what you're looking at or how you're rating it. In the current time, at least, this is a very, very strong tornado. It's even got a little bit of a vortex hole there on radar reflectivity, so it just goes to show how intense this thing actually is. I'm even seeing potentially maybe some fallout there to the northwest, or northwest of the tornado, which really shows just how much debris it pulled off of the ground from Rolling Fork and the southern portions of Anguilla. So it looks like it is going to pass Louise more to the northwest, but Silver City is definitely in the bullseye for where this tornado is going.
Oh, absolutely. I did just want to show this picture. This is courtesy of Texas Storm
I'm
Chasers.
not really
You can
sure
see them
where
on
Silver
Twitter.
City is. You are in the era of UDB and clear.
That's for sure. But again, here you can see this large wedge tornado on the ground. This is as of about 8:05, 15 minutes ago. The tornado looks just as strong, if not stronger, on radar. So a powerful, large, violent, dangerous tornado likely on the ground right now. And again, that's a tornado emergency for Luis, Midnight, and Silver City currently in place. And again, the Storm Prediction Center saying this is likely an EF3 plus tornado ongoing. All the calculations that we've run here internally say the same thing. So again, tornado emergency remains in place as a strong to violent tornado has now moved through Rolling Fork, south of Anguilla, and is moving towards Midnight and Silver City. Again, it's moving towards Midnight and Silver City. So please get to that tornado safe place right now if you can. This is a large, violent, dangerous tornado likely on the ground heading in the direction of Midnight Silver City. We know it's on the ground. It's about the intensity. We aren't 100% sure about just how strong this is at this time. I would like to head on over now to the tornado warning to the north just briefly. There's a bit of a circulation there. It looks somewhat robust. And I don't want to leave people behind here. So I just want to talk about this very briefly, and then we'll return to the tornado emergency. But at this time, I need this radar data to load. At this time, we have a tornado warning here on the northern end of things that's in place for Tallahatchie and southeastern Quitman counties, and then an extension to that, which is in place for Lafayette, Labuga, Tallahatchie, and Panola counties until 9 p.m. there. Those tornado warnings also in effect. So if you're within those counties there in Mississippi, you also need to be getting to your safe place right now. Significant, considerable, severe thunderstorms occurring with 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts there in Tennessee there, around Boulevard and Jackson, and that supercell that we've been talking about there now near Philadelphia, Mississippi, just to the east, producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well. So that's what I got on that front. I would like to now move back to our tornado emergency, as again, that's the most pressing matter here. Large, violent, dangerous tornado is likely on the ground, and my goodness, I mean, this thing, it's fluctuated a bit on its couplets intensity, but it remains very, very intense. This hasn't really shown many signs of weakening, and I find that to be very, very unfortunate.
Thomas, I'll get you the link here in a second, but I'm just previewing a video that's just posted from Fox, the major, news station Fox.
Mm-hmm.
They do have video coming in from the tornado, and let's just say I'm not liking what I'm seeing.
Okay.
Let me get you that link real quick
is
so you
this
can have
damage?
a look. Yes, it is.
Okay. We'll take a look at that here in a second. While you're getting that link for us, again, thank you for that. Tornado emergency for Midnight and Silver City. And again, this thing's heading straight for Midnight and Silver City. It might pass just to the north, but this is going to be a close call for you guys. You need to be watching out for this, as this is heading straight towards you. If you're in Rolling Fork, you're out of the this tornadic storm. If you're in Anguilla, you're out of it. You're still in the tornado emergency. You've still got heavy precipitation, thunderstorms. You still need to be in your safe place, but the worst has passed. If you're in Louise, Midnight, Silver City, it's time to get to that safe place right here, right now. You don't have long at all before this thing gets to you. And this thing is violent. This thing is strong. And again, it's going to be riding there along State Route Highway 49 crossing State Route 49 west, straight through Silver City. It looks like this thing could directly hit Midnight and Silver City as it continues its march towards that general direction. So again, Midnight, Silver City, Romeo, Richland. If you're in those areas there, if you live on Old Highway 49 west, you got to be watching this. This thing's heading straight in your direction, and it's just gone slightly south of the most recent forecasted track I've given. So this thing, it's right on track, unfortunately, to hit Midnight and Silver City. So if you're in Midnight, Silver City, again, it's time to get to that safe place. You need to act right now. This thing's heading straight for you. You've got under 15 minutes. You've probably got 5 minutes or so before this thing hits your area. And this thing's violent. This thing's big. And we'll show you what this looks like here in a minute. But again, that's a tornado emergency for Midnight in Silver City. It's moving at 50 miles an hour. That's quick. It's at night. You're not going to be able to see it very well. It's bad news for sure for you guys. So again, Midnight, this thing will be hitting you in about 4 minutes. So again, that's catastrophic situation. Here it is. This is that Fox video that we were talking about and that tornado emergency, and you can just see the damage there. Very bad damage. It looks like we've got vehicles that have been thrown, homes that have been severely damaged or destroyed. It's really bad news down there, unfortunately. And I mean, we can't make out too much because it's at night, but this is an extremely dangerous situation that's unfolded there. And this is very unfortunate for you guys. And I hope everyone's okay down there. But I've seen damage like this before, and it doesn't always end well, especially at night. So this is really unfortunate. And I hope that everything ends well. I hope everyone's okay. And again, we'll get more news here with damage as time goes on. But again, this thing's heading straight for Midnight in Silver City. So if that hasn't convinced you that you need to get to shelter, I don't know what will. But if you're in Midnight or Silver City, it's time to go. This thing's heading straight for you. And that tornado emergency is more than warranted. Mesoscale discussion. That mesoscale discussion has been corrected now for the proper storm and has reverted to the old graphics again, because of course it has. Regardless of that, though, again, this is a very dangerous situation that continues to unfold. So,
hello, we have just had a confirmation from Sam Emerson, who is the person who created, or at least led the creation of the radar based tornado estimation. The velocity, the wind speeds are in the 94th percentile.
Oh, goodness gracious.
The TDS height is in the 98th percentile. The chance of being a violent tornado is 100%.
Oh my goodness. So Samuel Emerson has led the creation of a project that's been pretty accurate here in determining the intensity of a tornado. So this is likely, and I don't like saying this, but we're going to say it now. This is probably an EF4 plus tornado that moved through Rolling Fork. We'll see if the proper damage indicators are there, but this is now heading straight into Midnight in Silver City. This is catastrophic. This is about as bad as it gets. I can't really word it much stronger than that. Again, you just heard there, 94th percentile for winds, 98th percentile for how high this thing lofts debris in the air. So this is in like the top 5% of tornadoes in terms of strength. It looks like
only 1 in 50 tornadoes that produce a debris signature on radar. So basically, 1 in 50 EF2 plus tornadoes get to this level.
Yeah, so this is the real deal here. And again, this thing's heading straight into Midnight right now with that tornado debris signature. And my goodness, I mean, that's terrible news. Yeah, that is really bad news there.
And it is currently moving towards Silver City and showing no signs of slowing down.
No. It looks like the strongest winds from each side have decoupled slightly. That might be the saving grace, but that's picked up again slightly here as it's heading into midnight. So I'm not sure. This thing could remain on the ground for a very long time yet. But if you're in midnight, this thing's right on your doorstep. If you're in Silver City, this thing is right on your doorstep. Um, Again, a tornado emergency for midnight in Silver City until 9 p.m. Goodness gracious. I mean, we knew that this could happen today. And in some real sense, we're lucky that it looks like it's been just one storm. But
this one storm could go on for hours now.
it could, as we're not in best conditions yet.
We do still have the second storm in northern Mississippi, which remains tornado warned at this time. It's not confirmed.
Yes, it is.
But it's currently moving. It's about to hit I-55. So anyone on I-55 between Batesville and Oakland there should be no one traveling on I-55 between Oakland and Batesville right now. This tornado warned storm is moving over it. You've seen what the environment's done farther south. Get to shelter immediately if you're on that stretch of highway. Do not move on to that stretch of highway until the all clear is given. That'll be about 15 minutes from now, but no one should be on that stretch of highway right now. After it crosses I-55 between Oakland and Batesville, it'll move towards Water Valley, Taylor, and Oxford, Mississippi.
Yeah, so certainly not good news there. And again, that's somewhat robust rotation, although it's nowhere near what we're seeing to the south here, as this tornado is now moving through midnight. So if you're in midnight, now's the time. We've been telling you to get to shelter for a while now. This was the time to do it, because this tornado is pretty much over you now.
Well, given the lag in radar, it's passed through midnight at this point, or passed by midnight. We obviously, due to the fact that radar doesn't view at ground level, we can't tell whether there's been a direct hit or not until after the fact, unless it's a big metro area. So these smaller locations, we didn't know Rolling Hawk had been fit for certain until we got those photos. But Silver City, next location on the path, it's going to cross the highway north of Silver City or go through Silver City proper. Anyone in that area, Silver City, Belzoni, be in a safe place now. The tornado emergency remains in effect.
Absolutely. Looks like Vince Welty's in Silver City right now. So, my goodness. Horrible situation.
If he's in Silver City, I just hope he knows what he's getting himself into, because this thing is still on the ground and it's coming straight for him.
Yes, agreed. We have a new tornado warning that's just gone into place here. This is an extension of the tornado emergency. This is for northern Holmes, western Carroll, southern LaFour, and east central Humphreys counties until 9:30 p.m. This is just radar confirmed. There is no PDS tag, no tornado emergency tag on this warning, but still, this tornado looks rather strong on radar. We still see that correlation coefficient drop, so we know that there's a powerful tornado ongoing here, and I wouldn't be shocked to see that upgraded with time. Regardless of that, if you're in Holmes, Carroll, LaFour, and Humphrey counties, and in the following cities, it's time to get to that safe place. We've just seen this thing do very, very significant damage in Rolling Fork. So if you're in Chula, if you're in Sidon, if you're in Black Hawk or Seven Pains, if you're in Sola, if you're in Malmason, if you're in North Carrollton, it's time to get to that safe place right now, as a large, damaging, dangerous tornado is currently ongoing. I'd like to note here that Vince Welty, who is in Silver City, the barometric pressure there has dropped 5 millibars in the past minute. And there it is. There was just a lightning strike. There is a large tornado still ongoing on the ground right now, folks. That is still a large tornado, it appears, on the ground right now. So, my goodness. This thing is not letting up. Bad news.
I think at this point, the only thing that we can do here at Effective Weather is just relay the same message to anybody who needs to hear it. Get to shelter now. Do not wait. If you're in Silver City, you have literally 3 minutes at most to make your way to shelter. I really don't know how else to put it. This tornado very quickly ramped up, and it produced significant damage to potentially catastrophic damage in Rolling Fork, and it has been ongoing ever since. There is a chaser, at least one, on the ground. He was able to have eyes on the tornado. It's still on the ground. We can see it. We're watching it, and it's about to strike pretty much dead center Silver City. So please get yourself to shelter now. Do not wait. This is not a drill. This is a dangerous tornado, and it is coming straight for you.
For anyone who's been following social media, storm chaser Marcus Reynolds got into bad shape chasing this dangerous storm, poor visibility at night. He was struck by the tornado near Rolling Fork. He is all right. His car has lost all windows and was inside the tornado. He has minor head trauma, but he appears to be all right. For anyone who's been following that on social media.
It also appears that we do have a situation that's looking pretty bad here in Rolling Fork too. So catastrophic damage there. Storm chasers saying that they need help there, that they need medical professionals. So looks like there's definitely been a worst case scenario there in Rolling Fork. Unfortunately, we don't have any confirmations of fatalities or anything of that nature yet. However, it's looking like a bad situation down there. So we're going to continue to keep you posted on that. But again, that same tornado moving into Silver City right now. This is big time. This is about as bad as it gets. And that barometric pressure just continues to tank there in Vince Welty's screen, and the temperature is also tanking rather rapidly. Although it looks like the pressure is rising again, and the tornado may have just passed him. But my goodness. So it looks like this tornado, while the radar hasn't shown it yet, this thing has just passed through Silver City. My goodness. Yeah, tornado emergency remains in effect here for midnight in Silver City. And now the tornado emergency is no longer in place for Sharkey County, but remains a tornado emergency for Silver City. So if you're in Silver City, there's a tornado emergency for you. This thing is heading straight into Silver City right now. So big time tornado emergency currently in effect as we speak there for a radar confirmed deadly tornado. Also storm spotter confirmed. This is catastrophic damage is currently occurring there in Silver City. Beyond Silver City, if you're in Belzoni, you need to be in your safe place. If you're in Tachula, if you're in Kruger, if you're in Black Hawk, you guys are next in line. It's time to get to your safe place here as the storm moves through. After this moves through Silver City, I am going to briefly check in on that tornado warning to the north, but we'll mostly be talking about the tornado warnings there. The tornado emergency currently in place here as we move forward. But again, that tornado looks like it's right over Silver City, folks. It's pretty close. If it isn't in Silver City, it's a very close call.
Hopefully it's a close call rather than a direct hit. We've already had one of those tonight. We don't need a second.
Could not agree more. But unfortunately, that's what it looks like.
I don't know if we can show the image because it does come straight off of another YouTube live stream from Vince Welty.
Probably can't.
No, you can't show that.
Yeah, but I did post it to our internals.
You can't tell. Yeah, okay, so the tornado is now rain wrapped.
Power flashes, though.
This was about 3 minutes ago. It's been producing power flashes as it's gone through Silver City, so it is impacting the city. And I saw that one single frame, and I managed to snag it just in time. It's very impressive, which is not what we want to see.
Goodness gracious, large large, dangerous tornado remains on the ground here. Still looks rather robust there on velocity, and that CC drop has become more robust after it moved through Silver City. So unfortunately, it looks like it has picked up some more debris there as this strong tornado continues to move through. So that's an extremely dangerous situation that remains ongoing, and we're going to continue to track it with time. If you have any questions, comments,
At this
concerns,
time, the
anyone.
extension is not tornado emergency. It is only observed
Correct.
tornado. That could be upgraded because the CC has. It looks like the CC is deepened after hitting Silver City.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there, but regardless, serious situation still needs to be treated very seriously regardless of the category of the tornado warning. Again, tornado emergency for Silver City, tornado warning for Holmes, Carroll, LaFour, and Humphreys counties until 9:30 p.m. So this thing will be near Chula around 8:55, Sidon around 9:10, Black Hawk and Seven Pines around 9:15, Malmeston around 9:25, North Carrollton around 9:30. So, dangerous situation.
Very dangerous situation.
That's for sure. Good news looks to be that the couplet is dying down some. Bad news seems to be that the correlation coefficient is not. So we'll see. The rotation looks like it might be broadening out a bit, but the inflow of the storm is still screaming. So we'll continue to track this as it moves on through, but this thing has now moved through Silver City. I do want to briefly check in now on the tornado-warned storm to the north. Don't want to leave anyone behind here. And again, if you know anyone within the enhanced risk region tonight or within the tornado warnings, please send them over here or at least to some sort of local news outlet. And this is very intense too. This has a bounded weak echo region on it now, with a very intense inflow, raw winds over 110 miles per hour going into it. So this thing has a very strong inflow region. And if this thing gets its act together, it could certainly drop a tornado later down the line. So this is in place until 9 p.m. for western Lafayette, northern Balboa, and southeastern Panola counties. At this time, that's for a tornado and quarter-sized hail. So if you're in Oxford, Baysville, Water Valley, George Payne State Park, Holly Springs International Forest, Pope, Springdale, Burgess, Cortland, Taylor, Shuford, College Hill, or Eureka Springs, you need to be getting to your safe place right now. This storm is looking quite similar to the way that this other storm did shortly before it started producing. It is farther north, and breaking news, that tornado warning there, that confirmed tornado warning is now a tornado emergency. That has been upgraded to a tornado emergency. So this is now a tornado emergency for Chula, and again, that's in place until 9:30 p.m. So again, that extension has now been upgraded to a tornado emergency. I cannot stress that enough. A large, dangerous tornado currently has moved through Silver City and is now moving towards Chula, a tornado emergency in place for Chula, and that's a particularly dangerous catastrophic tornado. So this will be near Thornton around 8:50. This will be near Chula and Howard around 9, Seven Pines around 9:15, Black Hawk around 9:20, and Coley and Emory around 9:25. So extremely dangerous situation remains in place there as a tornado emergency. Remains in effect here as the storm continues its march here to the east-northeast. So, extremely dangerous situation there. The tornado emergency appears more than warranted to me. And we have now moved past peak radar. We're now going to start getting higher and higher up in the atmosphere again. And unfortunately, this storm looks like it might move into a little bit of a radar hole, but will move pretty quickly towards the Tupelo radar. And downstream here, if you're up north near the Tupelo area, especially south of there, I'd be watching this, just in case. This is way far out, but I'd just be making sure that I'm weather aware tonight. And unfortunately, it does look like that velocity couplet has re-strengthened some in the latest frame too. So It looks like this tornado is going to be with us for a while, unfortunately, as this tornado emergency remains in effect, and Chula is the next city in the path of this thing. Jeff Petrowski, a famous storm chaser, who's been chasing for over 40 years, helped out Mike Morgan during the famous Moore tornado. He is currently tracking this storm. He says he has eyes on a large violent tornado west of I-55 as of 2 minutes ago. Where is I-55? That's with the tornado to the north. That's with the warned storm to the north. So
or he means or he means this one because it's also to the west of I-55.
That's true, but no, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah, it is west of I-55.
All the way through Jackson.
Yeah, you're right.
The northern
that's
storms crossed I-55
east.
at this
It's
point.
east. Yes, you're right. My bad. I'm sorry. But yeah, there it is. That large violent tornado remains on the ground. According to Jeff Petrowski, as a tornado emergency remains in place. If you're in Silver City, looks like the worst has passed, and looks like tornado emergency remains for Silver City, but Silver City, this has moved through you, so wouldn't be getting out of my safe place yet. But the worst has passed. The tornado now again heading in the general direction of Chula and Thornton. So if you're in that general vicinity, it's time to get to your safe place. I do have some good news here. That tornado debris signature is dying down quite a lot, and the rotational signature also looks significantly less intense than it once did. So hopefully that's a good sign that the tornado is in fact weakening. But this thing's currently moving through Grass Lake and Mathena right now, and it's heading towards Choctaw, Butler, Oak Grove, and Horseshoe. But again, the next big city there, Chula, that's the next big place that the Weather Service is concerned about. Do we have any additional information here?
We have visual confirmation of destroyed structures in Rolling Fork and Silver City, Mississippi. Confirmation that people are trapped in rubble and in need of immediate medical care. The tornado was large and wedge-shaped for its entire life between those two locations, including when it impacted Rolling Fork and Silver City.
My goodness. Yes, this is the real deal, folks. This is really bad, so we're gonna continue to monitor this with time.
To answer Big Nate, it was a large wedge-shaped tornado. There will be plenty of photos going around news and social medias tomorrow, if not tonight. I've seen multiple photos of this tornado. Currently, most storm chasers have gone into first responder mode and are trying to help people who have been impacted in Rolling Fork and Silver City. But it seems like this intense to violent tornado has made a direct impact on two towns.
My goodness. This is the real deal. So...
it's weakened or lifted briefly, but
yes.
It could well just be cycling. It may touch down again any moment.
Yeah, the CC's just gotten slightly deeper. Again,
yeah. So so it may not have actually lifted. It might just not have impacted anything. It might be going over an open field. It could still be on the ground and just as strong. Just how far away from the radar are we?
We are currently about 56 nautical miles.
Okay, we're 4,000 feet up, so yeah, still a CC being produced this time of year. Possible that it's just not impacting anything. It could well still be on the ground. It looks like it'll go just north of Chula, but anyone in the Chula area should be in their safe place now. Anyone in Kruger should be in their safe place now. And in longer term, this will move towards North Carrollton, which is in the warning, and Winona, which is just outside the warning.
Absolutely. And in the latest frame here, that velocity has made a comeback, unfortunately. So this is probably cycling. This is probably intensifying now rather quickly again, which certainly not the thing that we were hoping for. So
the radar indicated
goodness.
tornado warning with the northern storm has been extended. Storm is currently just south of Oxford, and it will be moving towards Denmark, Thaxton, Etta, Myrtle, New Albany, Ingomar, and Ecru. That's all in northern Mississippi, with the secondary supercell.
Yeah, and that
So the
supercell.
primary tornado is remaining under a tornado emergency.
Yes. And for good reason there. Again, that velocity signature does look like it is improving again. Unfortunately, as again, it looks like the tornado emergency. If you're in Kruger, if you're in Chula, you need to be in your safe places right now. And again, that tornado emergency lasts until 9:30. And this storm the good news is that it looks like this storm is going to be starting to move out of the most favorable conditions relatively soon. It looks as if those conditions are being suppressed a bit farther south than they were supposed to be, according to mesoanalysis. So this supercell.
Well, the parameter space, the parameter, the STP, decreased, but that's because of how it's calculated, and we're entering into a mature storm that needs very little buoyancy to keep going. The moisture will be sufficient, and the shear is upper end. It's very strong. This may be able to sustain well after the analysis suggests it shouldn't be able to keep existing. And indeed, at the models, whatever's going at this point could get stronger after the peak is now for the next 2 hours. And then it should decrease after that point.
Yes. But again, it looks like that low-level instability, it's moving out of that region where there's any sort of low-level instability whatsoever. So we'll see. I know it requires very little, but it looks like it could be virtually none, less than 25 surface to 3 cape. So we'll see if it can maintain itself. It looks like it's trying right now. The strongest parts of the velocity signature are decoupled at the moment. So if those can recouple again, we're in for a really nasty recycle here, and we still have enough of a CC drop to confirm that there's a tornado on the ground, but we'll see here. This has the potential to get substantially stronger in short order. I wouldn't be shocked to see this lower mesocyclone kind of dissipate and a new one form as this cycles, but regardless, tornado emergency there in effect for Chula. That's there for a reason. This thing is moving at 45 miles per hour, again, called a deadly radar-confirmed tornado. So it's time to get to your safe place here right now.
I have a message to share. Shared via Zachary Hall from a Rolling Fork, Mississippi law enforcement officer. Major tornado damage. We need as many ambulances as possible and any help for search and rescue in this town. Please share. Now, I'm no expert in speaking law enforcement, but that sounds like most of the town has taken a direct hit.
Goodness.
It's not a big town, so with a wedge-shaped tornado, it's entirely possible that the majority of the town could have received tornadic wind impacts. It's a devastating situation. It's what we hoped didn't happen. You always hope that if you do get any big tornadoes, they stay well away from towns. Unfortunately, the first big tornado of the night has gone straight through 2 towns.
It's bad news. It looks like it's going to go north of Chula here. That's good news, but still, if you're in Oswego or Wyatt, This thing's heading right for you. It's heading just between Butler and Choctaw right now. If you're in Butler, Oak Grove, Horseshoe, Choctaw, you need to be in your safe place here. And this thing will be heading in the general direction of Wyatt and Oswego here very, very shortly. So this is an extremely dangerous situation that continues to unfold. And I mean, this is just kind of a worst case scenario. This is what we were hoping wasn't going to happen. And unfortunately here, it's happening.
And it's, once again, it's a saying it only takes one. This moderate risk has verified. And according to radar analysis, this tornado has been producing damage on the ground for over 40 miles.
It is a long tracker for sure. Some good news here is it does look like the winds kind of in the RFD have slowed down some. But the inflow on this storm is just screaming. So even if this does weaken back down a bit, and even if it does lift briefly, this tornado certainly, I think that this storm is about to recycle because we're starting to see stronger winds there, especially on the inflow, decoupled from the RFD. So I think that our old circulation is weakening, our new circulation is forming. Regardless, do not let your guard down. Even if this tornado is currently weakening and even lifts, it could touch right back down again and produce violent damage just as quickly. This storm is more than capable of doing so. It is a mature supercell with a tornado emergency on it, and that's there for a reason. Yeah, it was about a worst case scenario. All right, let's take a look at that northern storm here real quick. We'll move right back to this storm here shortly. However, this storm does look like it's getting its act together a bit, and so I want to look at it here. And again, that inflow is just screeching with that storm. So this storm could also get its act together and quickly produce a stronger tornado as well. So we could have to track multiple strong tornadoes here relatively soon. So if you're in Lafayette, Union, Pontotoc, or Marshall counties, you're in a tornado warning until 9:30 p.m. It's time to get to that safe places. This is tightening rapidly. So we could be beginning to see the formation of another stronger tornado there. It's near Oxford, Thatton, Ecru, Myrtle, New Albany. So again, safe place. It's where you need to be right now. Let's get back now to that tornado emergency, which is the more pressing matter. And hopefully it remains the more pressing matter. Because I'd rather not, and I think, Kay, you'd agree with this, I don't think that two strong to violent tornadoes ongoing simultaneously would be a good thing.
No, definitely not. We won. Can we keep it to one, please? This storm is currently moving towards the highway between Tula and Kruger. It is likely still on the ground at this time.
It's
and
49
to my
east.
understanding, there is a small town north of Tula.
Yes, Wyatt. And Oswego.
Which it appears to be moving straight toward.
Yes.
So anyone in Wyatt needs to be in their safe place now. Anyone in Tula should remain in their safe place. Anyone in Kruger should remain in their safe place. And anyone east of Highway 49 east should be between Kruger and Tula, should be getting to their safe place now. That includes Adair, Blackhawk, Acona, Coiler, and Carrollton.
Absolutely, and that tornado debris signature remains with a now much weaker but still tight couplet, and then to the north, again, we have those winds exceeding 110 miles per hour with inflow into the storm, so I would not be surprised again if we see this cycle and drop another tornado here. but that tornado emergency remains. Again, near Chula, we have our tornado debris signature. This tornado appears to be about 2.5 miles away from Chula at this time. And it looks like it might move just north of there. According to radar, it's about 2.2 miles away from Wyatt and about 1.7 miles away from Oswego. Given how long it's been since the last scan, this could very well be moving through there right now, unfortunately. So, very dangerous situation continues as this tornado emergency unfolds.
Latest from Evan Bentley, Storm Prediction Center, severe weather meteorologist. A new supercell is developing on the southwest edge of the current supercell. It may become dominant. It's currently over Silver City, and he says we could see 2 strong supercells developing out of this cluster.
Yeah, there's a hook there. It's over midnight in Silver City, and there is a strong mesocyclone with it, unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, it's right over Silver City right now. So, my goodness, we could have another stronger tornado on our hands here. We're going to keep on tracking all of it as time goes on, but again, this has just been a bad situation all around. Not something that we like to see. But again, between midnight and Silver City...
And a watch will shortly be issued for central and northern Alabama.
Noted. Is that in the mesoscale discussion?
That is a tweet from National Weather Service Birmingham.
Okay. My goodness.
I believe it has been downgraded to a PDS tornado warning.
Let's see here. I've not seen that yet.
Well, the tornado emergency tag just went from my radar scope. I don't know if that's radar scope being funny or not.
No, it's been downgraded to a PDS tornado warning now.
Okay.
That is correct.
Still a life-threatening situation, particularly for any region that's been impacted by the tornado.
Yes.
And it may touch down again with little to no notice if it has indeed lifted.
Yeah, I'm just looking at video on Twitter here. There are homes that are just completely slabbed here near Silver Pine, Mississippi here. It's from about 12 minutes ago. And Reed Timmer just said that he's taking injured residents from Rolling Fork to a hospital and they need emergency personnel there like as quickly as possible. So it's not good down there at all. So, goodness gracious, not good news. And okay, that couplet near Silver City is getting much stronger too. So, I think we might have another tornadic supercell there of stronger proportions on our hands. This is kind of reminding me a lot of the progression of the Easter Sunday twin cells that kind of progressed over a much similar track back in 2020. This reminds me a lot of that. But this is really
we got
unfortunate.
less energy than they had, and we got more shear than they had. So, comparable environment, but often you get storms that find a line and they just form along the line, and one storm produces a big tornado, and then a new supercell forms in the inflow, and that produces a strong tornado. And then sometimes a third tornado forms, and sometimes a fourth supercell. It can go on. We've got hours before this bunches up, and even after it becomes linear, we could still see tornadoes continuing within that linear segment as it moves into Alabama.
Absolutely true. The CC drop looks to be completely gone now with the tornadic storm there. The PDS tornado warning there near Chula. Still, this is now past 49 east, but still, that is a strong couplet, and that could very well produce another tornado at any time as this moves towards Black Hawk, Collier, places like that. But again, it's moving out of that region of favorable wind shear. Not wind shear, I'm sorry, instability. Wind shear is more than favorable, but instability is going down a bit. So that might be the reason that this is weakened. We'll see. Um,
I mean, it's still got a very strong rotation signature.
for sure. And then again, that cell there near Silver City, that continues to strengthen with time. That could need a tornado warning at any moment. Uh, so there's a bit of a bounded weak echo region on it now, just like this storm had. So, and that CC drop has come back now on that other storm, the one near Chula, near the bounded weak echo region. So looks like this is probably a lot weaker, but there's still a tornado on the ground heading in the general direction of Black Hawk. So if you're in Black
Is
Hawk,
that a CC drop or is it low reflectivity? Because that's
are you
really low reflectivity.
are you talking about for the Silver City?
Yes.
I'm talking about for our storm near Chula, the one that produced the big tornado.
Oh, has that
Yeah,
really come back?
yes, it definitely has. It's very small, and yeah, it's consolidating. That velocity's improving again, so we're probably about to see this drop another powerful tornado, unfortunately.
Or the original tornado is still on the ground and this is its dying stage. Hopefully it's just hopefully it's the original tornado struggling to keep going,
I hope so, but the
because
velocity's
that would give us a
improved.
chance of it not touching down again.
I hope so too. I just don't know, because the velocity looks better than it did in the previous frame. So my fear is that it's coming back. My goodness.
Yeah, that's definitely back.
Yeah. There it is.
We got rid of it for 1-2 frames, so less
Yeah.
than 5 minutes and it's back.
Yeah. We have someone here saying a tornado is by you. Please help. So this is what you need to do. If you're within a tornado warning, if a tornado is near you, it's time to get to that safe place. So if you have a safe place, a shelter, that's where you want to be. So that's lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. We'll get you through this. So that's basically just going to mean if you have a basement, you want to go to that basement. If you know someone with a basement, you go to a neighbor's house, you go to that basement. You want to make it quick. Yeah, I don't know how long you have to act here, how close this tornado is to your location. But again, lowest level, sturdy building, interior room, protecting yourself from flying debris. Those are the big things. If you're in a mobile home, you need to get out of there. Even laying on the ground, flat on the ground, is better than being in a mobile home. It's better than being in a vehicle. That's most definitely the case. And yeah, unfortunately, as these new frames come in, the velocity is rapidly improving again. Although the CC here has kind of drifted away yet again. So we'll see what this ends up doing here with this tornado. But again, if a tornado is by you, lowest level, sturdy building, interior room, get to that safe place, and you'll be okay. You'll be okay. Just need to make sure you do that. All right. How many reported have there been so far? I'd assume you're talking about tornadoes. How many confirmed tornadoes have we had? Just the one?
We had a couple this morning, and then this afternoon it's been just this big one.
It's confirmed thus far. Yeah, that velocity couplet is tightening quickly again, unfortunately, as this heads towards Black Hawk. So if you're in Black Hawk, it's time to get to your safe place, as this is heading in your direction. So it's time to get to your tornado shelter right here, right now. Again, it's the lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. You know the drill. And then again here, back behind that storm near Silver City, this thing is intensifying quickly. it's getting more and more intense with every frame. So if you're near Chula, again, it's time to get to your safe place as well. Even if this first storm is past, the second one, it is intensifying quickly, might even require a tornado warning here shortly. But again, it's a particularly dangerous situation currently in place. So tornado warning remains in effect until 9:30 p.m. for northern Holmes and western Carroll counties at this time. And this is a particularly dangerous situation for a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Black Hawk, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour as of 9:10. So again, particularly dangerous situation, considerable damage for threat. This will be near Amory around 9:15 and Collier around 9:20. Carrollton is also going to be impacted by this, and yeah, I mean this velocity, I think, tells you everything you need to know. There isn't really much of a correlation coefficient drop with it anymore, but it is improving rapidly on velocity. So if you're within this PDS tornado warning, it's time to get to that safe place. And they have shrunk it down now because they are including this mesocyclone heading towards Chula, and that is strengthening rapidly. So this could most certainly drop a tornado at any time here in the near future. So that's pretty dangerous. As we head to the storm to the north here, the one that's been talked about a little bit, near New Albany, that has a really tight, well-defined couplet now on it on the southern end of the warning. There, it's going to be moving just north of Tupelo. Let's take a look here. I'm gonna see if I need to move this over. It's not confirmed this time, but I do want to briefly move over to that storm and talk about it real quick because that one looks like it is stronger now. So that's particularly dangerous. Okay, do we have any additional reports from social media, anything like that?
I'm not seeing anything right now. Beyond a couple new photos of the tornado.
Okay. We'll continue to monitor that with time. Let's move over to the Tupelo radar here. Might actually get us a good look at both
the western
cells.
supercell remains outside the warning.
Yeah, but you can see they shrunk it specifically to include that couplet when it moves within it.
I think so, yeah.
So we'll see. Yeah, it looks like the storm there near Oxford isn't overly strong, but still radar indicated tornado warning in place for that. And yeah, there it is. That mesocyclone is improving with a more robust inflow. And so now we have that really strong mesocyclone moving into that tornado warning area near Chula. That's getting very strong very quickly, which isn't something I like to see. And then we also have that couplet moving right over Black Hawk here that's also strengthening. So don't know if anything's on the ground right now, but if I were a betting man, I'd say there probably is.
It's likely one of these rotations is on the ground. It's a crazy situation. Two supercells 19 miles apart, one has produced a long-tracking, likely violent tornado, which is not to say it be rated violent, but radar indicates it was likely violent. But the western supercell has formed recently in the inflow of the first tornado. They're sort of connected to each other. They're both existing simultaneously. And we don't have any confirmed tornadoes for the western one yet, but it could touch down at any moment. And it remains a life-threatening situation.
Absolutely. This is particularly dangerous, and it's something that we're going to continue to track with time. So again, we have Two major storms here with this life-threatening situation, 19 miles apart. The first one moving towards Black Hawk with a rather robust couplet here, indicative of a strong rotation that could be producing a tornado. We then have here this second couplet that's moved through Silver City, moving towards Chula, that is strengthening rapidly with every frame and could also drop a tornado at any time. So we have two pretty dangerous looking couplets here that could drop tornadoes at any time. And again, it looks like we could have a tornado back on the ground here near Black Hawk. We'll see what happens as that couplet moves over the city. The hope is that we won't see anything on the debris, and we'll know that there isn't a tornado on the ground with this, at least now. But we'll just have to see how that looks with time. If anyone has any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please ask us. If you know of anyone who is within this risk area, within these warnings, please send this to them, or at least tell them to tune into local media, have ways to get those weather alerts so that way they can stay safe during this extremely dangerous situation. But, my goodness. It's a
Things
really
have stepped down for
sad
now.
situation.
They could very much come back up in the future.
That is for sure. We're going to continue to monitor things as time goes on. And unfortunately, here near Black Hawk, some radar contamination there, so we can't really see what's going on there.
So this is a developing situation, but while we have a brief moment as we wait for the next radar scan, let's go over what happened. The event started much later than expected. We did have a couple of supercells early on, but they didn't seem to be producing much. They took a long time to get going. And then, almost as if by magic, around 7:30 p.m., the storm started rapidly getting better. And by around 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time, a tornado touched down somewhere near the Mississippi River by Lake Providence. And it strengthened into a large wedge tornado before directly impacting the town of Rolling Fork, West Mississippi. It remained large and likely violent as it moved to the northeast, moving between Anguilla and Louise. It then made a near pass or direct hit on Silver City. Damage has been reported in that town as well. And then it moved near Chula and Wyatt, Mississippi, before possibly dissipating at some point. However, it is very much on the ground again.
Yes,
With
it
that
is.
latest scan, it's undeniable.
Big CC drop there near Black Hawk, and a new PDS tornado warning has just been issued here for eastern Carroll, Webster, and Montgomery counties in Mississippi until 10:15 p.m. for a radar-confirmed, particularly dangerous tornado. It's currently on the ground. So let's talk about where this is. Black Hawk just got hit by this. Kola is just north of this, but the following areas will get hit here in relatively short order, and that CC drop's being even detected on the Tupelo radar. My goodness. Okay, so if you're in Valden, this is going to be hitting you around 9:30. If you're in Winona, this will be hitting you around 9:35. This will be near Kilmichael around 9:45, Lodi and Sweatman around 9:50. Embry will get hit here around 10 o'clock, and Euphoria and Belfonteo around 10:05. Again, the Weather Service using the wording, a large, dangerous, potentially life-threatening tornado is on the ground. So again, this is that time to get to the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room, as this tornado is back on the ground, and we have a recycling supercell. And then, of course, we also have that other storm there near Chula, and we still don't really know what's going on with that just yet. But my goodness, we have a robust now tornado debris signature back with this. That is a deep tornado debris signature. And let's see here how high up we can get this. We don't have frames there yet, but this is much deeper now on the next frame, unfortunately. So, Kay, I wouldn't be shocked if they upgrade this to a Tor E again.
I wouldn't either. And just to respond to the most recent comments, they have requested as any ambulances possible to head to Rolling Fork and Silver City, but Rolling Fork appears to have taken more severe damage at this time. They're requesting as many ambulances as possible, so anyone in the nearby area, which is west of Mississippi, near Mississippi River, west of Jackson. if you have an ambulance in that area, please go to Rolling Fork and help with getting injured people to hospital. If you're in the local area and you are trained in search and rescue, they would also greatly appreciate your assistance. They're overwhelmed right now and have put out requests across social media for people to come and help.
Yeah, and we'll keep you guys posted on that because once a bunch of medical professionals get there, it can actually become a hindrance. So we're gonna yes, if you can go over there and help, now is a great time to. We'll keep you posted though because that could change as time goes on. So,
This
but yes,
TDS has exploded from nothing
yes.
to a monster tornado in just a few minutes. This is likely another intense tornado, now ongoing southwest of Carrollton.
Yeah, and my goodness, here we go. That velocity is really intense again. So again, it's a PDS tornado warning in place for that. As a powerful.
That is very near to Black Hawk.
Yeah.
Hopefully this has gone north of Black Hawk, but still there are very rural communities, there are scattered houses, there are churches everywhere around this part, so even if it misses the named towns, it could very easily impact people, unfortunately. So this is another very dangerous, life-threatening situation. We are in north central Mississippi, southeast of Greenwood, moving towards Winona. In fact, moving directly towards Winona. This tornado is moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Given its current location, it will be in Winona in less than 15 minutes. You have 10 minutes to get to your safe place before the tornado arrives in Winona. Given its history, it will likely still be on the ground and be a life-threatening situation when it arrives in Winona. Everyone in Winona needs to be in a safe place now. If you're in a mobile home, if you are driving on the interstate, get out of your car, get out of your mobile home, go to the nearest sturdy building. If you don't know anyone who has a shelter nearby, go to a restaurant, go to a McDonald's, a fast food place, anywhere. Just go there, get inside. A sturdy building is always better than a mobile home. If there's anywhere within 5 minutes, you have 5 minutes to drive there in a mobile home, and you can leave now, leave now. If there's somewhere, but go to your nearest place. Don't go to your favorite place, just go to the nearest well-built structure. It's better than a mobile home. But you only have 5 minutes. You have to leave now. If you wait much longer, you'll have to find shelter in your immediate area, and that may mean leaving your mobile home and trying to survive the tornado outside.
Yeah. KFOR News Channel 4 meteorologist. This is the guy that covered the Moore tornadoes of 2013 and 1999, saying that looks like a large, fast-moving, violent tornado is likely on the ground, moving at over 60 miles per hour, or it's been going for over 60 miles. So he doesn't believe it lifted. We'll see what that looks like on the surveys, but
it is
regardless,
possible that it just weakens and is re-strengthened. That does happen sometimes.
Agreed. We've watched it happen multiple times. But yeah, that particularly dangerous tornado warning remains in place. Let's see just how high that tornado debris signature is. Give me a moment here as I try to find how high up in the storm this gets. Currently evidence for a debris signature up to 15,000 feet in the air already. That's not a good sign. But here we are. So let's go over the first warning. This is a PDS tornado warning. And if you're in Black Hawk, if you're in Collier, you're still in your safe place right now as that second circulation is coming in behind the first. So you still have to stay in your safe place there. But basically, if you are within northwestern Holmes or western Carp counties, you're in a tornado warning until 9:30. Again, a tornado moving at 60 miles per hour. If you're in Black Hawk, Collier, any of the places that just got hit by this tornado, you need to be in your safe places. Another one could be on the way. If you're in Eastern Carroll, Webster, or Montgomery counties, you're in a PDS, particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning, until 10:15 p.m. So again, Valden, you have 5 minutes until this hits you. If you're in Valden, this is probably going to go north of you, but we don't know that. You're still within that tornado warning. Winoka, you're going to get hit here around 9:35. So you have 10 minutes at most, maybe less, before this tornado hits you. If you're in Kilmichael, you have until 9:45. Lodi and Sweatman around 9:50. Embry around 10 o'clock. Euphoria and Belfenane around 10:05, with Walthall also potentially being impacted by this particularly dangerous situation that continues to unfold. And my goodness, there you can see there the velocities just look great on this storm. And that southern couplet, while it doesn't look quite as good as it once did, it still looks like no joke. So, my goodness.
I'm seeing visual confirmation of at least one destroyed mobile home. Hopefully no one was in it at the time. That's in Belzoni. Where is Belzoni? So that would be just after it went through Silver City, southeastern part of Belzoni. So we continued producing damage after Silver City, which is what we expected. But to confirm, that tornado is moving towards Winona.
Yes. And again, that's a quite intense new tornado currently ongoing here, or it could be the same one. We don't actually know. As the system continues to move on through, again, particularly dangerous tornado warning remains in effect for Carroll, Webster, and Montgomery counties until 10:15 p.m. Again, it's a damaging, deadly, dangerous radar-confirmed tornado on the ground here. And again, if you're in Winona, this thing's on your doorstep. So you gotta take this seriously. I do want to briefly talk about our tornado warned storm there, heading towards the Tupelo area. It's heading northeast just very briefly, because I don't want to leave anyone behind here. But this tornado warning storm, it doesn't look overly robust. This is going to be allowed to expire in 3 minutes. A severe thunderstorm warning is in place for Union, Tippah counties, Prentice County, and southern Alcorn County in Mississippi until 10 o'clock. And they do mention the possibility of a tornado with that. And we do have breaking news that is now a tornado emergency for Winona. Tornado emergency for Winona. So they have upgraded this to a tornado emergency again. My goodness, like, this is about as bad as it gets, folks. I don't know how else to put it. This is a tornado emergency there for Winona, as this extremely dangerous tornado moves towards it. So let's talk about it now. Again, that PDS tornado warning there that includes Black Hawk for that other circulation will probably be allowed to expire in 2 minutes. And then again, tornado emergency for Winona. So this is a emergency until 10:15 p.m. for Eastern Carroll, Webster, and Montgomery counties. And at 9:26 p.m., a confirmed large destructive tornado was located near Kola, or 9 miles southwest of Winona, moving southeast at 50 miles per hour. So that is a big time tornado emergency currently in place there. Damaging, deadly tornado. And again, it's heading straight for Winona. So if you're in Winona, it's time to get to that safe place. This thing is going to very shortly be crossing through Route 55, Highway 55. And we are also tracking, there's a storm chaser on this storm, so we'll see if we can get a visual of the tornado. We won't be able to show it, but we'll be able to look, see what's going on there. But again, a tornado emergency is currently in place for Winona. So if you're in Winona, it's time to take your tornado precautions, as a deep tornado debris signature is back with this storm, unfortunately. So let's see just how high up in the air this gets. The good news is that the evidence of tornado debris is nowhere near as high as it was in the previous one, 13,000 feet. That's still fairly high. And we'll see what we can continue to get out of this. But again, that's a tornado emergency for Winona. So if you're in Winona, it's time to get to your tornado safe place right now. This is getting somewhat farther away from the radar, so it's going to be harder to see. And it's going to be harder to see these tornadoes.
But it's not just Winona. This tornado is crossing I-55 imminently or as we speak. So anyone on I-55 north of Weiden and south of Prospect Road, so anywhere near Winona really, and also people on State Route 82 and State Route 51. Anyone near Winona on the interstates and highways need to be seeking shelter immediately. Do not be driving on these roads. The tornado is rain wrapped. You will not see it until you are inside it, and at that point it may be too late.
Unfortunately,
and time
that
is
the
up
case.
in Winona.
Yep.
You have seconds at best. In southwest Winona, you have a minute in northeast Winona. This storm is moving rapidly. It is a strong, if not intense, tornado. Hopefully not stronger than that this time.
Yeah, we don't know that, unfortunately. This needs to be treated as if it's just as strong as the last tornado. Same cell, similar environment, needs to be treated just as seriously. Again, that's a tornado emergency for Winona, as this does move in to the city of Winona. This has crossed I-55, and in my goodness, that is just unbelievable. Terrible situation there. And again, we'll continue to monitor things with time. If you have any questions, comments, concerns, or know anyone who is within this tornadic thunderstorm risk, or within the tornadic thunderstorm itself, you need to contact them. You need to get them to a place where they can get information, whether that's this stream, whether that's the weather service. Don't care what it is. They just need the information, and they need it now. Is an extremely dangerous tornado is currently ongoing and heading towards Winona. Looks like it's probably going to hit the southern side of town, although we don't know because of the radar displacement, so this could hit town directly. Again, we don't exactly know. You need to be in your safe place right now if you're in Winona.
And there is a mesoscale discussion in place saying that a strong to intense EF2 to EF3 tornado threat continues in a favorable environment. And the mesoscale discussion shows it continuing up to the Alabama border. In fact, it stops a few miles south of Tupelo. It doesn't go towards Tupelo directly, but it's heading in that sort of direction.
Yeah. And they're saying again another 30 to 60 minutes of a continued intense tornado threat here. And this thing, yeah, it's moving into Winona right now, unfortunately. So let's hope it misses. Let's hope we get lucky with this one. We will know soon enough. But again, this is where all of our focus is right now. And this is a large wedge tornado. Reed Timmer got some
tornado
really good
emergency
photos of that.
continues, obviously. The next location that this tornado is moving towards is Waltle. That appears to be the location at greatest risk. Anywhere between Winona and Waltle. It should go just north of Kilmichael proper, but anywhere on the north side of Kilmichael could be impacted. Of course, if you're in the polygon, be in your safe place. There could be satellite tornadoes. You never know. So Kilmichael, Duck Hill should be to the north, but stay in a safe place to be safe. There will be strong winds and hail regardless for you. Eupora, Mississippi, Waltle, Mississippi, you have 10 minutes top. Get get to your safe place if you're not there already. Get to your safe place now.
Absolutely true. Extremely dangerous situation remains here. I mean, my goodness, this has been unbelievable. This has been a terrible situation, a terrible day. Even if it's just the one storm, still, it's been a bad day today. As this continues its march to the east-northeast. Again, so Walthall, that's the next big city. But again, if you're in Kilmichael, Tamul, Euphoria, Swetman, Duck Hill, stay in your safe place. And yeah, my goodness, we have yeah, so there are storm chasers just absolutely rushing towards Winona right now. And it does look like that CC drop is a bit less defined than it was. So hopefully this tornado is weakening. It doesn't look quite as good as it did in the previous frames, but it might have been too late for Winona. Let's hope not. We will know soon. As this life-threatening situation continues.
Yeah, you said it. This life-threatening situation continues. This is a strong to intense tornado. It may have been violent at least one point in its life. And everyone needs to be taking this seriously.
Absolutely. Terrible situation going on here. To say the very least there near Winona. And yeah, that couplet looks much, much weaker as that CC drop begins to fade. So hopefully this is the beginning of the end of this thing. It's moving into a less buoyant environment. And hopefully it'll just be able to choke itself off.
That's the hope.
Well, here's something rather shocking. Weather Service Birmingham, I have this graphic on my screen from them. They are talking about concerns of this storm here near Winona right now, producing strong tornadoes in Alabama. They are talking about significant tornado conditions remaining favorable as it heads in to Alabama, and they're already giving people a heads up about this cell moving into Alabama.
That's great confidence, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's not what you like to see. It does look like it's getting messier to me, though. So let's hope that continues. Regardless, let's see here. I'm going to go to the Tupelo radar briefly here, because I want to see, we have a new tornado warning that's gone into effect here for Union, Itawaba, Lee, and Prentiss counties in Mississippi until 10 p.m. for a radar-indicated tornado. So if you're in any of those counties, again, get to that safe place. You know the drill here. Pretty strong couplet with that. That's actually pretty impressive. So this could end up being pretty dangerous here as time goes on. But, I mean, my goodness. Not a particularly huge fan of the fact that we do have that storm up there looking stronger again. So we'll see what this can do, but again, a concerning situation. That CC drop remains well defined there after this has moved through Winona. That velocity, while it looks a bit weaker, still looks strong enough that this could most certainly be a strong tornado. If you're in Walthall, if you're in Euphoria, if you're in Kilmichael, it's time to get to that safe place. If you haven't already, you should have when you were put under the tornado emergency in the first place. Advanced warning is really good. That way you can get comfortable. It's a really dangerous
The only
situation.
saving grace we have is it's just the one storm.
Yes.
It could have been multiple.
Yeah. But my goodness. Yeah,
Were
tornado.
you just talking about the tornado warning on the northern storm, or has that been
Yes.
issued since you mentioned?
No, I mentioned that. If you want to go over it again, though, you most certainly can.
It appears to be related to the tornado warning or the storm that's been tornado warned since it was in southwest Arkansas.
Yeah.
However, the motion on the warning has recently changed, which suggests the storm has completed its transition to a linear mode and is now fully embedded. In actual fact, this might be a new spin up altogether of its own, and not directly related to that storm. This could be a part of the line south of where that storm ended up. There appears to be a threat for. Given the presentation, it looks like there should be a hail threat, but they're only saying penny-size hail for now. Maybe that'll change in the next update. But yes, a strong line of storms with significant wind gusts and a possible tornado that's moved just south of New Albany. It's now east of New Albany, north of Blue Springs. But this whole section of the line is very active, and there could be one or more tornadoes touching down imminently within this tornado warning and near this tornado warning. So Boonville, Dumas, Jumpertown, Rienzi, Tishomingo, you're not in a warning right now, but you could be threatened by this region of thunderstorms that is capable of producing a tornado in the near future. Within the warning itself, you heard Thomas go over those locations, but just be aware if you're in that general region in northeast Mississippi, the line of thunderstorms is coming your way and it is capable of producing tornadoes. However, the main supercell with an intense tornado that is on its 5th or 6th tornado emergency has moved through Winona. It doesn't look quite as good as it did before, which is great news. However, there is still a signature. It is still likely on the ground. And it is definitely still a life-threatening situation. It's moving north of Kilmichael at this time, towards Walsall. People in Slate Springs, you're not in the warning at the moment, but you should still be in your safe place. People in Winona, the storm is likely past you, but remain in your safe place for a few more minutes until it's gone calm outside, and that way you know nothing else is likely to fall over, because RFD winds after the tornado, can often finish structures off after they've been damaged by the tornado, or do things such as knock telephone poles over. Now, of course, there are any power lines that will be live if you go out after the tornado has passed, and so stay away from any wires, because you can't tell if they're live until you get shocked or don't get shocked, and getting shocked is a life-threatening situation, obviously, so stay away from those until they're confirmed safe.
We have an extension here. Just wanted to mention this. A particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has just been put into place for Chickasha, southern Calhoun, and west central Monroe counties until 10:30 p.m. For this tornado, this radar confirmed tornado. So again, it's a tornado emergency, or was a tornado emergency, that has been downgraded to a particularly dangerous situation warning as well. So it is a PDS tornado warning now, with the storm near Winona that's just moved through, heading towards Walthall and moving northward. This storm, it should be noted though, it does look substantially weaker. That CC drop looks like it's kind of become ill-defined. and that couplet does look much less well-defined as well. We've just transitioned radars for those of you viewing from the Jackson radar to the Tupelo radars. We've gone to the crossover of how high in the air it's scanning, and now we can actually look at both of these storm complexes through the same radar, which is quite convenient for me.
However, it is worth noting that due to changing to a new radar, it's not as easy to tell how the tornado's doing.
Correct.
Because we can't compare it to previously. We'll get a better idea of what's happening as it comes closer to the radar site. The radar site is on the Mississippi-Alabama border near Amory, Mississippi.
That is most certainly the case here. We're just taking a look now. Seeing what's going on in Winona. I'm just seeing if there's any damage out of there. But yeah, this has been very dangerous. So let's take a look at what we currently have going on from south to north. So we have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that remains in place until 10:15 for northeastern Carroll, Webster, and Montgomery counties. Again, it's a PDS tornado warning for those regions. So this will be near Embry around 9:55, so that's about 10 minutes, and Bellefontaine around 10. So Euphoria, Withal, Bellefontaine, Sweatman need to be in your safe place now if you're in any of those areas. Although it should be noted that this couplet is weakening, which is quite good news, rather quickly. And then the PDS tornado warning that goes on from that, that's for Chickasha, Calhoun, and Monroe counties until 10:30, all Mississippi, for a large tornado that's currently on the ground, it appears. Although, again, ill-defined correlation coefficient drop as well. So, again, considerable damage with that as well. So if you're in Houston, Calhoun City, Verdman, Derma, Slate Springs, Prairie, Pilan, Treblock, Haluka, New Haluka, Woodland, Sparta, Thorne, Van, Vliet, Parkersburg, Thelma, Tabbsville, McCody, Anchor, Atlanta. It's time to get to that safe place. I mentioned that tornadoes are extremely difficult to see at night. I can agree with the Weather Service on that front. So we'll see what happens there. It does look like this couplet's getting tighter. The velocity returns are weaker, but it's tightening. So we'll see what happens there. Well-defined hook echo now on the northern side of this northern tornado warning. So this is the tornado warning that's in place until 10 for Union, Itawamba, Lee, and southwestern Prentiss counties. So this is for a tornado and golf ball sized hail. So if you're in Baldwin, Centillo, Guntown, Metrici, Pratt's, Friendship, Blair, Sherman, Marietta, Graham, Georgia, Brannan, Ellistown, Eggville, Kirkville, Jug Fork, Hobo Station, Chapelville, Alpine, Birmingham, Birmingham, or Corona. Get to your safe place right here, right now. It's lowest level, sturdy building, interior room there. And again, it's a well-defined hook with quite the couplet on it as well. So we'll continue to take a look at that. I'll be right back here. Kay, if you wouldn't mind just taking over the stream for just a minute. I have been out of water for the past half hour and would like to go get some.
Certainly.
So I'll be right back.
Okay. So, for the time being, a PDS tornado warning remains in effect for portions of central northern Mississippi. A tornado warning is also in effect for northeastern Mississippi. The PDS tornado warnings were for a tornado that moved through Winona. It is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado with a history of producing severe damage. This tornado will be moving near Weltall, Slate Springs, Calhoun City, Vardaman, Woodland, Houston, New Hulka, Okolona, and surrounding areas in Mississippi. If you are in the polygon, respect the polygon, get to a safe space immediately. If you have been impacted by the tornado, and you are able to remain inside your property because it is safe, stay in your home. If your home is unsafe, get to a safe place and wait for emergency services to arrive or for search and rescue to arrive. They will assist you and tell you where to go if you're not able to remain in your home. Avoid live wires. Stay away from fires, and if you smell gas, stay away. Try and stay away from wherever it's coming from. Gas leaks can lead to fires or explosions after a significant tornado moves through an area. And this has likely been another significant tornado impact from this storm. It's currently between Duck Hill and Walsall, moving, and it may make a direct impact on Slate Springs, although it's hard to tell if it's on the ground at this time. We're currently quite far away from the radar site. The nearest radar is 70 miles away, so we don't have the best picture of what's going on the ground, but we assume it is still on the ground at this time. Behind the main storm is a secondary storm, which also has a rotation signature. This secondary storm is currently moving through Winona at this time. It does not appear to be on the ground, but people in Winona should still remain in their safe places for the time being. Because this second storm could cause additional damage. So, yeah, it may get calm for a brief time as the first tornado moves away, but the second storm could still produce strong winds capable of further worsening the damage in any location. Just to go over a history of this tornado, it touched down near the Mississippi River in far western Mississippi, just south of the Mississippi, Arkansas, Louisiana triple point. It rapidly grew into a likely violent wedge tornado before directly impacting Rolling Fork, where a catastrophic situation has occurred. Damage is major to extreme. People have been confirmed as trapped in buildings. They have put out a request for as many ambulances as possible. That was an hour or two ago now. The situation is hopefully more controlled at this point, but the cell tower is down and little information is getting in or out. After moving through Rolling Fork, the storm impacted Silver City, where further significant damage was occurred, and then the tornado appeared to weaken after passing near Tula. The tornado then touched down again and rapidly re-strengthened before moving into Winona. It likely passed through the southern side of Winona, which brings us to where we are now, with the storm, which probably still has the tornado on the ground, moving towards Slate Springs, Mississippi. In total, since the tornado first touched down, it has tracked over 100 miles. This is not the worst case scenario for today, because the worst case scenario for today was multiple of these storms tracking 100 miles, producing strong tornadoes. But even one such storm is still a catastrophe, and we hope there is no loss of life from this storm. Numerous people have been transported to hospital. In addition to the main storm, we have a line of storms producing severe winds, 60 miles an hour, severe hail of half to an inch, and the potential for tornadoes. This line of storms is currently northeast of Sherman, moving towards Saltillo, Guntown, Baldwin, Marietta, Manteschee, and Boonville. People in those areas should be prepared for a line of storms capable of producing a spin-up tornado. Due to the environment, these tornadoes may be strong, even if they last for a short period of time, and if one happens to touch down in your area, you will certainly know about it. Treat this tornado warning as seriously as you would any other, and seek shelter immediately. Outside of the two storms that are tornado warned, there are no other tornado warnings in effect. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in central Tennessee, but that will expire in 5 minutes and was for a low-end severe of 60-mile-an-hour winds. There are numerous flash flood warnings in effect. If one is affecting you, take necessary precautions. Do not enter flash flood waters. If you have to remain in one location, remain in that location until the flood waters recede. If you believe you are in danger, call 911 to get rescued. But hopefully, if you stay away from floodwaters, you will not need to be rescued in the first place. Remember that most deaths in the US from weather each year come from flooding, not from tornadoes or hurricanes. Turn around, don't drown, is the life-saving saying. Circling back to the headline storm, it remains roughly the same. Uncertain whether the tornado remains on the ground, but it has a history of producing intense damage. This storm is moving towards the south of Slate Springs and the northwest of Walsall, Mississippi.
Hello, I am
This is a
back. Oh, I'm sorry.
damaging tornado. Oh, you are back. Okay.
My apologies for disrupting you.
I was just going to go over the counties that are in the warning.
Go for it.
The extension of the PDS tornado warning is in effect for Chickasha County, southern Calhoun County, and west central Monroe County in northeastern Mississippi until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. That's the next 35 minutes. The warning that includes Winona has been in effect for some time for northeastern Carroll, Webster, and Montgomery counties. And that is in effect until 10:15 p.m. Central Daylight Time, so 20 minutes left on that one. Given the latest radar scan, I'm just going to compare against reflectivity briefly. Unfortunately, it seems like this tornado may still be on the ground. It's hard to tell because velocity is somewhat displaced from where it's showing up, so I can't say for certain. And we'll have to wait for the damage survey to see, but it's entirely possible that it could still be on the ground and it's borderline.
Yeah.
But it's moving near to Walsall. Slate Springs might get a near miss, but it's really hard to tell where this tornado is right now because of how far we are from the radar site. Anyone from Slate Springs down to Eupora should be in a safe place to be safe, especially since there could be satellite tornadoes or damaging winds.
That is for sure. Let's see here. What's going on with our tornado warnings? We do have 2 new tornado warnings that have gone into effect here. So let's go over both of them. The first one here has to do with the storm that's moved through Winona. This is a new warning to kind of complete that polygon. This is just a radar indicated rotation warning. It's bog standard. So it's good news that Weather Service doesn't feel like this supercell is producing a huge tornado threat right now. However, this has a history of producing damaging, dangerous tornadoes. So, and there could still be one on the ground. It's just hard to tell. So don't let your guard down if within this warning. This is for Webster and Clay counties until 11 p.m. So
we have a message from Jeff Petrosky, who 1 minute ago said that a new tornado is on the ground.
Wondrous. That is not good news. Okay, well,
he does not specify whether it is the main storm or the second storm just to the west of it. It could be either. He was in Winona. I suspect it might be the second storm having finally produced, but he also could have kept pace. So one of these 2 rotations has a tornado on the ground, according to Jeff Petrosky, who is a very experienced storm chaser. So you should treat all of these warnings, all of these polygons, as if a tornado is on the ground. A tornado is on the ground somewhere within them. Very hard to tell where because of the poor radar coverage and the fact that it's nighttime and a large amount of damage has happened, which is making travel and communication difficult. But a new tornado warning has just been issued to cover those bits of counties that were left out of the previous one. Is this because we're on a warning area boundary?
Yes.
That one was issued by Memphis, and this one was issued by Jackson. Okay, so They filled in the gap, thankfully, but that means that Manti is now in a tornado warning.
Yep. Should also be noted.
Any of these, yeah. Oh, yeah, there's a new one to the north.
Yep. That's for Itawamba, Lee, Toshmingo, and Prentiss counties until 10:45 for a tornado and golf ball-sized hail. Radar indicated.
Yeah, there's some big hail going on out here. And there could well be a tornado. There's some strong velocity, but it's hard to tell if that's updraft or downdraft because it's a bit contaminated and messy.
Yeah.
But in short, there is a dangerous line of storms with the potential to produce a tornado. Just moving through Boonville and points south and east towards Tishomingo. And then it will move through northern Alabama. So, northern Alabama, it's your time now.
Yep.
Florence, Huntsville, Decatur, and everywhere around there need to be on high alert now. If you're still awake, if you're planning to go to sleep in the near future, be aware that the line of storms is coming towards you and will remain severe until it gets to your location. There is the potential for spin-up tornadoes all the way through northern Alabama into far northwestern Georgia. And if you're going to sleep, you need to have a way to receive warnings that will wake you up so you can seek shelter.
I'd like to note on the good news front that the current tornado warning that the Winona storm is within, so this is the one for northwestern Webster and northwestern Montgomery counties, has been downgraded to radar indicated rotation. So the warning there beyond that along the same polygon remains PDS, but given this very weak couplet with a relatively weak inflow, a messier storm mode, and the downgrade to radar indicated, this looks like it's a much less serious situation than it once was. But again, this has a history of producing strong tornadoes, and could most definitely do that again with time. So this isn't over yet. However, this is definitely good news. This is what we like to see. And then to the north there, you can see that rather robust couplet, Kay. I can see what you're talking about there. There's even an inflow notch on it. It's just difficult to tell.
It's an embedded supercell.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's just difficult to tell whether it's going to manage to produce.
Yeah, and we likely won't know if it produced until we get a damage report or until something is found in the surveys tomorrow. But we do have a new mesoscale discussion for that line of storms in northeast Mississippi, and it does go into northwestern Alabama. Did we cover the tornado watch for Tennessee and Alabama?
We have not.
We should probably go over that after I read this mesoscale discussion briefly.
Go for it.
Which concerns that tornado watch. Severe threat, including the potential for strong tornadoes and damaging winds, continues across northeastern Mississippi into northwestern Alabama. A well-organized supercell cluster is tracking east-northeastwards across northeastern Mississippi. Ahead of this storm, sufficient dew points are spreading northwards, supporting surface-based storms, meaning tornadoes remain possible. Very strong wind shear is in place, and the environment is becoming increasingly favorable for intense supercells, even if embedded in a line of storms. Given this, strong tornadoes and damaging winds remain possible. I'm not reading that word for word, but hopefully you get the message. The environment's very favorable, despite the time of day.
Yeah, so we'll continue to monitor that with time. I would like to briefly mention that there is a line of storms, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, 1-inch hail, nothing off the charts or anything, but still a solid line of storms here, heading in the general direction of Nashville, Tennessee. So, just something I wanted to note there. There's a...
Oh, they've reissued that warning for that area, yeah.
Yeah, till 10:30 p.m. That's heading in the general direction of Nashville, so just make sure, if you're in that general vicinity, you have an idea of what's going on in the Nashville metro or areas around it. And great news, the tornado warnings all have now been downgraded to radar indicated rotation. We don't have any PDS warnings, anything of that nature anymore. So both of our tornado warnings are now on the same caliber. However, near Whitehall, near Bellefontaine, there is a hook echo with a strengthening couplet. As we speak, it looks like the cell is cycling, with the southerly couplet strengthening now rather quickly. So I would not be surprised if we see another tornado touch down from this in the near future. Question here, is there rotation near New Albany, Mississippi?
There was at one point there was a tornado warning very near or including New Albany. I think it was including New Albany. That is what is now south of Boonville.
Yes. So you're not in any sort of alerts now. However, you are going to have heavy rain, potentially a flash flooding threat here as time goes on. But no, you are not in any sort of rotation at this point. You were in a tornado warning. I apologize if you asked that question a while ago and I've just now gotten around to it. We've obviously had a lot going on here with this dangerous situation that's been unfolding. So I've been doing my best, and I'll try and do a better job in future if I missed that. But again, radar indicated tornado warnings remain, but near Whitehall, we do have a more robust couplet slowly forming up here with a hook echo. So we'll see if that manages to produce anything. While we are in a quick lull, I would like to go over that tornado watch that you were talking about. That new tornado watch. So let's go over it real quick. This is a new tornado watch that is in place for northern Alabama and middle Tennessee until 3 a.m. So this is for quite a while. Let's talk about it here. So, major things here. The watch probabilities. They have 70% chance of 2 or more tornadoes, a 30% chance of a strong tornado, 70% chance of 10 or more significant or severe wind events at 60 miles per hour or above, 1 or more hurricane force wind events. They have a 50-50 shot. They're talking about a 30% chance of 10 or more hail events and a 10% shot of 1 or more 2-inch hail events with a 90% chance of 6 or more combined wind and hail events. So that's what we're looking at right now. So a tamer watch for sure, but still one that needs to be taken seriously nonetheless, especially given the nature of what we've seen here recently. But my goodness, this has been a night, not a good one. For Mississippi. Normally it's Alabama that gets hit hard. But not today. Hopefully. Speaking of Alabama, they now have a massive severe thunderstorm warning that's just gone into place for them regarding that tornado warned storm currently ongoing. So we'll see what ends up happening there. But yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning. It's just gone into effect there. That is for Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin counties until 10:45 for 60 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail, with a note of a tornado being possible. So that's what we're looking at right now. Given this current lull in activity that we have and how brief it could be, we are going to take a very quick break here for the next couple of minutes. We'll be right back with more tornado coverage in just a moment. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Advective Weather. We're going to be talking real quick about the tornado warnings currently in place, what's already happened today as we've had significant to violent tornadoes that have been moving through numerous areas in Mississippi, although it's really been one cell that's been responsible for all of it. And then we'll talk about what the future holds here as well. With me on my team, it's myself and Kay this evening, and we're going to continue to take you through these strong storms as they continue to traverse Mississippi heading into Alabama. Kay, I know we've had some news, some rumblings about what's going on. No confirmations of anything just yet, really, in terms of what's going on from a humanitarian perspective there. As we continue.
That's right. In a situation like this, you always get rumors that start to fly of it's an EF4 from the damage, it's an EF5 from the damage, someone's died, people have died, confirmed casualties. Nothing has been confirmed yet.
Correct.
With regards to casualties or the EF rating. However, what has been confirmed is that structures have been destroyed in both Silver City and Rolling Fork. The damage is extreme, and there have been many people have had to go to hospital, so there's a large number of injuries, and several people at least were trapped in rubble after the tornado passed. There was also at least one storm chaser who was directly caught by the tornado. That storm chaser had all his windows blown out and the vehicle moved by the tornado. Although it appears that he was very lucky to escape with a minor head injury and nothing more serious, as far as we know. Of course, with a situation like that, you could have an internal injury that you're not aware of until later. We hope that he doesn't have any more serious injuries than that and makes a recovery, of course. And we hope that there aren't any casualties confirmed, but with such a large and violent we would be very lucky to get away with 0 casualties, especially after multiple towns have been impacted directly. We will have a video tomorrow that will cover the severe weather for the next couple of days, and at the start of that video we will do a quick update on what we know so far from tonight's events.
Yes, and as we continue to take a look at what's going on there, yeah, we'll have a video tomorrow regarding actually the big time severe weather threat that could be coming up. That'll be about a week from today, which is kind of crazy to say.
Yeah, Thursday and Friday.
Yeah. Assuming that
it's already a risk.
Yeah.
But that's in the future, and that's what we're doing tomorrow.
Yes.
Today, we have a tornado warning that stops at the Alabama state line. And on the Alabama side, it is a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
I have to correct you there. There's a tornado warning now on the Alabama side as well.
Okay, that's been extended.
Yes, so that's for a tornado and $half sized hail. So
1¼ inches.
Yeah.
So locations in or near this tornado warning are Red Bay, Russellville, Littleville, Cherokee, Florence, Sheffield, Muscle Shoals, Layton, St. Floridan, Gravelly Springs, and Waterloo. That's all in Alabama. And those are locations in the severe thunderstorm warning. And there is a tornado warning in the central and northern parts of that severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah.
Further tornado warnings may be needed as this line continues to move into Alabama. The storm that has been responsible for so much misery tonight, that produced at least one, potentially multiple intense tornadoes, strong to intense tornadoes, sorry, is currently located over Woodland, Mississippi, south of Houston, Mississippi. It is moving towards Aberdeen and Okolona and Amory, Mississippi. It is warned for a tornado and 69-hour wind gusts, and it is moving to the northeast at around 60 miles an hour. So it's moving a mile a minute. Currently over Woodland and Manteel means that it will enter Alabama in around 45 minutes time. It will start entering Alabama. And it's also moving towards Smithville, which, given their history, they definitely do not need another tornado. Thankfully, this tornado warning expires in 6 minutes. Let's have a look at the velocity. Velocity isn't amazing, which is great to see. Now, there is still rotation. There is very clear rotation, and it's right over Manti at this time. However, there is not a confirmed tornado. There is no debris signature. The velocity is not particularly strong, and hopefully, it doesn't produce another tornado. However, it absolutely cannot be ruled out, and any tornado warning needs to be taken seriously.
That is for sure. We have someone in the chat who says they live in Amory, Mississippi. So first things first, do not. There is no reason to be scared tonight. We know that these situations can be particularly scary, and they can be frightening, especially when you have thunderstorms, like the one that's produced the violent tornadoes tonight. Now, that same cell is heading in your direction. And I'll time this out for you just so you have an idea of when it's going to get there. But regardless of that, I'm going to just tell you what you need to do when it does get close to arriving. So how fast is this storm moving?
60 to 65 miles an hour.
60. Okay, we'll go 65 for an aggressive timetable there. So Amory, this will probably hit there around 10:50-ish. So you're not in a warning right now. You're not in a tornado warning. You're not in a severe thunderstorm warning. You're not in any sort of warning. You are in a tornado watch, which means that conditions are favorable for tornadoes. And again, that same storm that's produced these big-time tornadoes earlier is heading in your direction. That's the bad news. The good news is you don't need to be scared of that. Here's what you need to do. You need to make sure that you have multiple ways to get weather alerts, especially if you're going to bed tonight. We'll continue to cover this probably throughout the evening and overnight hours, assuming that it continues to produce these strong tornadoes. But make sure that your phone weather alerts are on. If you have a weather radio, enable that. You can turn on your TV, get that broadcast stuff going as well. So lots of stuff to look at there for sure. But if you're in Amory, all you need to do is you just need to be on the lookout, weather aware, and in the event that you are in a tornado warning, all you do is if you have a basement, if you have something like that, just get to the lowest level sturdy building, interior room, and that will be sufficient to making sure that you get out of the way of this thing. As long as you do that, as long as you take the actions that you're supposed to in a tornado warning, you're going to be okay. All right, so no need to worry. It's not going to be the end of the world. In a worst case scenario, yeah, your town could get a pretty big hit, but you're going to be okay as long as you take your tornado precautions. And as of now, this storm does not look particularly intense, so that's good news.
It went from not much to a big tornado in a very short amount of time earlier, and the environment is still favorable for tornadoes, and it could well put down another tornado at short notice.
This is true.
It will be the storm is currently moving into Amory. Currently some light rain and lightning and thunder going on outside. Winds will pick up, rain will become more intense. You could well get some hail, but the business end of the storm, where the tornadoes are possible, is around 25 minutes away from Amory at this time. So even though it's starting to rain and the wind's picking up and the lightning and thunder's flashing outside, you've got 20 minutes before the real dangerous part of the storm gets near you. And of course, we will keep watching this as this storm progresses. As long as there's a tornado warning on it, we'll keep monitoring it and letting people know what it's doing. But at the moment, the tornado warning has not been extended.
That is
The
correct.
storm to the north, however, is doing things, and it has just entered Alabama.
Ah, yes. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in Nashville, so I want to go over that briefly.
That is
Uh,
a big warning.
yeah. Looks like it's considerable damage threat too. Yeah, it's for Davidson, Marshall, Rutherford, Murray, Sumner, Williamson, Wilson, Chatham, and Bedford counties until 11 o'clock for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail. So that is quite the warning. And yeah, it looks like we do have a bit of a couplet here that's trying to redevelop. It's very weak right now, but that may not last forever. So we'll see. Let's see what's going on here to the south. It looks like there might be another cell there. Yeah, there's a new cell that's forming near Lexington, Mississippi. It's pretty elongated right now, but that's pretty isolated. So we'll see. That could do things later on. We actually have some kind of discrete-ish storms firing there near Vicksburg and Jackson, Mississippi. So that could get interesting. We'll just have to see. They definitely have the destabilization. But yeah, it doesn't look like the wind shear is the most favorable there. So we'll see what happens here. And here we are, just restarting the weather program real quick because it is a little finicky.
I'm seeing more reports coming across social media of people saying that there are multiple confirmed fatalities, but I've yet to see a reliable source confirm that yet. So it's just remains rumor at this time. I'm really looking, and I'm seeing lots of people saying the same thing, but I can't see anyone, saying I'm on the ground. It seems to be people repeating it on live stream the source, which isn't reliable enough.
No, so we don't really know yet.
However, they are saying that the whole area is impassable due to the damage and emergency response, and you should use an alternative route.
Really good news regarding that supercell that was producing those strong tornadoes. It is now practically unwarned. There's that small tornado warning for northwestern Clay County until 11 o'clock, but it's a very small shred of warning. The remainder, where that big warning was, now has a severe thunderstorm warning in its place for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail with a tornado possible tag on it. And then to the north, we have that tornado-warned storm in Alabama, and that is for Lauderdale and Colbert counties, but it's also radar indicated. So we're seeing this die down a bit, and that's good news to me.
Yeah, it's great to see that this storm is no longer tornado warned by the by Memphis. Tornado possible tag means that it could be upgraded to a tornado warning at short notice, but it does mean the main threat is those severe thunderstorm wind gusts and nickel-sized hail. But they happen very often through this area. I'm sure people are used to severe thunderstorms. I would recommend staying away from windows just in case. Could well be a tree gets knocked over or some fencing blown around. Don't want to get glass in your face, but it's less dangerous than it was, which is very good news.
That's true. We do have someone in the chat asking about if we could change our warning color scheme up a bit. That's been considered. The red and purple seems to be kind of the standard for severe and tornado on YouTube, although I know yellow and red has also been the standard. So I've gone for the red and purple because that seems to be the easiest um, to kind of digest for people. Although I get it. I was raised on the yellow severe thunderstorm warnings and the red tornado warnings too. So it's a bit jarring of a change for me too. We can try it at some point and see how people like it. I would like to add a key on the side too, so people know what these mean and don't just have to guess by what we're saying. But all that's in the works. So I promise it's been considered, and we'll continue to work on our live streaming layout. We're relatively new uh, to the YouTube live streaming game here, so we'll continue to learn and improvise and adapt as we improve our layouts.
But that does mean the only tornado warning besides that slither with the main supercell is the line moving into northwest Alabama, currently over Cherokee and Gravelly Springs, moving towards Sheffield, Muscle Shoals, Florence, and St. Florian. That is for a tornado and 1.25-inch hail, $half sized. There is also the threat of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts across the region. One good thing that we have out of this is that the winds appear to have been less severe than forecast. There is still time for the winds to get stronger, but the strongest winds I've seen so far were 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts for, of all places, Nashville and areas to the south of there.
Yeah.
And indeed the north of there. The line that just moved through Clarksville was warned for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and there is now a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Kentucky for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Yeah, I see that.
There's a huge amount of rain associated with this, and then an area of strong winds embedded within that. So northern parts of that, Bowling Green, it's been raining for an hour at this point, and there's potentially another hour of rain coming. But at some point, there's a nasty core with strong winds that's going to hit you in the next hour or two. Same is true for areas south. Franklin, Portland, Hendersonville is currently in the severe thunderstorm warning. The line is going to hit you shorter. That's very interesting. It's actually separated into segments, and they're not moving at the same time. And then to the south of that, it's not currently severe warned. There's a gap in the warnings between Columbia and Iron City. So Lawrenceburg, you're about to get hit by the line, but it's not severe warned for you. It's a bit lower, probably around 50 miles an hour, but it could be up to severe limits in very short order.
Certainly the case.
We are getting some news out of Winona, and it appears that the tornado began lifting before it entered the city. That's the first we've heard. That could change, but it appears that damage is certainly less widespread than it was in Rolling Fork and Silver City, which is good to hear. We didn't want to add a third town to our list of major damaged locations.
No. No, we did not.
But this appears to have been a crazy tornado. Brett Adair has this. Reese just posted a screenshot from some video he shot, calling it an insane tornado, and it is a monster comparable to any nighttime wedge you've seen. That's easily over a mile wide, visually. We'll wait and see what the damage survey says, but I'd be surprised if it doesn't hit a mile wide at some point, given the photos we've been seeing. Very, very impressive tornado, and so tragic to have hit multiple towns. Could have gone through farm fields the entire time and not caused any major damage, besides a few farm buildings and trees.
Yeah.
But you win some, you lose some.
The tornado warnings for that southern supercell have now been allowed to expire completely. However, the radar presentation is improving rather quickly, so this might need a warning again here soon.
Well, the southern warning, I can understand why it's been allowed to expire. The cell has moved out of it entirely.
Yes.
It's now entirely within Memphis's area.
Mm-hmm.
But if I take a look at the direction this has been going, so we started there, and we're now here.
For our viewer,
yes, it was Maddie, I believe.
Yes.
From Amory.
Oh, there is a tornado warning now with that storm. So
right, and the tornado end of this cell is moving straight towards Amory. Unfortunately, if you're still watching, you should move to your safe place now.
Yes. Now it's not something to be terrified of. It's not something to freak out about. But just know you're in that tornado warning now in Amory. So that includes Itawamba, Chickasha, and Monroe counties until 11:15. But we're going to take you through this. We're going to make sure you're going to be okay. We'll track this out for you as it moves towards and into Amory. But again, you'll be okay as long as you get to your safe place. But that's what you need to do now, as this storm is now tornado warned again. And I'll time this out here so we can get you an idea here. Kay, do you know how fast this is moving? It looks like 65 miles an hour in the latest. So, given how fast this is currently moving, Amory, this will probably hit you around, I'd say, 10:55. So 10:55, maybe slightly. I don't know, slightly.
We're currently 15 miles away, and it's moving at 65 miles an hour. So 10 minutes to move to shelter before the dangerous part of this storm arrives. Now, there's no guarantee it will produce a tornado, but unfortunately the environment is very favorable and it has a history of producing tornadoes.
It's also rapidly improving on radar here. If you're in Egypt, you need to get to your safe place right now. There's no CC drop, but this thing is rapidly improving.
It looks like it'll move just north of Aberdeen, but you should remain in a safe place until the all clear is given. It's moving to the south of Okolona at this time. But you're getting strong winds and hail there, so stay in your safe place too. And it's moving straight towards Amory and Hatley and Smithville, for that matter.
Yes, so...
Detroit, on the Alabama side, you are just out of the warning at this time, but a warning will likely be issued for your location in the not-too-distant future. In terms of entering Alabama, this storm is less than half an hour away from the business end entering Alabama, 15 minutes from the first rain and wind starting to cross over.
Okay, first things first, I want to respond to some of the things in the chat here. So, firstly, Maddie, like we said before, if you said you lived through the Smithville F5, I'm sorry that you had to go through that. That's a terrifying experience. There's a lot of talk about that in the meteorology community. That was a big one. So we know that was a terrifying experience. You got through that one. You'll get through this one. This looks like it's going to miss you to the south. We don't know that, but as long as you're in your basement, which you say you are, you're okay. You're going to be okay. You're going to be fine. You have time now, if you can go back up and get some pillows, blankets, things like that, to protect yourself from flying debris. It's a good idea, too. Some nice shoes, maybe. Like some thicker soled shoes, just in case there's debris to walk through in the end. But as long as you're in an interior room, you're in your basement, you're away from windows, you're going to get through this, all right? You're going to be okay. You're going to get through it. So we can guarantee that much as this situation continues. From Storm Tracking Forecasting, we have the question, do you think this was an F5? We don't know. That's the simple answer. We don't know, and we're not going to know until the Weather Service ratings come out. We have intuition on strength based on a few parameters from how strong the velocities were to how high in the air tornado debris was lofted, and from that there seems to be good evidence that this was a violent tornado, so it likely had winds of an EF4+. That does not mean the rating will be as such, though. So Odds are, yes, this was a pretty strong tornado. And with that, we do have some breaking news. This is a particularly dangerous situation now for the following counties. So if you're in Chickasha or Itawamba counties or Monroe counties, you're now in a PDS tornado warning. This is for a damaging tornado. Again, this is radar indicated rotation. There is now a CC drop with this as well, and this is very strong. This is very, very strong now, very tight. So confirmed tornado on the ground with this. Just to the east of Egypt. This could have hit Egypt directly, but a CC drop has just gone up with this. So dangerous tornado. So if you're in the following areas, it's time to get to that lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. It's time to get to that tornado shelter. If you're in Amory, Aberdeen, Oklahoma, Smithville, Prairie, New Salem, New Wren, Hatley, Gatman, Quincy, Turon, Egypt, Wise Gap, Wren, Makati, Buena, Vista, Sipsey Fork, Becker, Splunge, or Athens, then this is a dangerous situation for you. Again, a particularly dangerous situation currently in place as a now radar-confirmed tornado is on the ground. So another strong tornado. And again, Maddie, for you and Amory, you're going to be okay. You're going to get through this as long as you get to that safe place. You're in your tornado shelter. This is going to be something that you'll get through. So just make sure that's happening. We're going to time this out now just to get an idea of how fast this is moving. So let's start. That's not what I wanted to do. So this is currently moving at a speed of 65 miles per hour.
Call it 7 to be safe.
70, okay. We'll call it 70 to be safe. So currently, if you're in Becker, you have about 10 minutes until this would hit you. If you're in Amory, you have about 12. So this is looking like it'll get to you shortly, but again, you should be in your tornado shelter now. And oh my goodness gracious. Okay, that is a big time debris ball there east of Egypt. This is actually a thicker debris ball than I've seen in any of the other warnings for this thing so far.
It should be noted it's the closest to a radar it's been.
It is. That's a classic looking supercell.
I mean, we can immediately say that this is a strong tornado, likely intense. Can't say more than that, but anyone in this tornado warning needs to be in their safe place. That includes Smithville, that includes Amory, that includes Hatley. It's over Egypt at this time. We hope people in Egypt had enough warning to get to their safe places.
Jeff Petrowski saying that there is massive damage on Highway 35. So that's where this just crossed, but on Highway 35, Jeff Petrowski saying there is massive damage. So we'll see here. I'm not sure if that's because he's doing rescue somewhere or what's going on there. Where is Highway 35? Are we sure he doesn't mean 45? He said massive damage. Cannot find where Highway 35 is. Let's see here. Regardless of that, let's keep tracking this tornado. Big debris ball. Well-defined debris ball with a very dangerous tornado there that's currently on the ground. So again, that's a PDS tornado warning, particularly dangerous situation for Itawamba, Monroe County, Chickasha County as well. So again, it's a PDS tornado warning currently in place. It's a considerable damage threat. So if you're in Amory, Aberdeen, Oklahoma, Smithville, Prairie, New Salem, New Wren, Hatley, Gatman, Quincy, Turon, Egypt, Wise Gap, Wren, Makoti, Buena, Vista, Sipsey Fork, Becker, Splunger, Athens. It's time to get to that safe place. That means that you need to be in the lowest level of a sturdy building in an interior room as this storm moves through. All right, now, all right.
I'm sorry to share this, but this is the strongest velocity signature we've seen by far today.
Yeah.
We have maxed out pixels greater than 142 miles an hour in one direction.
Yeah.
And we have 75 in the other. So the gate to gate is at least 215 miles an hour.
Yeah. Maddie, if you're still watching, this looks like it's heading right for Amory. So just make sure that, again, just as long as you're in your basement, you're going to be okay. But I just kind of want to briefly go over what to expect. Now, the rain's going to subside here in a second, and the winds are going to pick up for a little bit. But in about 5 minutes to 10 minutes time, assuming that this tornado does hit you directly, and unfortunately it looks like there's a more likely than not possibility this at least makes a very close call, winds are going to pick up some. And as the winds pick up, the major thing that you're going to notice is just how sudden it is. It's going to last for maybe a minute or two. It's going to sound pretty violent, might sound like a train moving through. And as that happens, it could be a terrifying experience. You might hear debris outside. You might hear structural integrity of things failing. Regardless of that, though, just know it's going to be all right. As long as you're in that lowest level, as long as you're in your basement, as long as you're in an interior room, you have those pillows, those blankets with you, and you're protecting yourself from flying debris. If you have a bicycle helmet, that helps too. You're going to be okay. You're going to get out of this. So just making sure, this unfortunately looks like it's heading straight for Amory, but just know that you're going to be okay as long as you take those tornado precautions. So just wanted to go over that with you real quick. Unfortunately, that's what it's looking like right now. Kay, if you have any additions to that, if you have any information that's contrary to that, let me know. But as of now, unfortunately, this looks like it's heading pretty much right for Amory.
This is an upper end storm. The correlation coefficient values have hit 0.2. They have gone black. This almost never happens. It is a large area. It is a clearly defined debris ball as well.
Yeah.
This looks like this is the strongest radar presentation of the night. But that does not necessarily mean it's the strongest tornado of the night, because the first two tornadoes occurred a lot farther from radar.
They did. Let's see here as we go up in the atmosphere here. Highest up debris so far looks to be about 10,000 feet. We'll keep you up to date with that, but a well-defined debris ball with a very strong tornado. That's...
The CC is maxed out. I can now confirm that this is the strongest radar presentation since Mayfield.
Goodness gracious. From whom has Emerson talked about it?
That's in terms of VROT.
Okay.
So it's hit a rotational velocity. I'm getting different values here. It's at least 115 miles an hour.
Yeah. Goodness gracious. That is a particularly... Okay, we have a tornado emergency now. Unfortunately, that's for Wren and Amory. So Wren and Amory being the specific cities called out here that are likely to get a direct hit now. So if you're in Wren, if you're in Amory, you're watching this, again, safe place. That means lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. If you're in Smithville, you need to be doing the same thing. Aberdeen, this is probably going to go north of you. Still need to be getting to that safe place, though. And again, if you're in Amory, Hatley, anything like that, it's time to get to that safe place. Again, life-threatening situation here. Tornado emergency has just gone into place for these areas now. So it's a particularly dangerous situation. And again, that's lowest level, sturdy building, interior room. And, this is one of the strongest presentations I've seen in a long time. So unfortunately, big time tornado. Looks like this is a strong to intense, maybe even violent tornado. So unfortunately, this is a bad situation. So yeah,
this is a very bad situation.
That's for sure. I mean, the radar is glitching out. We can't really tell with velocities what's going on, but very deep correlation coefficient drop. And as we move north here, not north, but up. Oh my goodness. We have evidence of debris at least 12,000 feet in the air. It's likely higher. with this very strong tornado, and again, it's heading towards Amory. If you're in Amory, for context here, let's get that correlation coefficient up. Let's just get the motion on this. 65 miles per hour. We'll go with 70 to be safe. If you're in Amory, you have 4 minutes. So again, you might lose signal with us here, Maddie, in just a moment. Because, yeah, this thing's pretty much right there now. So you might lose signal with us in just a moment. Just stay in your safe place. You're going to be okay. Just hunker down now. There's not much more to do. This thing's right on your doorstep. It's either going to go just north of or directly hit Amory. So all we can say is as long as you stay in your shelter, you're going to be okay. You're going to get through this. It could be a rough ride for a couple minutes, but just know you're going to be all right. So we're going to get you through this. We're going to guide you through this, and yeah, latest radar indicating it's right there. So it's probably going to directly hit Amory here any minute now, but that's okay.
It's given the radar lag, it's in Amory at this time.
Yeah, so going to be all right. But let's focus on the future now. There's not much more to do there. So if you're in Bigby, this thing's probably going to go just south of you, but you should still be in your safe place. This thing could rehook north if it begins to occlude. If you're in Smithville, you need to be in your safe place now as well. And there's been an extension of this warning into Alabama with a PDS tornado warning for Marion County. So if you're in Marion County, PDS tornado warning, that includes Bexar, Hackleburg, Hamilton. So Smithville, Hackleburg, both within. PDS tornado warnings or tornado emergencies right now, as is Amory and Hamilton. So, goodness gracious, that is quite the debris signature. I'm going to see just how high up we can do this. And yeah, there it is. It's going into northern Amory right now. To northern Amory right now, where it's just... it's moving through right now. That is an unfortunate situation there. Goodness gracious. All right, this is moving through. Yeah, we're going to continue to look at this.
It looks like it's gone through the northwest side of Amory.
Yes.
It's very close to the radar, so it's likely very accurate on where the tornado actually is. Yeah, we're scanning this just a couple hundred meters off the ground, a few hundred feet. It's like it seems to have missed Amory proper, but it's as if anyone on the north/western side of Amory may have taken a direct hit. And this is moving towards Smithville.
Yes, it is. If you're in Smithville, it's time to get underground. You guys have been through this before, about 12 years ago. So, you guys know what it's like to be in the big ones. This is one of those big ones, unfortunately. So, just treat this seriously. It might go south of you, but you guys in Smithville, you've been through this before. You know what this is like. This is the real deal. This is a similar kind of thing. So just make sure that you're underground, you're in your tornado shelter. Same thing in Hackleburg. This is the real deal. Hamilton, Bexar, you guys have been through this before too. And if I'm in Phil Campbell, if I'm in Decatur, if I'm in Huntsville, downstream, you're not in a warning right now, but I'd be watching this closely. As this could become a serious situation for you guys in not too long. But again, a tornado emergency in place for Amory and Hatley. Now at this time, for a tornado, it's currently moving at 70 miles per hour. It's just moved north of Amory and is moving north at this time, east-northeast towards Smithville. So if you're in Smithville, it's time to get to that tornado safe place right now as this continues to be an extremely dangerous situation. See if we have any more updates here. Yeah, if you're in Amory, Hatley, Bixby, Smithville, Quincy, you need to be in that safe place. It's not optional. This thing is unbelievably powerful. I mean, just horrific. All right, this thing looks like it's pretty much it's on the northern side of Amory right now. Looks like it's moved through and is now north of Amory proper. Maddie, if you're still watching and we can get confirmation from you that you're okay, just send that in the chat. But there we go. If you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, we are ready to answer those, especially when it comes to this. If you know anyone who is within this tornado emergency, that's within the enhanced risk for tornadoes tonight, send them over here. We'll give them the information they need to be safe as the night goes on. But a tornado emergency currently in place for Amory, for Smithville. This thing's moving through northern Amory as we speak. This thing is moving towards Smithville and will be there soon. Let's actually track this out for you. Again, that's moving at 70 miles per hour. So here we are. Flynn, this thing's right on top of you. Smithville, you've got less than 5 minutes before this thing's expected to be on top of you here. So dangerous situation there. Turin, you've got 8 minutes. And then as we move north, if you're in Hackleburg, you've got about half an hour before this gets to you. If you're in Hamilton, you have about 20 minutes. So dangerous situation inside and out. And my goodness gracious, I mean, that debris ball is just gigantic.
The debris ball is 2 miles wide and perfectly circular. Given that we're within 10 miles away from the radar site, scanning at 500 feet above ground level. This thing is got to be at least a mile wide.
Yeah.
And I've now seen visual confirmation that this reached 121 knots VROT.
Goodness gracious.
Which is 140 miles an hour. I believe the record is only 20 miles an hour high. So this is in the top 1% of tornado signatures on radar.
Yeah, this is nuts. This is unbelievable. Praying for everyone in Amory. I'm hoping everyone there's okay. Praying for everyone who's about to get hit by this as well. If you're in Smithville, let's get to that safe place. You'll be okay as long as you do. Please let people know. If you know people in Smithville, if you know people in Hackleburg, people tend to go to bed. People tend to dismiss these things. Today's not the day to do that. So please, if you know people in Smithville, if you know people in Bexar, Hamilton, Hackleburg, let them know this is coming. Send them a link to this stream. I don't even care if it's a link to this stream. Just send them something to let them know that this is on the way. They need to get to that tornado safe place. And it does look like that tornado is now starting to die down some, which is good news, but goodness gracious. This thing's still just violent.
This is almost certainly a violent tornado. Whether it receives that rating depends what it hits, but we are just a short distance away from this moving into Smithville.
Yeah, absolute tragedy there for them.
I never thought I'd see a tornado like this moving just towards Smithville after what happened in 2011.
Very reminiscent of like Moore.
This could go just south of Smithville, but it depends if it hooks north or not. If it decides to occlude, it could go straight into Smithville.
Yeah, it looks like it's hitting the southern side of town. Scan just came in.
Oh dear.
Looks like it's going to miss the northern side, but still, I don't care where you are in Smithville. You need to be in your safe place.
Hopefully people in Smithville have been in their safe place since that tornado warning was issued. I think after one of the most violent tornadoes in history strikes your town, you're prepared for the next one.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this one looks to be pretty historic in that regard too. Looks weaker than it was. That's the only good news I have. So, but Amory just got absolutely hammered.
We hope that the person from Amory in our chat is okay. It's very likely that they've lost power and therefore internet.
And cell service, so.
Indeed. But this tornado has impacted northern parts of Amory and southern parts of Smithville. It is an incredibly strong tornado. It is one of the strongest radar presentations ever, which is partly to do with the fact that it's very close to a radar. That must be taken into account. But even out of the tornadoes that happen relatively close to radars, this is up there at the top. And this is the second or third tornado produced by this cell, and it's already produced major damage. To give you an idea of how far this storm has traveled, the tornado touched down near the Mississippi River in western Mississippi. It's currently traveled over 170 miles from where the first tornado touched down to where this tornado is happening. And it's still going. And it is now in the eastern part of Smithville. The northern part of the tornado might have just clipped the center of town directly.
We'll see. Either way, catastrophic situation going on there. Again, tornado emergency remaining in place for Amory and Smithville. This is a very dangerous situation. So if you're in Amory, Smithville, New Wren, New Salem, Nelton, Hatley, Sipsey, Fork, Becker, Quincy, Turin, Splunge, Wren, Bigby, Parham, Cadney. Safe place. Right now, lowest level, sturdy building, interior room, large, violent, dangerous tornado on the ground, moving through Smithville, moved through Amory, and is now heading in the general direction of Bexar, Hamilton, and Hackleburg. You're in a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. That's a level just below tornado emergency. So you're still under the gun here. And again, as of 10:52, violent tornado over Amory. And here it is. So if you're in Hamilton, Hackleburg, Weston, Bear Creek, Tensor, Bird, Bexar, Pig Eye, Scottsville, or Upper Bear Creek Reservoir. It's time to get to that safe place right here, right now. And goodness gracious, that tornado there. It does look like the CC is beginning to disorganize a bit, and this might be beginning to occlude, which would be good news. However, you still need to be in your safe place here if you're within that tornado warning. Either of these, as this has been just absolutely violent over the last little while. And then as we move way north here with this other cell, it's near Rogersville. There's a tornado warning in place for that. Definitely a bit of spin, but that's radar indicated. So again, we're going to go to the tornado emergency near Smithville right now. I can't believe I'm saying that. And that's going to move north near Bexar, Hackleburg, Bear Creek, Hamilton. So if you're in those areas, it's time to get to your safe place, as catastrophic damage is likely occurring or has occurred from this tornado. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning to the south for Detroit and Soligent. 470 mile per hour wind gusts there. But my goodness. Horrible situation. I hope everyone's okay down there. That's just terrible.
And there is a tornado warning in effect farther north that recently moved through Florence. That warning is in effect for areas to the east of Florence, including Rogerville, Anderson, Lexington, Leicester, Elkmont, Athens, all in northern Alabama.
It's just horrible. I'm at a loss for words.
a terrible situation. We can only hope that the debris signature was larger than the tornado and that most of Amory and most of Smithville have avoided damage. But it seems very likely that at least some homes on the outskirts will have been badly damaged. And this is on top of the severe damage that has occurred in Rolling Fork and Silver City and near Tula and near Winona. And there may be further tornadoes that touch down into Alabama.
Yeah. Crazy situation there and very unfortunate. Looks like that correlation coefficient drop is dissipating and the velocity signature is also degrading. However, a tornado emergency remains. No, that's yes. For Smithville and southeast Wiwama County, a tornado emergency is held. And a PDS tornado warning remains for Hackleburg, Bexar, and Hamilton, Alabama there. And this is going to be crossing the state line here in not too long. I'm going to track this out for us so we can get an idea what's happening here, and I'll get us some times here momentarily. Assuming that this app actually wants to work.
Well, we're moving to the northeast at 60 miles an hour, which means that it's moving a mile a minute, meaning in 30 minutes it will be directly over Hackleburg.
Yeah, that's about what we're getting here.
In 40 minutes, we will be over Phil Campbell. So 30 minutes, Hodge and Hackleburg. 40 minutes, Phil Campbell. And around an hour from now, we'll be at Moulton. If we move in that direction, we could be farther north.
Now, the mode for this looks like it's getting really messy. There's a lot of showers to the south, and I'm just praying that's going to occlude this thing. It's just not going to be able to produce again. I'm hoping that it's lifted, that this is going to just fizzle away, and we're going to be done. My goodness, though.
I really hoped when it was briefly not tornado warned that it wouldn't come back, but almost as soon as the warning was dropped, it seemed as if, despite the warning being removed, it immediately began re-strengthening.
Yeah. Watching video right now.
Hopefully this is the last one, but because okay, the storm is becoming much more overrun now. There's a lot of storms ahead of it. It'll have a harder time clearing itself out again, but if it manages to clear those storms out, if it manages to get into once it lifts, because it is still on the ground at this time, once it lifts, if it continues weakening, it could still touch down again. So
yes.
It's unfortunately not over yet.
We'll see what we can find here. I have yet to see any damage photos out of Amory.
I don't imagine there will be for some time. All the chasers that were tracking the storms didn't follow it this far across. They stopped to help out with the search and rescue in Silver City and Rolling Fork or Winona. And I think hardly anyone's been on it this far across. I think when it dropped below tornado warning, they probably all thought it was not going to come back, and here we are.
Yeah. All right, new
Just
tornado
seeing
warning.
some footage for the first time from Rolling Fork, and it's a upper end tornado.
Yeah.
I'll be putting that on our Discord server. Of course, anyone, if you want to look at some radar and tornado footage, free to join our server and have a look at it there. We've been collecting it through the event.
Would like to note new tornado warning has just gone into place here in replacement of the Tor-E that was in place. This is in place for Itawamba County. It's a PDS tornado warning still. Since that CC drop is still there, they still have this as a confirmed large and dangerous tornado hitting New Salem, Academy, and Turin. So if you're in those areas, again, tornado safe place, that's where you need to be. And again, if you're in Hamilton, if you're in Hackleburg, if you're in Bexar, you need to be in your safe place as well. As while this cell looks like it is getting a bit overrun right now, it's not over yet. It's not over till it's over. So let's just keep an eye on things. Let's just be safe. Let's just be in that tornado shelter, even if we believe this is weakening. And we can hope from there that this calms down some. My goodness, though. It's been a bad night.
Yeah, it's been a bad night, all right.
I remember.
Yeah, the tornado emergency has expired, and a PDS tornado warning, a smaller one, remains in effect just for southeastern Itawamba County before the tornado moves into Alabama. There is still a small CC drop. There is still a velocity signature. It may well still be on the ground, but it's weaker than it once was.
Yeah. This potential tornado, this tornado is now crossing the Mississippi-Alabama state line, heading straight towards Bexar. If you're in Bexar, it's time to get to that safe place if you haven't already. It's right there. If anyone on the stream has any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that for us, please ask and we'll be happy to answer them. We're here for you. We want to help you. We want to make sure that you're going to be okay. It's been a rough night for a lot of people. And we're definitely after this going to do something to help. We'll direct towards some sort of charity, something like that. We'll put it on our videos from earlier. But we're going to make sure that we can get you guys to help in some way too. And we'll try and help. And I'll probably be donating some out of my own pocket. Because that's going to be important too. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that about the future of this, or you want to join our Discord server and help us decide on what we can do to help, that'd be great. And if you have ideas for what we can do to help, you can put those in the chat as well. We'd love those ideas. This has just been a terrible night. And want to do something about it. Let's see what we can do here.
Yeah. The good news is that this storm has continued to weaken. There is no longer a well-defined CC drop. There is no longer a well-defined tornado debris signature, which means that it's very likely lifted. However, there is still a velocity signature, which means it could re-strengthen. Until that velocity is completely gone, the supercell is alive. So we will keep following this until it is properly dead. Up to the north with that other tornado warning, tracking along the Alabama-Tennessee state line, embedded within a linear segment currently over Anderson, and locations in that tornado warning include Rogersville, Anderson, Leicester, Bethel, Elkmont, and Athens. And it'll be moving towards Elkton and Ardmore and Harvest in the not too distant future. Everyone in that warning should be in a safe place as well. As we've seen, this environment is very dangerous. Violent tornadoes are possible. We have likely had several intense tornadoes this evening. Well, at least one. We don't know how many times the tornado lifted and put down again, so I'm just going to say at least one. But it's been a big evening, and we hope that loss of life has been minimal.
Certainly. This couplet has now crossed into Alabama. The inflow is still very, very strong, but it looks like it's been decoupled a bit from our rear flank. So if you're in Bexar, you're still in your safe place, but that CC drop looks to have gone away. So looks like this has weakened a fair bit, but still, if you're in Hamilton, if you're in Hackleburg, if you're in Bexar, you need to remain in your safe place. This is not over yet. This could re-strengthen. This could redevelop. We're just keeping an eye on things, and we'll keep you posted.
Early reports suggest that there has been significant damage on the north side of Amory, including an Exxon. Given a map of the town, that would suggest that the high school has also been damaged. Thankfully, no one was at the high school because it's the middle of the night on a Friday. But if that's accurate, that suggests at least several dozen homes in Amory have been impacted by the tornado. And the PDS tornado continues.
Yes.
There has been some damage in Florence. Unclear if it's from a tornado or strong straight line winds. There was a warning for a possible tornado and severe thunderstorm winds earlier. We did talk about it briefly before this tornado went crazy. But obviously this life-threatening situation with this possibly violent tornado that impacted Amory and Smithville was the main talking point of the last few minutes.
Yeah.
I've still yet to see any confirmation of casualties, either to say there haven't been any or to say there have been some from the early tornado. So I can't bring any closure on whether this has been a deadly night or not so far. I'd be surprised if it isn't, but miracles do happen sometimes. We can always hope.
Yeah. My goodness. Bad situation down there. Really bad situation, and we're just gonna have to hope that this continues to decay. It looks like that rear flank, while the inflow is still looking good, it looks like that rear flank is decaying. So that's the good news here. We have our 2 active tornado warnings in place at this time. We'll go over them now. We have our first tornado, likely near Bexar. It is a particularly dangerous situation with a damaging, dangerous tornado. So this is near Bexar. It's going to be heading towards Hamilton, Hackleburg, Weston, Bear Creek, Tensor, Bird, Pig Eye, Scottsville, Upper Bear Creek Reservoir. Those are the general areas that could be, and again, that's near Bexar right now, heading in the general direction of Hackleburg. And then we have our other storm here. I'll go to a better radar for it. Could be potentially producing a tornado. This much weaker, much less organized, but there's a tornado warning in place for northern Limestone and eastern Lauderdale counties until 11:45. That's for tornado and quarter-sized hail. So if you're in Athens, Rogersville, Lexington, Elkmont, Anderson, Leicester, Good Springs, Cartwright, Coxey, or Oliver, again, you need to be in your safe place right now. Lowest level, sturdy building, interior room.
Thomas?
Yep.
A tweet has just been posted by National Weather Service Birmingham.
Yes.
Associated with the supercell that has produced 2 or more upper end tornadoes, extreme winds of 80 to 90 miles an hour are now approaching Hamilton. Treat it as if it is a tornado and take shelter immediately.
And is this in a warning now?
This is a tweet from National Weather Service Birmingham. The warning does not appear to have updated yet.
Okay.
The warning is currently for 70 mile an hour wind gusts. National Weather Service Birmingham says they could be 80 to 90 miles an hour.
Wow, okay. So, I mean, that inflow region is just screeching. So, regardless of whether there is a tornado on the ground or not, still need to be in your safe place because those strong winds are still a real threat there. That's equivalent to an EF0 to EF1 tornado. And that's no small feat. My goodness, this has just been absolute.
I've just seen some footage shared from Rolling Fork.
Yep.
And there are debarked trees. There is a stairs leading to nowhere. The house clearly wasn't fixed to its foundation. If there was a house, it could have been a mobile home, but whatever residence was there is no longer there. It's definitely upper end tornado damage, but I can't say beyond EF3 plus, maybe even EF2 for that particular build. But it's easily a strong tornado.
Yeah.
Very bad situation.
That's for sure. All right, if anyone has any questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please put them in the chat. We'll be more than glad to answer them, address them. You can join our Discord server as well, so you can see the links that we've been talking about tonight in terms of what exactly is going on with the weather.
A unverified, probably scanner report from Amory Fire Department, but they're basically expressing that the damage is extreme in North Amory. So first responders are finding major damage in North Amory.
That severe thunderstorm warning you were talking about before has now been upgraded to 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So if you're in Hamilton or Hackleburg, these are now destructive storms. So you are in a tornado warning. You are in a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So you are in the second highest tier of tornado warning, PDS. You are in the highest tier of severe thunderstorm warning. So you are in very high tiers of both categories of warning. So if that's not enough to get you to your safe place, I don't know what is. But 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts coupled with the possibility of a violent tornado, that's enough for me. It looks like the tornado is pretty weak now, and this is bowing out to become more of a wind thing. But still, I mean, that's significant, to say the very least. And we'll see what this can continue to do with time here. But my goodness. New tornado warnings just gone into place as an extension of this previous one for radar indicated rotation. This is for a tornado and quarter-sized hail for eastern Franklin County. So if you're in Russellville, Phil Campbell, Hodges, Tharptown, Isabel, Duketon, Spruce Pine, Rockwood, Little Bear Creek Reservoir, any of those areas, it's time to get to your safe place here, and you need to treat this as a more serious warning than a radar indicated one. This has now dropped 2 particularly intense tornadoes. So this needs to be taken very, very seriously as this mature supercell continues to traverse across the state of Alabama. Yeah, I'm just seeing all over Twitter meteorologists just saying again and again and again and again that this is one of the worst radar signatures they've ever seen. My goodness. Um, we witnessed something historic tonight, and not in a good way.
Unfortunately, not. Any moderate risk has the potential to be an historic night. Too moderate risk can produce the same intensity of tornadoes, but the real impact is the human impact. And tonight we've had multiple towns directly impacted by very strong tornadoes. And we hope that as few people are seriously hurt as possible. We hope that as few homes have been severely damaged as possible. But we've seen visual confirmation from Rolling Fork and Silver City that homes have been destroyed. And we've heard reports, the first reports from Amory, that some homes are very badly damaged on the north side of town. It's just an awful situation. But at the very least, this storm that has produced so much destruction is finally, for the time being, weakening. Hopefully it doesn't manage to come back. That would be quite the resurrection.
Yeah. My goodness.
But there are no PDS severe thunderstorm warnings. Sorry, there are no PDS tornado warnings at this time.
No. No, there are not. However, we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be impacting the city of Huntsville. Nashville's just gotten out of one, and that's heading in the general direction of Lafayette, Lebanon, Murfreesboro. And then, of course, we do have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Hamilton, Hackleburg, Bear Creek as well for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. All right, well, that's been quite the event thus far. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes' time to discuss more regarding the severe weather currently ongoing. But we're just going to take some time to decompress and just talk about what just happened. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Advective Weather Live. We're going to be on the air for the remainder of this hour, and we think we'll probably be going off the air at top of the hour, making the assumption that the weather cooperates. So if we do have a significant tornado that touches down again or something of that nature, we'll stay on for that. But we think that the threat for significant to violent tornadoes is nearly over. We hope so anyway. We'll just have to see if this resilient storm can continue its fight here. But this embedded supercell, well, the supercell that became kind of embedded and still has a bit of rotation, it looks very weak now. It's pretty much become a part of the line. And now we just kind of have this line producing strong winds up and down, stretching all the way from Kentucky down through the state of Alabama. So let's go through what's currently going on from north to south. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning here all the way up north near Bowling Green. This is for Simpson County. No, that's where it was canceled for. This is in effect for Allen and southeastern Warren counties. And we continue to see here this arc of severe storms here east of Nashville heading towards Cookeville. And then we have considerable severe storms here in Alabama, Tennessee, with a tornado warning that's in place for northern Limestone and northeastern Lauderdale counties. And as we head southward, we have our big tornado warned storm of the night here. That is until 11:45 for northern Marion County. And then finally our next tornado warning there, National Weather Service, until 12:15 a.m. For a tornado and quarter-sized hail. So that's what we currently have going on at this time as convection continues its march. And it looks like we've made it through peak conditions, I think. Kay, would you agree that that was kind of the peak?
What's happened?
I was just saying, I feel like we've kind of gotten through those peak conditions for the night.
Yes.
And
yes, we're past the peak conditions now. We're in Alabama. Strong tornadoes remain possible, but we are unlikely to see another tornado of the extreme intensity that we've seen so far this evening. We're heading up to midnight. Past midnight, strong tornadoes will become increasingly less likely, but they will remain possible until dawn, to be honest.
Yeah. That is for sure. We're probably going to go off the air here at top of the hour. So if you have any additional questions, comments, concerns, anything like that, please feel free to ask. I'll have an automated stream going after that for quite a while in case anything does happen. But it's been particularly dangerous, to say the very least, up until this point. So I think it's a good idea to kind of just go over what the remainder of the night looks like. So
absolutely.
We'll start with our current tornado watches that are in place. So first things first, which watch is this? Oh goodness, okay. Walls of text are always fun. Give me a moment. Here, this is Tornado Watch 76. Tornado Watch 76's probabilities have most definitely verified now. So good job to the SPC on that front. But a tornado watch remains in place there for the central, so anywhere from around southwestern to central to northeastern Mississippi. A tornado watch remains in place until midnight. So at midnight, that tornado watch will expire. The threat will be over. And then our second tornado watch here that is in place. Again, this is where conditions for tornadoes are favorable, but not where a tornado is guaranteed. Tornado watch number 77 is in place till 3 a.m., and that is for northern Alabama into central Tennessee, including the cities of Huntsville and Nashville, just north of Birmingham. So that's what we have there in terms of tornado watches where conditions are favorable for severe weather. I'd like to go over here at the Storm Prediction Center's outlook as well. You'll notice there most of the area in the enhanced risk has now been gone through. So if you're in Memphis, if you're in Tupelo, if you're in Greenville, you're in the clear. You're good to go. You don't have anything to worry about. If you're in Jackson, Mississippi, you still have stuff to worry about. You still have thunderstorms that could be moving throughout the night tonight. Same thing in Yazoo City. You've got storms right now. If you're in Huntsville, Birmingham, Montgomery, Atlanta, Knoxville, any of those areas, you still need to be worrying about this. This is still something you need to be weather aware for up until at least 3 a.m., if not later, into the morning hours as this moves on through. You'll notice here as we break down the threats, the tornado threat, we still have that 10% hatched region, so that needs to be taken seriously. But again, our significant tornado threat will have pretty much passed here in short order. The hail threat, pretty low, just 5% now. And our wind threat remains there at 30% throughout much of this risk region. But again, if you're in like Memphis, Tupelo, Greenville, you're in the clear at this point. And again, that enhanced risk of severe weather remains until the morning. So basically, the way we can kind of put this is I'm going to draw a line here. And if you are beyond this line, you are in the clear. So the severe weather risk area is here. You don't really have to worry about it. So again, if you're in Memphis, if you're near Tupelo, Greenville, you don't need to worry about it. But if you're in Jackson, if you're in Birmingham, if you're in Huntsville, if you're in Nashville, Louisville, you still need to worry about this a little bit. It's not over yet, but it will be soon. So let's talk about that in more detail now. I will get the models open now for, let's see here. We'll start at midnight. And here's what we have at midnight. So you'll notice there are storms stretching, nearing Huntsville, Nashville getting hit here pretty hard. And we'll just go through kind of what things are going to look like as we head through the overnight hours. So here's 1 a.m. Huntsville, you're getting hit pretty hard at 1 a.m. Nashville, you're on the back end of this. So by 2 a.m., Nashville's in the clear. In Greenville, you're in the clear. Memphis, you're in the clear. Tupelo, you're in the clear. Jackson, not so much in the clear as we continue to head into the overnight hours. As we head into 2 a.m., Huntsville, you're still in it. Birmingham, you're really starting to have to watch out here. Montgomery, you're going to have some isolated storms to your north as well. But Birmingham, you're going to have to watch out. Jackson, you're kind of in the twilight of your severe thunderstorm threat. As we head into 3 a.m. here, Jackson, not quite in the clear yet, but close. Birmingham getting a hit from that pretty potent line of storms. Heading into 4 a.m., Huntsville, you're in the clear. Jackson, you're in the clear. Birmingham, you're still getting hit. Mobile still getting hit as well. New Orleans now in the clear as well. Heading into 5 a.m., Birmingham, you still got the back end of this to worry about. Montgomery, you're about to get hit. 6 a.m., Birmingham's in the clear. Montgomery's getting hit. Mobile also getting hit. 7 a.m., Atlanta has gotten hit here around 5, 6 a.m., 7 a.m. Montgomery and Atlanta still getting impacts here. As we head into 8 a.m., we will notice there, Central Time, Montgomery there, Atlanta, pretty much in the clear as this severe weather continues to move on through, and then that marginal risk there tomorrow. There are two marginal risks, one there in the northeast, including Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Ohio, and another one there to the south with these storms. That's going to move through places like Macon and Albany, Georgia. And again, those could be more intense thunderstorms. Nothing like today's storms, though, however. So, yeah, really not much to worry about. Tomorrow, again, that level 1 out of 5, marginal risk, level 3 out of 5 currently in place, and enhanced risk right now for our risk region that's currently in place. But that's what we're currently seeing, and we only have one tornado warning left, folks, currently in place with this pretty weak now storm. See the very least there, heading into Phil Campbell. Our supercell looks to be dying out. Radar indicated rotation, tornado and quarter-sized hail. And we still have that destructive, now considerable severe thunderstorm warning there in Hackleburg. So, Kay, do you have any additional thoughts on that? That's kind of my view of what to look for tonight as we do move through those overnight hours.
You covered it pretty well. I have a couple more facts from the developing reports coming out.
Go for it.
Now, please take it with a grain of salt because they're unverified at this time. They are second-hand reports, but there has been a report of a car in a tree in Amory, and there are reports from the police that damage in Amory is more widespread than the radar suggested. Whether that's because inflow into the tornado has produced damage south of the debris ball, or because the tornado was actually farther south than the radar suggested, it's far too soon to say. We don't know how bad this damage is, just that there is damage in downtown parts of Amory. That could be minor, it could be major. We just know that there has been damage there. Something that has been brought to my attention is that while this storm definitely impacted the northern part of Amory and definitely impacted the southern part of Smithville, there is a small community directly between the two.
Well, and they got directly hit.
I believe it's an unincorporated community. It doesn't even have a name on Google Maps. But zooming in between the two,
there's a place called
there
Finn.
is a. Yeah, I think that's it. There's a road, and along that road, if you zoom in far enough, there are houses everywhere. All along this road, there's continuous houses between Smithville and Amory.
Goodness.
So this tornado has likely destroyed dozens of homes somewhere along this road because it crossed it at some point in peak intensity. And it also crossed Highway 278 to the west of Amory. And in fact, it might have come near to New Wren, which was impacted by the precursor tornado to Smithville in 2011. And so this tornado touched down near Egypt and then moved northeast. It may have moved. It's close. It moved just south of New Wren, but there may have been impact. And then it crossed multiple highways. It crossed Highway 45, it crossed Highway 278, and then it crossed Highway 25. And a conservative path suggests dozens of homes. Worst case scenario, there's 100 homes no longer standing from this tornado alone. Hopefully people in those homes were able to get to a safe place.
I'm sorry to interrupt. It's not warned right now, but there appears to be a tornado debris signature with a small couplet associated with the storm near Bear Creek, the one near Hackleburg, the cell we've been tracking. It looks as if it has redeveloped a tornado. So it does appear that there is a tornado, albeit weak, but a tornado on the ground of this.
That's the same supercell. It cycled again.
It has. So if you're in Bear Creek, it's time to get to that safe place. You should have already been there from the destructive warning, but there's definitely a correlation coefficient drop. We will see when that warning comes out from the Weather Service. I'm sure it will shortly, but that's associated with a couplet that looks pretty decent there. So I'd say there's probably a tornado on the ground there. We'll see if the tornado warning comes out from the Weather Service. But again, there it is. There were no tornado warnings in effect. However, we can see rather clearly here that there is at least some kind of tornado on the ground, albeit weak, near Bear Creek, unfortunately. So, yeah, it looks like that's a somewhat robust debris signature too. So, we'll see what that ends up looking like. Again, this is looking like nothing close to the caliber of tornadoes we've been looking at before. However, it does look like there could be a brief spin-up occurring at this time. So let's track this out. I'm sure there'll be a tornado warning on this shortly, if there isn't already. But let me get out the tracker here in just a moment. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, and it's already petering out. And that couplet's already gone too. So, very brief. But looks like there could be a tornado spin up or two within these severe thunderstorm warnings. So again, that tornado possible tag is on that warning. So technically, this falls within that. But yeah, that's what we're looking at there. Brief spin up. It looks like just happened there, just north of Bear Creek. So we're hoping everyone there is okay. But again, not exactly a surprise. Again, nothing even close though to the kind of tornadoes we were seeing out of this just an hour or two ago. So if you have any final questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, please feel free to ask. We'll be happy to answer those. We're in Hunt here in our chat. I appreciate the input there. I've been seeing similar reports on Twitter there, saying that Winona, it looks like, has sustained less damage, which is good, and that Amory looks to have sustained pretty bad damage. I'm not sure if it was worse than what we saw in like Rockford, but still, I know it was pretty nasty. So, yeah, and it does look like gas leaks or something that I've been hearing going around on Twitter as well. Don't know that for sure, at least from my end. I haven't seen any confirmation of that. If you've seen that, that's totally fine, but there we go. Very dangerous situation remains in place here. Goodness gracious, though.
I'm seeing numerous reliable storm chasers now confirming fatalities from the first tornado.
Oh, goodness.
At this point, I've seen enough people saying it, and enough of them being reliable people, that I think we can confirm that there has been some loss of life with the first tornado. I'm seeing varying numbers. I don't know whether they're old or new or including serious injuries or not. It's a bit vague, but it seems there's been at least some loss of life. And the reason for no official statements is that they haven't been able to verify anything because it's changing so fast.
Yeah. It's a sad situation over there. All right, well, if you have any last-minute questions, comments, concerns, anything of that nature, please feel free to ask. We'll be more than glad to answer them. Hopefully, everything turns out okay. Yeah, as we head into the remainder of the evening, if you are within any of those severe weather risks we were talking about earlier for the remainder of the night, the important things for you, make sure that you have multiple ways to get weather alerts. That tornado watch in Mississippi is going to expire here in 5 minutes. But if you're in Alabama here and you're in that enhanced risk, especially where this arc of storms is in this tornado watch, few important things. Make sure that you have multiple ways to get weather alerts. That's the most important thing. So that's no weather radio. That's going to be keeping your TV on if you need to. It's going to be having those mobile alerts on your phone, things of that nature. That's all important. So make sure, again, you have multiple ways to get weather alerts. It's also going to be important that you are prepared and you have a tornado safety plan. So make sure you know where your safe place is. Again, lowest level sturdy building, interior room, and you know how to get there quickly if you're put into a warning. And finally, again, we're gonna find a way to help here. This has been a really bad situation today. That's moved through a historic situation that's moved through today. Not good, not good at all. And so we'll find a way to help. We'll have a video out tomorrow in regards to, or technically speaking, if you're in Eastern time today, regarding what happened, how we're going to help, and what the threats of the future look like. And with that being said, I'm sending my prayers, my thoughts, to everywhere that's been hit today. If you're in Amory, if you're in Smithville, if you're in Rolling Fork, sending my prayers, I'm sending my thoughts, sending my best wishes. Hope everything's okay for all of you. For Maddie, who watched this stream, if you can't see this now, we hope you see it later. We hope you're okay. We're sending our best thoughts and prayers to you. We hope that our coverage was useful, and we hope that you were able to stick with us and we were able to get you to the place you needed to be. So sending our thoughts and prayers to you as well, to you, your family, your friends, to anyone else in Amory. And we're wishing for the best for everyone down there. We know that there's likely been some loss of life, mass destruction on a large scale in Mississippi as well. So difficult day to say the very least from our side, but most certainly for them as well, as we've watched this happen. So very sad, sombering situation today, unfortunately. Kay, do you have any final thoughts here before we go for the day?
Just that brief spin-up tornadoes will remain possible for the duration of the evening. The tornado watch remains in effect for a few hours yet, but it appears the event is gradually winding down. Flash flooding remains a major concern across parts of Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, and tomorrow will likely reveal a catastrophic situation across several towns in central Mississippi.
Yeah. Unfortunate situation there. Well, with that being said, to everyone who's watched this stream, thanks again for watching. We'll have another video regarding this out tomorrow, and we'll also go over how you can help and the severe weather threats coming up next week. So again, thank you so much for watching. We hope that this was useful to you. If you know of anyone who would find our content useful, you can share this with them as well. And right as we're about to go, I do just want to go over a tornado warning. It's just gone into place. This is along the line.
Always happens.
I know, always, every time. But here we are. There's a tornado warning in place here in from the Weather Service in Huntsville for Moore, Lincoln, and Franklin counties in Tennessee. This is until 12:30 a.m. So I'm going to keep an automated stream going here for the remainder of the evening. This appears to be just a spin-up. Still non-zero tornado threat there. Hence why the warning is in place. Well, with that being said, thanks again to everyone for watching the stream. We do appreciate your time, and we hope that this stream was useful to you. We will see you, hopefully, tomorrow, when we make our video regarding this and what's coming up next week. All right. Thank you so much for watching.